Futures trying to hold on to negative territory here this morning, unfortunately, as we get some more economic data just coming through at 8:30 here, just waiting for a couple of releases, some trade balance data. First off, 64.2 billion versus 63.1 on a month-over-month basis. Initial jobless claims up again, 242,000 versus 240 expected there. 6.3% labor cost number versus 5.5 as well, so not great as far as labor costs. Productivity in the U.S. last month, 2.7, negative 2.7 versus a negative 2% print. That was expected. Those are really the major releases coming through this morning, all at 8:30 here. We also got the ECB with another hike coming through this morning, quarter point as expected. Top of the screen there, you can see they go to 3.75. We were just saying, yeah, ECB is only at 3.75, so maybe a long way to go. Possibly why they're still at 7% as far as inflation is concerned as well. A ton of individual movers this morning. We'll talk about Shopify here, just an absolute monster so far. Paramount Global as well, getting crushed, down big time after earnings and their forecast. Missed estimates. Qualcomm under pressure, some pressure in the rest of the chip space as well. More trouble maybe in regional bank land. PacWest, the latest to come out saying they're going to explore strategic alternatives and options after the close yesterday. So PACW down about 50% so far in pre-market trading. And oh yeah, there's an IPO today as well, so that'll be fun. It's Thursday, May 4th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Look at how things are shaping up so far this morning. About 0.4 now for the Dow, 0.32 there for the S&P. Red for the NASDAQ as well. It was the last one to dip into negative territory in the pre-market. 2.35 there for Bitcoin, back upside. Same story for Ethereum. Good to see in positive territory. Welcome into the Thursday edition. There's so much to talk about this morning. It's Apple earnings day, obviously. Mullen with the reverse split already fading, coming back to earth a little bit. We have more trouble in regional bank land. And yeah, pretty big IPO. It's been a long time.
Yeah, the biggest since Rivian, guys. So we'll be looking at that. Johnson & Johnson spinning off one of their divisions. Shop is moving to the moon here. It's up 17 2/3%. And these banks, yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on FHN and packed up, Brend.
Yeah, more trouble in regional bank land. Everyone making comments this morning, including Bloomberg, trying to calm the waters here a little bit, saying that outflows from PACW weren't as bad as expected last month, and there's still lots of liquidity, and they're trying to find some investment to stabilize this thing. But I feel like we've heard this story before. Meanwhile, yeah, as I mentioned, there's Paramount getting absolutely crushed, down about 17% so far here this morning. Just made a new low on their forecast, missing estimates. That initial jobless claims number, guys, causing a little bit of negative movement initially, but back to the upside we go here. I feel like we all kind of got the memo about blue today, apparently.
I didn't even notice that.
I mean,
and Sharif,
you know what day today is.
Yeah, but
there's two things. Well, okay, more importantly, I got a bad feeling about this. And May the 4th be with all of you. Thank you in the chat for pointing that out. It is May the 4th, to be sure. The blue is because it's Toronto Maple Leafs Day. So I don't know. I feel like every single game.
Is that more of a fluke, or did you wear it on purpose?
I wore blue last time too. So okay. I haven't worn a jersey yet. I feel like maybe we'll wait. We'll wait till we get like a bigger win or something like that, or a bigger moment to prop the jersey on. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting May 4th. Like, I actually do have a bad feeling about this. It's not just a line from Star Wars, because Qualcomm earnings aren't great. Their guidance not fantastic. You saw the reaction in the market yesterday at the close, was selling it off a little bit. One of the stronger ones was Apple. Put two and two together with handsets. I know they're expecting to have a down quarter. Throw in the banking issues like PACW, Western Alliance back down again. So exactly when we were reassured that everything was going to be okay, it was like that line from 2012. When they tell you not to panic, that's when you panic. And PACW to the downside here. We'll look at a bit of Mullen, but Shopify, wow. It's double tapped a big level at 55. I just looked up there. So that's definitely booming. You have a few names out there that are pretty strong. Microsoft still looks a little bullish after its earnings. So there's going to be plenty to get to, a lot to cover today post-Fed, despite the fact that we are flat as usual to start the day. That's been the case. You have to find the individual names that are moving. That's what we're here to do.
I'm actually trying to log in. I feel like I want to sell some shares today. I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous for Apple. I think it's been a nice little run up, into the stock, and then we saw yesterday we almost got down to that 13,000 again on the NASDAQ, and we're testing that sort of here today. I'm a little nervous if that breaks. I feel like it is a good time to sort of pair off some of the earnings and gains that have come from this earnings season. We all didn't think this earnings season would be that legit, and it turns out to be pretty hot for the NASDAQ. So it might be time to start to pair some of this off. They say sell in May and go away. I don't believe in that kind of stuff, but with this recent rally up, I mean, you have Shopify right now. I'm a holder of this stock, and honestly, the fact that it's breaking out the way it is right now, leads me to think that maybe I should be getting out. Okay, hold on. We have that. There it is right there. You know what? It's better if I pull this up from because we don't have it combined with the split and everything like that. So if we're going to go back on Shopify here and have a quick look to see where we are, I mean, this is pre-disaster up here. Shopify, we've talked about the plight of huge Canadian tech companies. Well, even though Shopify, I mean, hopefully nobody's stuck at the top here. I mean, that's unfortunate if that is the case. I mean, every gap gets filled. I don't think this one, of course, because not really a gap. It's just straight downside. But this gap got filled off their last report there from February. So we were up to 53 before. We gapped down to 40. Now you're filling that gap and looking. Oh, it's hard to see. Sorry about that on the chart there. But you're filling that gap right here up to 55. So yeah, I do think that Shopify has a great chance to run. We've seen these plays on earnings before. Hit levels and then just continue to go up. We saw Uber do it the other day, taking out that 36.37, and then the next day continuing. So do we get a dip down in Shopify, possibly down to here to 50.51? But I like the break right now on this name, and it's the number one name on the stick. You can find that at Trader TV, Sean. Plus, man, our watch list today is hot fire. Pack W has Shopify on it. There's lots of different names that we're going to be looking at. And, of course, me and Neil are looking at this name, and this is on today as well. It's Kenvue. It is the J&J spinoff to which J&J owns, Sharif told me this, 91%. They're holding back. So only 9% of the float going out on Kenvue today. And the price is $22. So I have an order to go long already. We'll see if it can, if we get filled or not on Kenvue off the open. Well, we will get filled. Just a matter of where does this price open up. Right now, price to go at 22. I'm going to take a long here on this name, and just we haven't had an IPO in a while, so I'm looking forward to Mr. Kenvue today.
It's been a long time. As you were saying, Rivian, obviously the last one that was of this stature and of this size as far as notional value and share size as well. 141 million shares coming to market with this Kenvue. Here's the overall kind of sentiment to set the stage here a little bit this morning. These regional banks are a problem, obviously. It's just one after another. Today we get PACW coming through after the close yesterday, in fact, saying they're going to explore strategic alternatives and options as far as getting some investment back into the bank. Outflows apparently not as bad as expected last month, but still, I mean, we've heard this story over and over again. You saw there as well. Fed pause, optimism. He said everything but that yesterday, essentially, in this press conference. I mean, he was still trying to be as hawkish as he possibly could without actually saying the words, that's it, we're done. Here's an interesting chart just to kind of set the stage as well. So this is the S&P down here versus the Fed's hikes. So this goes back to, I guess, January 2022. It's amazing to think that it was March 2022 that we actually started this process. And here we are just over a year later now, 5.25% basically higher than when they started. But after the initial move down here, going back to October for the S&P, the hikes still come, but overall the market kind of chopping around. Yeah,
we tried to create a couple of bottoms there. June and October were the times, but it should be noted that he said, by he, I mean Jerome Powell, said that inflation wasn't transitory in November 2021. And it took them till March 2022 to start hiking rates. But Brendo, he looked us all in the face yesterday and he said that the banking system is stable. Maybe he sees it that way. I feel it's a little bit different because we're going to have a lot of deposit outflows. We know that that's what happened last time. PACDub said there wasn't that issue yet And that's the key word. Yet another big move down, and then maybe people are feeling a little differently.
Yeah, not only did he say that, it was the first thing he said when he came out to the microphone yesterday afternoon. So here's the list, if you're wondering. So it's this is the problem this morning, PACW. But I mean, KeyBank, or KeyCorp, I guess it's called, VLY, ZION, WAL, all going to be under pressure once again. So, I mean, here comes another one. It would seem like, guys.
Yeah, and
Come the hot step.
yeah, it's not a hot look if you're long any of these, or like obviously it's not a good thing when you have banks under pressure, and another one could be biting the dust. But at least confidence is out of a lot of these names. And the report on was Western Alliance. It was much better than PacW's. I know when it came to the deposit side, they're getting beaten up here today. So this is kind of hitting everybody at the same time, even though it is PacWest that's looking for those alternatives. And quite frankly, if it were they to go under, it's hard to imagine that this is over, despite what anybody is sort of telling you. It's hard to be able to judge what's going to happen in the long term. So we're not here to make a decision on, okay, is PacW going to survive or not? It's just more about the trade. And the trade the last few days here, you've been kind of looking for supply zones short. You maybe can forget about $7, even though that's been a good one. And then usually it's been bouncing off of like wipeout bottoms at even dollar levels. 3 already hit today, so I guess like right away I'm already thinking, okay, potentially 3 can be a bit of a bid. $2 stands out, of course. $2.50 maybe is a big maybe. If we get back to that previous resistance at 5 or support at 5, then I think that could be a zone where you could find some supply, and then there'd be a short off that 5 level. But you're into rare territory. See, this is one where when it makes the gap down, like it's already doing here, like this has already happened. It has to show me prices. Halt a couple of times, or travel to the $5, see how it trades at that price, travel to 3, see if the bid's in there, and then go for the trade. Not just step in front of the moving freight train, because obviously it's gonna halt today. I'm going to assume or suspect it's going to halt multiple times today, and I want to make sure that I'm only getting in when a trade sets up. Maybe it's at 5, but it's not a guarantee. I don't think I want to look to short it here. I probably want it to pop. I don't want to long it here. I definitely want it to drop. I'm just looking for like an obvious setup, either size on a big even bid or get up to a nice level of supply and then take like a tight stop short trade and play a retracement. I'm going to keep it really simple, ear to the ground for headlines, always trade with a stop.
Yeah, I was going to look at Charles Schwab. I mean, just another name. It's only down 1.64%, but I mean, this name fell out of bed as well with all that SIVB news, of course, and it's just been going right to the downside. And then we finally broke the bottom here. This is a disastrous low here for Charles Schwab. Why I have a 5-minute chart up here? No, I want to have a 3-minute. I changed that yesterday. I actually got to save my layout. Yeah, so I don't know. This name, yeah, it's going to be hard to see with that banner. Hold on a second. Right there. So I just want to show you guys right now when you're looking at Charles Schwab. Thanks, Mahad, for that. But there's the drop down right now, and you just took out $48. Just, obviously overnight. Now we're a little bit below that. So I think this is a short. You don't have to pay for shorts on Schwab. Right there, $48. I mean, until we break that, some downside moves. This name has been pretty orderly considering what the rest have done. So again, not trying to lump them in with all these other regionals, but it's just this has gotten hit early, and then it got settled down when the CEO came in and bought, I don't know, 50,000 shares or something like that. So there's been some settling down of some of these bank names, but I just look to see, hey, maybe this is another one that fails. The KWB down as well. The KRE, the regionals. I mean, there's a bunch of different regional ETFs here, but $36. We were trading this last week at 42, I believe it was. So this continues to get hit, and it was a nasty day yesterday for these names as well. As you can see, here's Powell talking, and here's everybody believing that the banking system is resilient. So straight from $40 all the way down to 38 at close. Then you get some more disastrous reports today, and now the KRE is down to $36. So there's just a bunch of disaster. I'm pretty sure I was going to log in right now, and I want to sell pretty much everything in the banking sector that I own. Even Canadian banks and all that. To me, there's no point if we are going to go through this little crisis here. I just feel like you can get out of the way, and it's not unrealistic. If I sold some JPM at 125 or whatever, I have to go back and find out where I sold it. Obviously not a good move. Then the other day when it was up to 144, and I was like, oh my God, I can't believe we went all the way back to, well, it wasn't 144, but we got all the way back to 142 or whatever this was a couple days ago. You know, that's a selling opportunity, man. Like, you came right back before all this even happened, and then just being lazy and not really getting out of it, has created it right back to the 50 period. So I think it's time just to get out of bank. I mean, again, this is what I'm going to be doing here. I'll hold a little bit, maybe a quarter or something, but I feel like today's a good day to sell everything. And whenever I say that, it means it's about to rocket ship up. So just be careful with all these bank names. Kenvue, again, is a name that I'm going to be looking at today to trade, as well as Apple off earnings, and Qualcomm is pretty good. But as far as longer term, I just feel there's too much risk in all these bank names. Agree or disagree, but that's my feeling.
All right, let's bring in Luis Barbado from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain, for a little bit of a look at small cap land, which is back in action in a big way so far, not only this week, but going back to the end of the last week, really. Great to see you. First of all, Luis, welcome back.
Thank you, Brendan. Great action, huge action, I would say, in the Chinese sector mainly.
Yeah, it's been quite the exciting week. I want to start with this SNGX. Maybe just from a higher level to start with, when you go from a period that we were in where there was really no action whatsoever in small cap land as we got into earnings season specifically, and then all of a sudden you get 10, 12, even 15 individual names per day, it becomes a bit of a challenge to kind of focus in on the ones that are tradable, A, and B, give you the best opportunities.
Absolutely. I think we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. It's all about cycles. For weeks, even for a few months, all the short sellers were working pretty nicely. I mean, a stock gapping up, you go short, it fades all the way down. They were becoming overconfident with the strategy. And now cycle changed and they got caught every day. A stock's moving at 30%, 100%, 500%. We just need one of them going. First, I started with CXXI, and then we go to top last week, going up 1,000% or something like that. Crazy action. Difficult to focus, and I think it's also about saving capital and saving mental capital. I'm seeing many brokers, many traders blocking all the names that are related to China, Hong Kong, and all this. It's about don't blow up the account in a stupid move in a stupid day. So be safe, guys, in these kind of movements. Even if I'm a small cap trader, you have to realize when the risk is much higher than the opportunity.
No, great advice, completely right across the board. You have to understand that these can be very, very dangerous. And it kind of leads into the next question of how are you going through the process of, is this a long or is this a short? And where is the top when you get a move like, this SNGX this morning?
That's very difficult. First of all, there are some traders who are just short sellers or long traders, runners. So if you have this strong bias that you always go short or you always go long, you don't have to think about if it's a long or it's a short. If it doesn't fit your setup, you don't go short if it's the case that you only trade short. And the opposite way the same. So, but if you don't have this restriction and you go long or short, it's very difficult nowadays. On the short side, I would say you cannot try to guess or forecast what's going to be the top. You don't pick at the top, just wait until it's confirmation. 4 months ago, we don't trade usually like that. We try to anticipate the movement, but nowadays, if you anticipate, it seems always too early to anticipate. So we're waiting for confirmation and backsides in order to go short. And on the way long, we are waiting for pullbacks and some nice consolidation with a tape that we really feel confident with the stop loss that we can set.
Hey, Luis, Sharif with you here. Good to speak to you again. Fellow small cap trader, of course. Luis, I have a setup that I kind of termed loosely here, VWAP hold high of daybreak. Essentially what it is, if you could come to my chart real quick, just describe it, which is a big move up, a hold above VWAP for the majority of the day, bounces off VWAP, and then in the more liquid part of the day, say that 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, it tests a high of daybreak. Is that something that you trade? Because I'm seeing these a bit more now, Luis, since we're more bullish on these small caps.
Yeah, first of all, aware of this kind of cycle that everything is a runner. First of all, for example, the stock you saw yesterday was very tricky because it didn't look a runner. It looked more a wick. We have a pre-market high that it was fading. It didn't seem to have a lot of action, so we were betting for a short. In this case, it was not Chinese, it was a biotech. It is true that it was 90% institutional ownership, that's a little bit green in some type of movements, but this is a good example that you play because they kept running, and then if they hold near to highs or in a nice pullback above the VWAP without volume, you just have to wait that it's going to break high probably with high probability. You're right. So checking the VWAP, of course, if the stock is not too crazy, because then the VWAP, it gets really wide where it can go. So in this case was very useful on EMGN.
All right, a couple other ones here that we should mention before we let you go here, Luis. GDC is one that popped up yesterday. Just a absolutely crazy stock in the morning specifically. We kind of faded out a little bit later in the day, but multiple halts on the way up all throughout the morning here. We're gapping up again this morning, but I want to focus on this one specifically from the standpoint of when you get a kind of day two type of move, when, you know, day one there was a ton of halts and a huge move, you get the gap to the upside. Not a lot of volume here, but how do you approach a day two after, you know, the first day was so volatile?
It is difficult because it was so volatile with the halt risk. It's sometimes a void situation because of the halt. In this case, we check very, very good the highs and previous highs of the day before and the volume, where start the volume. And we avoid to go front side against highs of the day. Okay, so if today runs over high of pre-market or high of yesterday, we just avoid it because the risk of halt there, and taking into account how crazy is the market nowadays, it can halt 2 or 3 times and you can get really squeezed there. We've seen a lot of them, this movement, BOWS, GDC, TOP, CXII, every day we've seen 500% runners. So this case, high of pre-market, don't go front side on these ones. If it's low float, be very, very careful.
Yeah, these ones are specifically, typically tiny over the past few weeks. Great advice. Anything else on your radar this morning?
Yeah, today on, of course, bank sector, Packet W and Wall is the 2 names we're checking because we don't have FRC anymore and other ones who went to bankrupt. We're checking Qualcomm on earnings, bleeding down below 104, 103. They are really in trouble in these levels, big supports for the day. I know it's not a small cap, but they have earnings, it's important movement. IMGN, as you mentioned before, if it breaks high of yesterday, it might keep running. Yesterday was like, I think 150% or something like that, and keep holding near highs. So it's going to be a very interesting stock. Was easy to borrow is something also to take into account. When it's easy to borrow, people go, let's say, glad short because it's free to go short. You know, they don't have to pay locate. So short position tend to be bigger when it's easy to borrow. So we're going to check this one for sure. And also CYTO and VINO. Those two seems to be more a fading day for them after the gap up.
Tons of opportunity, busy day ahead. Obviously, once again, Luis Barbato from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. A pleasure as always. Best of luck today.
Thank you, Brendan. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you always to Luis. And the last point he made there is it's a really big one. And the first time I actually took like a big hit on one of these, like shorting it immediately clicked to me, and I was like, I can't believe I did that. When he says it's easy to borrow and there are free locates on a name that's a runner like this, and there's going to be a crowded trade when it gets to an obvious level. Like if it gets to a supply zone, if it gets to a big level on the daily, like imagine this when it got to like $5, when it got to like $6.50. If there's anything that's obvious out there, then it's free to short, and people see the mean reversion opportunity like, oh my goodness, if it starts failing the high of the day, yeah, I can short 13 with a 13.40 stop or whatever, and this could pull back $2, like the risk to reward's amazing. There's gonna be a lot of day traders in there because there's not the extra cost to locate. It's on top the other day, like there wasn't, when it's really expensive, a lot of people just say, yeah, I'm not paying that because suddenly you've doubled the amount of risk to go short in any given position by paying for the locate. That's not the case here, and that's the scary thing when you short those highs. So when Luis is saying look for confirmation, look for these to be moving to the downside, kind of already fading, if it's where it's harder to get into the trend, that's the way you usually want to play them just to be safe if you're looking for the short side of the trade, and it means possibly more explosive upside.
Yeah, I mean, I like everything that Luis says, man. It's nice to have some small cap perspectives there. And then I know Luis has been, with Day Trade the World probably greater than 10 years. I mean, I feel like I've known that guy there. So shout out to another successful office there from Day Trade the World and make sure that that's Surge Trader. Look, because it was orange, I thought it was Day Trade the World. But over your...
Did you get a haircut?
I did,
Nice haircut.
Yeah,
it's a good what's hilarious
is...
is...
shorter here.
No, but you came in, it's like I'm sitting here talking to you, I've looked at you a million times, and then I'm watching the program monitor, and that's when I notice. It's so weird.
A little less hair than I had yesterday, and I don't think it's growing back. So, but okay, anyways, shout out to you, Luis, in Barcelona. Definitely check those guys out. Go to daytradetheworld.com to either start your journey today or join another office if you're looking for a prop firm to join as well. But okay, Sharif, hey, you found us through Trader TV Live, Sharif. So if anybody's interested, there's a couple connections. We are hiring here in Toronto as well.
I kept bugging Sean in the chat until he spent the money.
I was going to say much better weather, I think, in Barcelona, though. Although today and the weekend is supposed to be amazing. Anyways, first segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, as always, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code TTV, bottom of the screen there, gets you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. Here comes some analyst moves for you this morning as we get going. Upgrades and downgrades. I couldn't remember why, but I feel like we were just talking about Garmin the other day for some reason. Here it is again. Barclays with an upgrade for Garmin, Eli Lilly, Wix, CBS, Etsy, Match Group, and Qualcomm, all downside.
Oh, we only mentioned Garmin because they were reporting this week. Did they already report? I don't know. They showed up on one of our boards for a report. I'm assuming it hasn't happened. It's not a stock that we trade, so not that exciting. I just missed that board because I was looking up Garmin, obviously, in that moment. Like, is it doing anything? Positively not. Not that that's even a word on its own. Yeah, I don't know. Like I kind of look at this, I look at names like this, and it's like, yeah, wake me up when it's breaking out. Oh, there was an earnings name I wanted to get to very quickly. I want to shout out to Momo for bringing this one up because Moderna was off lows. Again, today there's probably a lot to look at to be terribly focused on the upgrades and downgrades, at least for myself. But Moderna had a bit of a mixed report. You knew they were going to have revenue decline and net income as well, but it's starting to make a little bit of a breakout. This has been channeling 130, maybe 129 is the actual bottom if you go back here, and can't seem to get past 135. So it's a bit of an inside day for a stock that has a chance to really move. We've seen 10% type days out of Moderna before, so I want to be very patient with this. Momo asked me what I thought. I was like, I don't know. It was a very mixed earnings report. I don't know if you glean too much from that. And the price action's telling you nothing right now. Like the price action's telling you wait. So if it breaks out the high, maybe there's a trend that can be formed on this. But let it make the first move, right? Sometimes that's what you want to do. If it doesn't make a ton of sense, let it make the first move. Inside day on earnings from Moderna doesn't seem likely. So I would be waiting until you see what happens at the open.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Luis. I just saw him in the chat there. 19 years.
It's 19?
With Day Trade the World.
I win.
Right there. Yeah, I was like at least 10. Yeah, halfway there, Sean.
Wow.
Good job on that one. But what's up to Luis, man? I don't know. If you're ever traveling here, of course, he'll come to our Toronto office, and he's more than welcome.
I'd rather be there.
See, I'm inviting him to come here so that...
So we can go there.
Yeah, so we get invited to
I want to go
there.
to Barcelona.
I mean, I'm not trying to hide what I'm trying to do right now, but no, I really like Luis, and I would love to go to Spain. I've never been to Spain, so I'm going to be in Rome. You're going to be in Paris this summer. It should be a fun time for all of that right now. But yeah, Qualcomm, we're going to talk about it. It's on the sticky note as well today if you want to check that out. But I just feel like Qualcomm, bad quarter, missed everywhere. Not a great day to come in here and miss. I feel like the NASDAQ's going to be a horrendous nightmare today. So I hate this name today. And I'm just saying, let's try to fade something if it ever pops up. So, 105, 106. I put 108, but that's just where the 200 period is. It's not anything specific. Yesterday's close was 114, 116. No, right here we actually got hit at the end of the day there. So 113, then a nice little bounce back. And that's sort of where they decided they might have liked it around here at 108. But then you come into more today, and you're down to 104 again. So for me, Qualcomm's a short. Just got to find out the right spot, and we're going to try to use some of our VWAP or whatever. We're just going to let it open, let it settle down, never take anything in the first 5 minutes if it's earnings. I've kind of learned that. We had AMD yesterday, was my only red stock, and we took that early. And look at AMD. I mean, I thought AMD was down a little bit too much yesterday off the open. Well, it's actually bouncing off $80 today, which is pretty nice. But this is yesterday's open on AMD, and you could be. Unfortunately, our trades aren't in here, but oops, that's still Qualcomm. Okay, that's strange. Normally it changes with the symbol. But right there, so here's AMD right here. Yesterday off the open, closed 90, right? Starts to open up the day yesterday, 84. We thought there could have been some holding here at the bottom of the day, which is 82, 83. That does not hold at all. Then you get that downside move, and we lost about 50 cents or so on that move. But still, nice little bottom there for AMD. We'll see if we can, and if you just waited 10 minutes, it gave you some targets, giving you that upside. So we'll try to do the same thing here today with a Qualcomm, except for the other way around. Flip it around, and let's look to go a little short here on Qualcomm. So there's the dip down here. Now we'll just see, is it going to base it out at 104.50, or are we going to rip up, give us a target, and then start to head to the downside? So that's what I'm waiting for. Qualcomm is going to be one of the number one names for me to get into here early.
All right, let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market as we head towards 9 o'clock, the day after we get this quarter point hike, latest from the Fed. ECB goes this morning then, Arun. What do we look at today?
Well, we also have Apple later on tonight. That's the big one, right? It's a big market component. So when those earnings come out, that's going to be a very big move as well overnight. We're going to have a different market tomorrow when we come in after Apple's earnings, regardless of what happens today. So the way the market's been acting lately, after yesterday's Fed move, is they tried that overnight rally. They seem to have failed it. They're struggling around the 4100s, which makes me think that there could be some traction to the downside here. I just want to see what happens. I'm okay with the idea of working shorts here all the way up to 4110. So it's not that far. It's 15 points. If they get above 4110, then you do have to open possibility up. We might be putting in a nice little solid temporary sideways base that we can work with to the long side. But for now, I think the idea for me at least is going to be short side until 4110. If we get that breakdown through that overnight low, which seems to be close to 75, then we can open up the downside even further. So for now, 4100 down to 4075 is going to be the range to be played. Anything between 4100 to 4110 could be opened up for a short. Anything north of 4110 clearly voids the short, and then you have to look at that 4130 to 4135 as a next resistance level to the upside if we do end up moving strong to the upside. I mean, the way the market's moving right now is not doing a whole lot, so it does look like it's going to wait for the open to make this move. But for now, that's going to be the plan in place. And then tomorrow, after Apple's earnings, I think that's going to be a completely different game because this market will look different.
Get into everything else you need to know this morning as we head towards the open. Make sure you grab that every day. If you haven't done so yet, hit that QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live and enter your email address. You get that for free from us every single day. PACW, more regional bank trouble again today. We had this pop that happened, what time was that? Just before 8 o'clock, I guess. Nice move back to the upside to 4 anyways for PACW. That was on that Bloomberg note suggesting that outflows last month specifically were not as bad as they expected, and they are still going to look for some investment to stabilize this situation. But if you missed it after the close yesterday, they came out, PACW came out saying they're going to explore strategic options as far as generating some more cash flow and generating some more interest in stabilizing the bank. So WAL here under pressure as well. We'll look at Key Corp, there's Zion, all the usual suspects. Here we go again.
Yeah, looks like Piper Sandler and Stevens are two firms that are advising PACW with respect to the possible sale. They're not saying sale specifically. They're looking for investors or a possible sale. It's down 72% year to date, Brendo. $5 billion was an outflow as of March 31st from this bad boy. It's bringing down some other names too. It's bringing down, like you said, FHN and some other players.
Yeah, we should almost rewind the tape. I feel like we were having this very same conversation about FRC not too long ago when they were saying, everything's fine, everything's stable, we're just going to look for some investment to stabilize things a little bit. And we all know how that ended, guys. Here's PACW down 38%.
Look at that headline.
I don't think it. Yo, what's up? I don't think it did end very well with all that PACW, and I don't think it's far from over yet either, Neil, because we saw yesterday FRCB head down to the pink sheets and then had a decent day yesterday. But actually, let me check out
That's a good point. Where is it now?
Let me see what it's at right now because 37 cents. So it didn't do anything yesterday. Went down 37, 38 cents. Yesterday was actually pretty active day. I shouldn't say it didn't do anything. How come this isn't? There it is. So yesterday for FRCB, I mean, again, I don't know what these equities are worth, man. SIVB is the same thing, FRCB now. But yesterday, that bottom of 30 cents, we're going to open up around 37. You saw that today right here, but a nice move to 49. There's moves that can be had. So, like, I feel bad for people that are going to be holding PACW from time, but, like, if you're into a new position now, I would sort of let this thing settle down. And I don't know if I'd trade this until it got to the pink sheets. I mean, yesterday we saw Bed Bath & Beyond go up 50% once it went down to the pink sheets. Are you going to get a 50% bump in the common equity right now for PACW? Probably not. So let's let it maybe get flushed out. Let JP Morgan take these guys over or whoever's going to be waiting in line there, and then we'll work from there. So for me, I would say just slow down on trying to go long on these names. If anything, I feel like everything is a short. Like just since earnings, man, I mean, it was $12. I know some people here are buying calls, like just thinking that there was an upside chance. But look at this, $12 back on April 24th. $3 and change today. That's just been cut in half every single day since then. So I would say, is a halving possible again? Yes, it is. And this is not a Bitcoin halving. This is done because they have no idea what the valuation of this is. So for me, I'm staying away. I believe you already paid for shorts. I have yet to do that. Was there a price?
PACW I have.
Do you remember? Was it pretty aggressive or?
No, it was cheap.
Okay, well then, okay. So I'm okay. I'm gonna go pick some up then.
Yeah, generally speaking, I mean, if locates are really cheap, I don't remember the price because it was just so cheap relative to what the price of the stock is. So I want to say it was 2.5 cents, maybe something like that per share.
Either way.
Western Alliance was relatively strong compared to that group, but you can see the gap down. So this is the worst of the FRC. This got to like 750 on the wipeout, and then actually ended up holding. 26 was that support. Now it's underneath that. So, I mean, underneath that price, you can sort of see a bit of a breakdown. Like anybody that was kind of taking that consolidation YOLO long or like looking for the shot to fill in the gap, they're now underneath that support level. And I would imagine you could get some stops running at the open on this name. So 26 even, I would say, is that line in the sand. If it's not holding that price or above, maybe look below. They were, as of the earnings, I suppose, supposed to be a little bit stronger, at least in terms of their deposits. But right now, I'm just afraid that they're all going to fail. So it's got to be something really obvious with gigantic size in the bid or like a halt up situation after a couple of down halts to make me think about a long for these. But they've been there before. We saw that with FRC. That I think was a $3 level on FRC. It was absolutely free. I want to say free money, but it was, 5 to 8 million shares on the bid. It got right down to it and then bounced a quick 20% before you had time to even think about it. So I'd look for something like that if I'm chasing along. But I like PACW shorts. It's just a matter of where. Whether it's the $5 level on the way back in, again, that's another stop level that got run after the 9 level got run. It's either 5 or 7 on the way back to the upside, or successive halts and then play one of the halt bands for a tight stopped short trade. Not really thinking long, again, it's got to be a monster level, monster bid, something along those lines. I'm not really trying to guess at where the value is, where the bounces are going to happen technically. I'd rather just stick along in front of millions and millions of shares, and then at that point, at least you're only risking a small amount.
All right, let's talk about Qualcomm here. Back to the downside we go after their report misses pretty badly, in fact, right across the board, top and bottom lines. The forecast not good either. I was just checking this 104, 103, 104 area. You got to go back to November of last year, the last time QCOM was down this much, 7.25 again. Miss across the board, top and bottom line. The forecast weak as well for Qualcomm.
Net income falls 42% year over year. Ouch. They're trying to blame it on the weak demand in handsets, phone handsets, especially in China where it hasn't recovered, they're saying, and they don't see a good 2023 for handsets, according to them. Yeah,
long-term levels coming into play, though, this morning, guys. What do we do here with QCOM?
I want to fade it. It's already down close enough to that 100 level that I feel like it might need to bounce or something. So if you like, this is 102. Last volume spike bottom was in November, and that's a 102 level. 100 psychological. This is 107. So I'm kind of thinking like the 7 to 10 range, I suppose, is where if it gets into that zone, I'd be looking for, okay, it's trying to fill in the gap, look for a curl, slow down, and then once it tells me it's stopping, if it even bounces at all, then I'd look for the short. This always happens where I see this and I'm like, oh, but there's also maybe just shorting off of the opening range. And then I do that a lot of times, and when it's down this far, and I just end up taking a trade with a tight stop loss, and then I never look back at it because, you know, that was pretty much it, and then I missed a bigger one. So once it gets above 107, I'll be alerted to it and just be looking for a breakdown. Otherwise, it's a little bit too close to support to be interesting. Apple reports tonight. Obviously, they're down on sympathy towards this for obvious reasons, and was pretty weak in the afternoon relative to the overall market. Like, you could pull up a chart of Microsoft holding its channel after earnings at 304. A few other names that held some strength in the afternoon didn't break the lows. Apple was not one of them. It didn't just break the low yesterday at 69. It also broke that 167.5, which had been support after that big run up. We like last Thursday, that monster day. And the next day, we established support at 67. That just got broken down. So 67 is resistance for me on Apple. If there's a pop into that level, I think that's where you want to be selling. I feel like it's more likely that Apple gets to that price to short than Qualcomm gets to 107 to 110 area to short. I mean, I don't know. Well, maybe it bounces. I'll be on the offer of Qualcomm if it gets up to that 10. I'm not that optimistic that you'll get that price.
Look, the number one name on my sticky note today is Shopify, but it could be Qualcomm in my opinion also. I agree with Neil. I don't think it's going to bounce back up to the upside, but if it does, I definitely want to short this name. I mean, they're talking about concerns it might take longer for the smartphone industry to deplete excess supply. Like, that's not good. So they have excess supply and admitting it, so that's obviously not great. Expectations below on their revenues, not even close really. 8.1 billion to 8.9 versus 9.1. That's not great. Forecasted EPS, I'm just reading this off our watch list. 170 to 190 versus 216. How could you be impressed with this? I mean, it's gotten hit here on the daily chart, continues to go down. There's just so much bad rhetoric right now. I feel like anyways, in this market, you have the banks collapsing. We have Apple worries tonight, possibly, especially if they're going to talk about cell phone concerns right now. I think Apple will be fine, but for me, Qualcomm, I mean, you're starting to break down. I mean, that's why I zoomed back out before. You know, there's that 106, 107. This is why I'm trying to short if you get a pop up to there. But we also have this wick bottom down to 102, 103, and we're going to take that off the open. So I'm just going to be as patient as I can be with all this. But yeah, I'm also nervous. I've put it in order to sell pretty much 10 to 20% of all my tech names here off the open if it hits levels. I mean, I don't want to mark it off open or anything, but we're looking to sell Apple as well. And I know we're going to talk a lot about this, and I'm going to be in this name today. Whenever you come in and Apple's down 1.5% and the market's flat, that's not good. So I feel like there is a lot of fear here in Apple's report today, and not going to be good. My estimations for Apple. So let's wait to see where it goes. I still feel like Neil's 100% right there. I wrote down on Apple 167 short. I mean, it's just back into yesterday's close. You know, you'd have liked for Apple on earnings day to open up a little bit higher, but like, why is it down here? You know, Qualcomm hinting that there's possible issues. The NASDAQ's starting to head a little bit lower. I can't believe the NASDAQ is flat today. So, if I'm thinking that, then I think Apple goes a lot lower than where we are right now. So for me, Apple's a short 100%. I don't want to short it right off the open. It's already starting to go down. So I'm already a little nervous about what's happening here. So let's see if Apple can find a bid, and I want to be there for shorting it. So I got Apple and Qualcomm fresh on my mind.
Pretty impressive for Shopify. We'll have a look at day highs. Just got taken out there back to 56 for Shop, up 20%. A bit of a pullback coming in right now, but impressive to say the least. I mean, this headline comes through as well. They're going to cut 20% of their workforce, but beat top and bottom. Looks really good. Forecast better than expected as well for Shop.
Yeah, and employees are not the only thing they're cutting. They're getting rid of a lot of the companies they acquired over the years. They were trying to build up their own logistics company. They're getting rid of the like of Flexport, which includes another company called Deliver. They're getting rid of something called 6 River Systems, which is a warehouse robot maker. So they're slimming down. They're trying to focus back on the basics, Brendo, which is to help people who sell online with nice tools.
I was just trying to see here. I guess January was the last time we were up this high. To start the year, it was 56 was the high exactly. So big time levels as well, guys, here for Shop.
Yes, sir. I got my trade ideas chart up so you can see cleanly on the. This is a weekly chart, by the way, because I usually show 3-minute, 15-minute, and daily charts for you guys. But on the weekly, just so we can get a better look, we know how beaten up this name has been. This also split adjusts. That's the other reason. But you've been in an upward sort of bounce zone off of 25. You've now doubled that up. You can see what I like about this is purple is the 50 period. So it broke the 50 period, ran up to 55, came back in, bounced off the 50 period, grinds higher, breaks 50, and gapping through 50, and now trying to take out that 55 level. There is room on this bad boy to go. It's the 55 level if it goes. People talk about gaps filling all the time, all that other nonsense, but I'm not thinking any gaps fill totally. But the 55 level, if it holds the open, you could see a pretty explosive day for Shopify. It's just if it gets back underneath, it gets a little bit tricky because sometimes you get that false breakout and it's already up 19, 20%. You could be back at 51, 52 in an absolute hurry. So it needs to hold 55 at the open to be interesting to me. And even from there, this actually sets up for above that price, multi-day runs, multi-week runs, if it's going to hold about 55 even. I'm not going to get into the metrics and whether you think the valuation is right based on the fact that, quite frankly, they probably still won't make money and all that other good stuff. But that 55 sets up pretty decently on the longer term. That's why I wanted to be able to pull it up on the higher time frame. And again, ours isn't split adjusted. That's why I wanted to show it to you because my 200 period is all kind of skewed there. But they split adjust on trade ideas. That 55 is all I care about today.
All right. That's exactly right. I mean, we can go over here. I actually just tweeted that picture out there. Thanks, Fahad, or whoever made that picture. This is pretty sick. Me and Neil both saw that there on.
Great.
It was great. The bank. And this says my feelings today right here. So go find that. You could steal this picture, courtesy of Fahad. Thank you so much for getting that right there. I'm going to put that in the chat. I thought that was pretty cool. That's my feelings. But what is everyone else? I'm sure banks will be fine. Yeah, me too. Smoking Joe. All right, so let's go over there. I know that's just a tongue in cheek, but there's Shop by You. There's Shopify right here. Huge move and breaking out. Cuts and selling business assets plus a beat, looking long. Maybe we dipped to 51. I mean, I have no idea if we dipped to 51 or not. That was just maybe we dipped to 51. I don't have any bids out on this name. I am bullish today on this name, but bearish on the market. So it is going to be, whoa, wait a second. We did break 55. Okay.
Yeah, it did break.
Oh, it did break. So, all right. So we, again, we're writing the sticky note, obviously previously to coming on the show now. So, it was down to 54, bouncing off 55, trying to get up there. We've already broken. So, now this is support instead of resistance. So, you can almost go long now. But again, I'm trying to, why I say some of these levels, I just have a 200 period there, and I just let it sort of adjust, and it's not going to be a completely accurate 200 period because I don't chart everything, right? So, down here into this consolidation is where I was thinking, but now that we've broken 55, hit 56, and now it looks like it wants to hold 55, maybe a flush down into 53 gets us long. But again, I don't want to set this world on fire early. I just want to like make sure that the market goes, because sometimes when you're biased one way, and you can clearly see I'm tweeting out pictures of bears, like I don't normally do that, right? And it's just like, so, you know, here's key. I mean, there's Uber with the sell after a big move yesterday, still up high, so that's nice. We've called some good longs for sure, but I'm selling Microsoft today, Nvidia, Apple, Meta, they're all coming out. I'm selling that Meta Canadian CDR. Neil and I were talking about that. I actually looked into my account. I don't have any J&J left because I sold some at 125, and then I had an offer sitting there at 140, so I was able to get some out there. So my average price is kind of okay, like 133 where I got out of, so not the greatest price, but I'm happy with that. Put in an offer to sell Goldman at the open as well. And honestly, I'm in Shopify, and I might sell that. I just saw them right here. Oops, Shopify is a small bid right now up. So I like the name, but I am bearish on the day. So it's going to be tough for me to just, launch myself into a long off the open, but this is definitely a name. Qualcomm short, Shopify long. That's kind of where my mind is right here early. And then also I have on here, we'll wait for Kenvue to open up, which is going to be a monster move for not a move for J&J, but it's a nice move by them. Obviously getting talc out of the way. We saw a nice spike in J&J over the last 2 weeks, I guess, when that came out. Yeah, right down here, 152 up to 165 and sort of just hanging out. I've been long J&J for literally 25 years. So now we get a little bit of a spin-off into Kenvue. So they're still going to hold 91% of that. It's, I have it up over on the screen, KVUE. When this opens up, we'll take a couple hundred shares or whatever it's going to be. We're going to find out what the tap is. But right now, priced at $22, Kenvue going to open up with lots of excitement. They're ringing the bell at the NYSE today. I saw someone say that. So I'm talking about JD, I'm selling everything in my IRA, my long-term account. I don't have a swing account, really. I don't. I mean, I'll buy some shitty companies like Clover, watch those go down 98%, and then just keep them in that account, as well as marijuana stocks and things like that, has been well documented by my disdain for those names. But no, I'm talking about, like, I look back and honestly, like, I showed this to Sharif the other day. Like, I have a print of Meta, $99, and like, we all have these prints in our account. And I just think that if you don't get out something, you talked about selling some Eli Lilly,
Well, I hate myself for it because
who cares? I mean, the point
I
is,
sold it the day before the release of the results because I was, if I don't trim some of this and the results come bad, I'm going to hate myself.
That's what I'm getting at.
Also, Eli Lilly it turned into my fourth largest holding, which to me did not make sense.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like Eli Lilly should be my fourth largest holding, which was ridiculous. So I sold some and it went up 10%.
It's just like Nvidia's 90%. Like, some of these stocks are so far up that it's like, sure, you ride them all the way down. I mean, look, I was doing that. But now that we got to move back up to the upside, I just find like it's time to sell a little bit and then come back. I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen?
Also, we don't have IRAs. It's called an RRSP.
Yeah, RRSP.
We say IRA because that's what you guys have in the U.S., but it's an RRSP here.
It's a retirement fund.
We also have a TFSA, where I think most people, I don't want to speak for you, but most people tend to have their more active stuff a lot of times. If you're, you put that in your TFSA. It's a tax-free savings account. If you're Canadian and you don't have one of those, I strongly suggest you do your, read up on it. You should be using it as a vehicle. But that's neither here nor there. That's another topic. We only have 7 minutes to go here, and we haven't talked about something which has been strong this week. Brendan?
We'll jump down to Microsoft and Google here in a second. We were just talking about AI. But first of all, anyone watching Peloton out with earnings this morning as well. Just be aware the call is on right now. So some comments coming through from the CEO, currently Peloton down off of, actually the CFO and CEO making some comments. So Peloton down off of their report. So heads up on that. Both CEOs of Microsoft and Google going to be at the White House today to speak on AI. They're going to talk about regulatory possibilities as far as how they're going to manage this space as it continues to grow. But might be a nothing event, but worth a note.
There's money involved here too. The White House coming out and making an announcement in anticipation of this meeting, announcing a $140 million AI hub investment. Essentially what they're going to do is they're going to create 7 different AI research hubs around the country. They're going to fund them using various channels. But they also want some of the people participating in that basically agree to have their AI reviewed by like an FDA type body at the CyberCon what is it called? DEF CON cybersecurity conference. So it's going to be interesting to see how this model develops. Brendo, you and I were talking off camera about the similarities between drug development, maybe and AI development, and how there may be some corresponding similarities.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's going to come. It's just a matter of how and when as far as regulations are concerned. So maybe we get something from that today. But Google, I mean, not doing anything this morning, guys.
So we showed you guys Apple yesterday at the close, or at least the trend going into the close, and how it broke the bottom, broke the lows, made fresh lows, which is trending to the downside. On the other hand here, so Microsoft since its earnings, and I'm just sort of looking at the chart, like you have the big gap up, and you've held this consolidation at the top. Even in the face of some selling in the last few days, 304 has held. So as long as that's going to be the case, which at least for now it is, let me just snap that back into my trade ideas thing. Oh, this just came back. I got rid of you this wick. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Where the Fibonacci's at?
Where the fibs at? I don't know. So 304, it actually held at bottom several times in the afternoon. This is 3 o'clock. It was trending down. It was actually weak the whole time. Like it never broke the highs. Some few names did break some tops there. It never broke the highs, was trending down, but held 304. You have that 304 bid incoming right here. That's a pretty big line in the sand. If we do not hold this in the first 30 minutes, that opening rush, as I like to think about it, then Microsoft feels like it's a trend down type of day as the market looks weak. However, if we never break that low, 304 is the only support level. Well, not the only support level. One of the support levels that I can dig myself into. I don't want to be taking that long at 9:30, which so often just leads to it getting run over. And then you're coming back like 15 minutes later making a decision at a similar price after being 0 for 1 on the stock. So I'm going to give it some time here. It's the bottom from yesterday. It's also the consolidation bottom from the week. They're in softy.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a bunch of bottoms everywhere. I mean, Google bottom there at 104, 105, possibly coming into play as well. I didn't actually look at Microsoft today or Google, to be honest with you. I'm interested a little bit in Amazon if we can get some longs going on as well. But here's Google over the last little bit here. You could see just these. Why isn't that? I got to save my layout again. We're right into 105, which is where we were yesterday. But if you zoom back out, there is. Again, there's bad wicks, that's for sure. But right there's back into May 2nd, so just a couple days ago, actually, 2 days ago, you have that bottom of 104. So that's, that could be some support right there. Down $1 off the open would not surprise me. What's next on the docket here? Mullen? Oh, yeah, that should be fun. Okay, let's just go over to Amazon just real quick. Amazon's had a real nice move. We only have 3 minutes till open right now as I double check. Kat is behind us, and hopefully we'll be able to ring that bell. But, Amazon's been on a nice move. Whether or not we hold this level, I'm not sure. I'm not going long Amazon until we get down to 102, possibly 101.50. But again, Amazon up today in a negative market. So let's see if things hit off the open or where we're going from here. But so far, so good on the day. Let's go talk about Mullen.
All right, Mullen trying to hold up here after going 1 for 25 to start the day here, as we were talking about late in the day yesterday. So trying to hold 140 here. It did make an initial move from 170 back to 140, but I don't know. What do we think here as far as a trade for Mullen?
Well, I'm not sure about the trade, Brendo, but they released some new information with respect to pricing for some of their cars. It looks like the Class 1 EV cargo van, come to my screen if you're able to, will have a starting price of $34.5, and then the Class E3 is going to have $68,500. But look at this, Brendo. 19 EV cargo vans have been delivered to date.
Slow down.
Oh, baby.
Trade Ideas bringing you the rundown. As always, guys, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description. Bottom right-hand corner of the screen currently, if you're looking at the TV, obviously. Trader TV 20, shout out to Trade Ideas. Trader TV 20 gets you 20% off. What do we do with Mullen, guys?
So our charts don't split adjust, but I can just easily show you 8 cents was a pretty big back and forth level. That'll be $2 today. I always like to fade on a reverse split like this. I'm just looking for a place to be short on the stock. I really don't favor the long on it, to be honest with you. So that $2 level into 175, that would be that zone where it's a gap up. So you've already sort of seen it in the pre-market here. kind of be up there and already fade off of it. It's probably going to take a bit of a pop for me to look at the short. I do want to acknowledge Tesla for a quick second. Less than a minute to go before we get the open. Tesla 165 multiple times in the afternoon. It just rejected, and that has been a big one there on Tesla. So 15-minute can show you, yeah, there you go. There's 165 on Tesla. If this gets through, it's a long today for me if it breaks it, but I am going to short 165 just like I was offering it in the afternoon on Fed Day. So I'm actually going to put my order out there just like yesterday, just so I'm locked and loaded and ready to go and get my stop to cover me. We have Katrina on the bell on Thursday, post-Fed Day. Halted? May the 4th be with you. So there might be an issue. I'll get to that in a second. We got the bell coming in. We might have an issue with the halts on some stocks being inappropriate or incorrect. 4, 3, 2, and 1. They're graying out, but they're actually trading. It's New York stocks.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to. It doesn't even look right.
No, it doesn't look great.
Okay, so I'm going to stay away.
We have a bit of an issue on some New York
some of the New York
symbols.
stocks are grayed out here. So, that's Qualcomm.NQ here. So Qualcomm, this is a name that I said I'd want to look at here early. Let's wait to see what happens with it. Right now, Qualcomm trying to get back upside, it looks like, just temporarily. Right now, what was that?
PAC-W halt?
I don't know.
Huh?
Greg's trying to say something, but then I can't understand what he's saying.
No,
he's speaking.
PAC-W's
All right,
halted
it's back.
already?
It looks like it's fine now. Yeah, okay. So go ahead, Neil. Sorry.
No.
PAC-W. No, Shopify was grayed out in our system, so that was the panic for me there
already?
a little bit. But now Shopify is fine. So.
Oh, come on. I missed it then.
There it goes. What, PAC-W says tanking here?
I'm trying to. So
PAC-W halted.
It's halted in the
This
system.
is officially
But
halted.
it barely moved.
I think it just.
Okay, no, it's
It
fine.
barely moved on a halt there. This is bad news right there for PAC-W. So
I'm just going to confirm that it's a volatility halt. Just
Yep.
give me a second. I just got the 55 bid on Shop. I'll probably give it a little bit more room there, but I didn't get it at the open because we had that issue and I didn't want to execute when I wasn't sure what was going on with it.
Yep, exactly.
Trade halts here. Just going to quickly see PAC-W. It is volatility. So
it is, okay. So maybe just off open, it had a couple spikes there back and forth with a print, and we're going to have to wait for that. So, all right, just a quick position for me now. It's against me, but it's a starter position. This is what I mean, man. I said I'd let Qualcomm settle down, and I'm in it, and it's 9:31. So we're into Qualcomm right now, but we're in it very lightly. We're going to wait to see if it comes up to 105. That would be where I'd put on some shares, and then we're going to get the heck out if it does rip too far against us up to that 105 and change. So that's where we're going to wait for that. 104.75. If we can get up there, I'm going to take another fill. But for right now, we're short pretty small here on Qualcomm. Just waiting to see what happens with PAC-W. Kenvue about to open up as well. Shopify dancing around 55. Here comes Qualcomm right back up.
Yeah, so just going to get a stop set for Shop. It's in the opening range, actually holding 54 pretty nicely. We'll see how far it wants to go up. Apple's still at 165 doing nothing. Tesla actually coming back down to 161. I wanted to go over, if we could, just quickly, a Mullen here, because this one already heading, just bouncing off 150. If it gets to the upside, I am looking for that 175 fade, as Randy is over my shoulder, because that's what he does from time to time.
Yeah, the Randster.
What?
Yes, coffee, please.
Actually, please. Actually, yeah, I'll take one for sure.
Okay, so Qualcomm does not have much liquidity, by the way. So this is not your typical tech name, as like it just went to 105 and then it was like bang, right up there to 105.20. So we did get stopped out. We're going to hold it just a little bit more down to 105.50 or so. This is my own fault because I didn't realize how exactly violent Qualcomm was going to be right there. It was going up with very, very little liquidity anywhere on the level too. So we did get stopped out there, but now we're back into the money here. Let's take one fill up in the 50s if we can, because yeah, we need to sit on the bid in order for it to flush down, because if you're trying to like tape read or scalp this name right now, I just feel like it's very, very violent. The moves, it's on earnings. So if we take out, see, like right there, we were just in the money pretty good there. We could have got some out there at 104.50, but we didn't have a bid. We had a bid down there in the 30s. So here, see that? Like it was just 105.6 130 there or whatever. It went right down to 104 and change. So let's watch out for Qualcomm. That's on my mind. What's on yours?
So I got a little bit more into Shop. There was a keystroke because I was setting a stop order. I got out. I got back in at the same price effectively. I mean, I had 15s. I keystroked out flat and got back in at 8. So paid the spread a couple times. Just got some 55 half and looking for some 56s. If it continues to maybe dip by here, I think I'll give it back into this 55 half, 54 half to be adding to it. PAC-W is still halted. Apple, still watching Apple. Not really any kind of a movement to the upside here, so that 67 idea. We'll have to shelve it at least temporarily. Not a bit of a bounce up there. No bounce up, I should say. And AMD, forgot to mention AMD. I like the 84 fade, but I don't think we're going to see any kind of a spike that gets us that price level anytime soon. I thought we'd be getting PAC-W at least settling itself out at the open, and then we could trade a little bit of that. I'm not in Qualcomm, and I wanted to get to another name. It's a mover. Load. Wayfair. So the reason why Wayfair is interesting, not that I love the company or anything, but it has a 30-something% short interest, up 16%. It's making a run at the highs. Now we're getting up to 56 on Shop. That's going to go to the upside. We'll ring the register there. Yep. But Wayfair, watch out, 38. 30-something% short interest, beats on earnings, and quite frankly, doesn't matter if they're making money with that short interest. 38 breaks, and you've got a big move to the upside. But I'm only in Shopify as we speak. That 55, you've now cleared it on the daily. It just tapped 56 even. If it double taps 56 and pulls back in there, I want a price better than 55 on a reload. But if this carries through, it's about joining the trend back and continuing to add to that long on the way to 60.
650. Yeah, so there's been, first of all, we've one trade today, well, one name today, but a couple trades, and both not great. There goes Qualcomm, takes out 105.50, but, shoot. There comes right back down to the downside. Shopify starting to go upside as well. As there it is. Oh, man, let's try something small here on Qualcomm. Just shit. Now Qualcomm all the way back down. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so that's what's happening right now. We'll try. Oh, that's too bad. We just got stopped out on that. That's a little bit unfortunate here.
Amazon is.
Yeah, we knew Amazon would be flying a little bit today. I talked about that right before the bell, that this would be a name.
I mean, if Shop is going to be strong, Amazon's going to be strong. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And it was, well, I mean, that 102 it bounced off yesterday.
There. Oh, come on, Qualcomm. We could have made this.
By the way, PAC-W opened and halted almost immediately again.
Look at that, right to 106.
I don't think I'll be trading that until it calms down, because you can't, there's not even time to basically work into that position or anything you want to do there on PAC-W. Thank you very much, Randy. We always like to get that reload in there.
I'm upset.
You're going to need it.
Oh, Qualcomm is at 103.60.
Yeah, now it's flushing.
Are you kidding me?
So, okay, I'm going to just give me a second. I'm going to go to Wall here because this is actually staying open and still showing some signs of weakness underneath that 26 level. I paid for locates on PAC-W and not this, thinking I'd trade it, but this is actually setting up underneath that previous support. I'm gonna go and get locates on this so that I have the ability to even go both directions, which I can't do right now. Qualcomm, as you said, is already starting to come down. Apple's been doing so already.
Yeah,
that's the daily chart.
No,
now it's back at 65. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If we don't get 67, there's always that pre-market open play where if it can't break the pre-market highs, like that 165.40, this wick, I can't do anything about it. So 165, give it about $0.50, and then you're looking for a short into that 165.50. Market's dead flat here as we speak.
Yeah, no, damn it. I cannot look at Qualcomm because I'm going to lose my damn mind if I do that. So let's stay away from looking at Qualcomm too much. Apple's starting to go up. We'll give this the same love that Neil just mentioned there. Back up to that 165.50. If it breaks it, then we'll get out. But we're going to try to give some more love here to Apple as it's starting to go back up to the upside. As the NASDAQ is still red, but I guess it's bouncing, man. And it bounced off 13,050. So yeah, there is a potential here for this name, for the NASDAQ to keep on going back up to the upside. And remember, like, when you're the most bullish or bearish, I was tweeting out bears. That seems to be when you're the most wrong. So we've definitely understood that. Let's see what does happen here with Apple. Hopefully a downside move today. We'll take a little bit out. Our average price is right here at 7s, so we're coming back into O's. I don't want to necessarily be let's get out of everything on Apple here because I don't know where we're going right now, and I've already sort of discombobulated with that trade there by. Qualcomm, because look where Qualcomm is right now. Actually, it's a little bit
coming
back,
back a
right now,
little
so
bit.
that's
I
okay.
think there's a chance.
I feel better about myself all of a
I
sudden.
think there's a chance to maybe get back into
But Apple,
it.
we're actually printing pretty nicely on right now, so let's see what Apple can do.
I'm trying to add on Apple right now. So
You're short, right?
I got 22s, so halfway between 65 and 50, and I'll be my favorite number.
Math.
I just added to it at the evens. If this is like the pop and fade at the open, and again, these wicks are stupid, but that's 165, like 35, give it like to the half zone. Once you're underneath 165, start working it into the bottom. Let's see if that ends up working. I'll get my first bid out in a quick second. Oh, I have to hit accept for my pay for locates. Let's go to Sharif at the desk here as I actually confirm that I want WAL locates.
Yeah, Datadog had been moving in the pre-market on strong earnings, but that move continues after the bell. Look at this, from $70 we start the day, now just touching $75.88, up almost $6 after the bell.
Oh, this is so fun. If I was looking at Wall instead of PACW and pay for these locates, 26 was the price on this. Come to my screen for a second. 26 was the price. It wicked above 26 and then immediately set up a short, all while PACW was just halting twice and not letting you trade. So if you get a bounce here, I'll look to short back into this 26 level with a stop at that high of the day. Whether we get the price or not, who knows? Apple, that just finally filled.
We got an 80 print there.
Oh, look at that. Now there's a wick down at 162.
You got 162?
No, there's a wick down to 162. I just got a fill at 82 there, so I took back that first out. We'll see about the low of the day at 164, half or just in front of it. Try to get some out there. That's starting to work, continuing to work. Shopify is still flying. At this point, I'm looking for it to like reestablish like maybe a consolidation or maybe a dip. It was a 57 high, 56 high in the pre-market. So I'll give it some room to maybe consolidate at that level before looking to add back in. It was just a 55 long that we went for at that open. Kind of a mess because we had that issue with our quote right at the open, as a matter of fact. So PACW, it might open back up. We'll see what happens. Apparently, Neo's doing some things.
Good for you sticking with Shopify, man, because I got scared off that quote
I
issue.
just left the level 2 up, and I was like, no, hands off. When the quote issue happens,
it was down to 54. It was like
you can't trade it, though.
40. It was like, I know.
Yeah,
that's why. It was like, I'm not punching long.
Yeah.
And then it got back, and you got long, which was a great trade, of course. 56.30 right now for Shopify.
PACW's halting down again.
Again, what are the number one names on there? Yeah, PACW halted down. Okay, let's go.
Not yet. It's okay. It just resisted the halt band down, but opened up and immediately tested that halt band to the downside. We'll see. It's just this one's going to halt more often. I'm still trying to get into this wall.
Oh yeah, 330.
Do I need to get something in front of 25 is the real question here. I might just have to wet the beak in front of 25 even and try and work this short at a wider range because getting into PACW is not that easy.
KRE is also at 52-week lows, of course, with $36 on KRE. Shopify coming back down in through 56 now. We'll see if that can work. Not work. It's already working. It's a great trade. What I was thinking about was getting longer or long up, period, if Shopify does come back in. But we are really starting to spin some of this right now on Apple. I mean, we've got a big win right now on this name. So Apple, just keeps on bouncing off 70. So I shouldn't say a big win yet. Hopefully this will come to the downside. We were bearish today. And on earnings day, let's just short this and see where it goes. So we're going to short Apple now and try to stay in it till 165.50. That's like, I don't know. I'm not trying to hold this until the cows come home here. Hopefully later on this afternoon. Hopefully, if this market does go to the downside, we have a bull and a bear up here now. So just like the market, we are confused as to which way it's going to go. But I'm going to hold this Apple short. I'm looking at where we are right now. It's not. There's a lot of ticks here, but they're all profitable. So that 164.50, that's my next bid down there at 164.50. So if that can come through, we'll take that. But Apple, the trajectory, obviously after the last. I mean, it's not a smart move to sell today because you were just at 170 yesterday, but still, a little nerve-wracking here, holding these shares into earnings. So I'm going to play that rhetoric and think that we have some more downside right now as we wait. If anybody has any idea when Kenview is going to open up, please let me know because I do have a pending bid on that.
My order's out there, but that'll be like 1 o'clock or noon or something ridiculous.
Come on, man. Think about it a little more positively. Maybe it comes out
no, they won't.
A little bit earlier than that. I think you're right. Probably does not come out. All right. That was a call for Sharif, I believe.
I think so.
Yeah, guys, nothing really market moving here. Just the ECB's Christine Lagarde making comments currently right now. That could be market moving. One of the more bold statements, she says, I'm not making any commitment to cut rates at any point in time.
Okay.
Christine Lagarde is saying that's in Europe. Okay, so they're not going to be cutting rates anytime soon. Okay, well, the ECB is a completely different beast, obviously, than our Fed over here. I mean, they have European Union is, I mean, different countries having different situations, so they got to watch out for themselves. All right, so 325 for PAC-W and still making that move down.
24 is breaking on Western Alliance here. I did wet the beak. I grabbed some at 24.60s. I tried to get more. Look at this up and down it did at 25 even. So wick 26, then it did the same thing at 25. I tried to add. It's already flushing. Ooh, a little bit of a bid stepping in there at the 3/4 mark. So I'm just going to ring register here. Don't want to look any gift horses in the mouth on the way down to the low of the day. I ultimately felt like this was the stronger of the two. It just so happened that it wasn't halting every 2 seconds. It hasn't even halted once yet, whereas PAC-W did. So I was able to get into the short here on a setup at the open that actually made some sense. So I'm going to hang on to this. If I can rinse and repeat at 25, we'll go ahead and do it. I'm in the same Apple as Sean is, and you're still, Shop is holding up here. It's a decent consolidation now for that 56 level. This could set up again. 15 is not going to show you anything in my daily. Yeah, you can kind of see the 55 peak enough on the daily chart. Like, it's such a big breakout at this level. I just want to give it some room to really work. So I want to be patient with this. I do want to find a place to add, but the market, it's like adding on a long breakout play when the market is tanking. It just never feels right. It's like, yeah, I want to add buying higher on a stock when the market is tanking. It doesn't feel like it's the right thing. If the market starts bouncing, I'll be more aggressive thinking about where to add on Shopify.
Yeah, same thing on everything. I mean, I'm trying to right now literally get out of Apple, and it's not moving. I was trying to watch Qualcomm as well. We're getting back up to a nice little level here on QCOM, so that could be something to look at. I mean, I'd still like to see this thing bump even more. I was waiting at 106 to see about that 107 area there on QCOM. Okay, here comes Apple back
now
into
Apple's going.
Finally, so back into the 60s a little bit right now. We just took a 69er fill right there. I'm going to sit at 57 for some random reason.
I'm at 58.
There we go. Yes, sir. We both get it. So let's ring the register for Neil and I right there. Oh my God. Apple is finally coming down to the downside, and we've got a couple good positions on right there with Apple. So hopefully that can keep on heading down to that downside. And yeah, that's what we're doing, man. We're in Apple and we're short it right now, and it's the only name that I'm in. Looking for some more. We could check out Uber. Uber yesterday was. I love that Shopify trade. I wish I was in that, but we're not. So we're going to move on. Here's a pullback in Uber as well. Watch out for a possible 37 take. This was holding yesterday, I believe. Yep, right into there off the open. That's the long that we had. And then we had that dip buy there as well. We actually had it there, but not there. So we didn't have the second dip buy. If you're going to go short 37, watch out for 36.50 coming through on Uber. But yeah, this is a good level, man. 37. Did you say halt?
No. So Wall is halted, but it's not grayed out in our system, so that thing's happening again.
Oh, no.
So it's halted to the downside. That's not bad. I am short. It's just that, okay, I had to cancel this order because I don't want anything filling. I have an order out there. It's just when it's in our system, it's supposed to go gray in level 2. When it's halted, that's not happening. So the level 1 price is indicating pretty much flat. It's halted at 22.96, so nothing crazy is going to happen here. No indication. Usually on the New York stocks with that theoretical auction price. On the NASDAQ, we do get updates, and we can tell you where it looks like it's going to open. But it's halted down while PAC-W is actually still trading. And oddly enough, PAC-W is holding a bit of a bid here. Yeah, this is bouncing. If this ends up like bouncing up and halting up, I might be in a situation where Wall sort of bounces, even though it's in the money a couple bucks almost. It could easily bounce higher, especially if PAC-W stops its free fall. Now Shopify has gotten out of hand, so I guess I should have bought the dip at 56, despite the fact that the market was weak, because now it's absolutely churning. I like a 60 print on it overall as a top. 57.5 would make sense to get out here, but it gets bucking the trend. If the market bounces, this stock is gonzo. Like, it should just be off the rails. I don't want to ignore Wayfair. That's the other one. I feel like I got away from Wayfair, and that also broke out. Darn it. It's a short interest. That's the story here on Wayfair, large short interest. I want to say it's 30. I want to say it's like 35, 36%. It might actually even be more than that. I'll check it at some later point. Or you can go to the float checker and check that one yourself. But it's in the midst of a breakout. Very, very big spread on this. So I'm going to back off. I just noticed like a 20 to 30 cent spread at times here on Wayfair.
Oh, Wayfair, yeah.
So maybe look for a dip 36 where there's more liquidity. Yeah, that's thinner than I expected at this time.
The one thing about Wayfair is it has what you need. So that's the one thing.
Just what you need.
It doesn't have anything more than that. It has just what you need. So that's a good way there for Wayfair. We just covered some of Apple here in the 40s again. Nice move down to 57, 58. Neil and I talked about that, but here comes Apple into the 40s again. I'm going to put one more bid down there. I mean, I'm really impressed with this move here on Apple to the downside. Not impressed with Shopify for myself, but impressed that we were looking short on Apple, and then of course Qualcomm took my lunch early as well. And that happens every single damn time that I trade something too early on earnings. And then when will I learn? I'm like that kid that keeps touching the damn stove. What's up, Sharif?
First Horizon, guys, another one of the beat up names, down almost 40% with PacWest, but this one has an independent catalyst. Yes, this one was supposed to actually merge. There was an agreement to merge with TD. That's now been debunked. That's all over, as TD says that they're unlikely to get regulatory approval, but they will make a $200 million cash payment to First Horizon in addition to the $25 million it gave it already for the breakup fee. So some money coming First Horizon's way.
Come on, but that
doesn't seem.
You
good
said
for
a
TD,
$25 million breakup fee. 225. Okay,
Ouch.
thank you. Okay, 225 is more reasonable. I was like 25 million.
Yeah, that seems like
can't get away with that nonsense. That ain't ish. No, I mean breakup fees are pretty normal. When you pay on top of that, that's not as good. Seems like we might not be able to get any more of this app. Now it's just kind of It could be trend down. Yeah. I apologize for the wicks here, guys. It's just, you can see, like, wick to the top, wick to the bottom. I'll try to clean it up. But 165, overfills are good, but pre-market bottom 164.40 is holding, at least for now. Shop is pretty much gone. It's now just trailing stop territory because I didn't get the re-entry, which would have been back in here at 56. So I'm slapping a trail. I mean, 55 to 60, 57.5 is an area that if it can't hold that, we'll look to get out of it. But I'm going to short the pop in Apple here. Back once we get above at or above that 65, that's when I want to make sure I get my orders in to reload those shorts. Maybe we get some AMD. That never even failed at any point. I'm looking for a fade on AMD. Not sure we're going to get anything on the way back to the upside. Every single move that I wanted to fade a pop, AMD is coming here. Okay. I'm just going to, this is what I do. If I see all green candles and I'm offering, I'm going to cancel my offer.
What?
I liked this level at 84, like that top from yesterday. Go to the 15 minutes, show you even more why I like it. There we go, let's go to the 15. Previous bottom, bit of a double tap there. Wick to 85 earlier, but previous bottom at that 84 level. I mean, if it gets up there, I'm going to take my shot shorting AMD off those earnings. Yes, it's a nice bounce, but I always like those resistance zones that turn into, support that turns into resistance. That's what I see there on AMD. I didn't realize it was that strong. That probably means NVIDIA is making a charge too, I want to say. No, not really.
I got out of some NVIDIA there this morning, just at there, 276.
This chart too?
Okay. Okay, so, a trade, my number, actually, was it my number one stock? There was Meta and there was one other one yesterday. And Meta, we were shorting off 240 like it was candy yesterday. And that was such a great trade, man. Those shorts at 240 yesterday, like we had the short rate there on the FTC proposal, and then we had the short 3 times again, bang, 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 and then was able to cover it at the bottom. We held it all the way to the close and able to get some out here. A lot out in the 237 range as well. But here's Meta today. So if we're going to look at what did yesterday, and what it's doing today, I mean, you're within an earshot of that 234 again. I mean, sure you're at 235.50, but you already hit that down there at 234.75. So although you have a lot of wicks here, don't take these into consideration because that's the FTC proposal, and then rate once the Fed came out was right here at 2 o'clock, and we're already well below that. So I think a Meta short is good in this area, 237, 237.50, but I'm close to shorting it right now, as there goes NVIDIA back up to the upside here as well. So I got some out at 236 or 276, I talked about that, but right now, NVIDIA making that move back up. When you can see the minute chart here, just shot up from 276 up to 277, so NVIDIA is looking at that 278 level. I think I'm going to short, man. I'm going to short that 278. That was yesterday's close, right? So, yeah, right into there. I'm going to go short against 278, guys.
So that was fast. I just got quickly out. I'm going to show you why here. I just got quickly out and rang the register on Wall. double tapped the pre-market low was 22. Come to my chart, guys. Double tapped the pre-market 22 low here. If you can see, the second I saw that, and I'm going to show you very quickly, PAC-W, which I was watching out of the corner of my eye, PAC-W broke consolidation and broke higher. So I was watching that. I saw it at the low. I just hit bid enter, got out. I think I got 46. So the bottom was 22. I ended up getting like 46 out. So I just kind of crossed up and took what we get. Now it's halting to the upside. It's almost like PAC-W can be like the futures when trading this, but that was a pretty quick move in there. That's what happens. I'm now only in 2 stocks. I'm trailing. I'm moving. I'm just constantly moving my trail on Shopify because it's going to 60. That 56 I should have added even though the market was weak. Got in a couple times, but should have added when the market was weak there at 56. I didn't do it because the market was flushing. Now I'll regret that. I'm getting out in front of 60, and I keep moving my trail. At this point, every dollar it breaks or every 50 cents it breaks, I just move my trail up and trail underneath it by like 25 pennies or so as that continues to run. I think at some point it stops. And I just reloaded Apple. So with the market bouncing here, Apple just got a refill at that 65 level.
Yeah, okay. I mean, literally doing the same thing as you. We just reloaded that as well. I don't know. We have those ones printing again here on Apple, but it's not doing anything today. There's too much volume in it. It's 10 million shares. They're just sort of slapping those ones around right now. So I'm going to wait until 165.50 to really put on a trade. But here we go to the downside. I do have a bid in the 80s right now because we just reloaded this short a couple times. Let me see if I can zoom this back out for you. We actually have 3 or 4 fills right there. Wasn't sure how far we'd go up or down on that play, so we did refill a little bit more. I'm going to take a little bit more there. I just took some more at O's. Because, look, it goes down then stops. So I'm going to just give it to the high of the day there. We do have that 200 period looming at 50s. So that's where we're going to give it to. Hopefully, all we can do is hope sometimes. And, the market just has to react. We're below on the NASDAQ, the 50 period. I think that Apple has a chance to obviously head back up and continue to go higher. I mean, Apple's way down against the market today. So we just need what I think the rhetoric to happen here. Sell off Apple, sell the NASDAQ a little bit today. We've been right. I mean, when we were talking about bearish today, the NASDAQ was about, what, down 0.15, 13, something like that. And since the open, it's been pretty bearish down to the downside. So I think we're right on that, but we're not really paying ourselves out other than Apple because we did have Qualcomm early, and that didn't work. And now we're into Apple, which has worked. Apple's been fine, but we're dug into it again. And we could turn this trade into a losing trade if it does take out this 165.50. So here we go, Apple. Nice move to the upside. See, just ripping right now back up. And when they want to buy these names, we've stood in the way of Amazon before. We've stood in the way of Snapchat, Meta, all that. We don't. It's too early right now. It's only 10 o'clock. There's really no numbers coming up, but here goes Apple. Our stop's already in, so this will be an L, obviously, as we just take some more at 30 there. But let's just see if Apple can't retrace a little bit back down. Average price 22. Here it comes.
Yeah, it's starting to come back in there, but I just missed one. First things, I am trailed out of Shopify. I told you every single dollar it broke. I just trail it. So when it got underneath 59, I got out in the 80s. Apple's starting to come back in, but I just missed.
It's not coming in enough.
Well, it is. It's testing that 165.50 high,
yes,
and it's pulling back off it. So resistance is still in. Hit enter twice, Neil. There's 304 on Microsoft. That just bounced off the 304 even. It's hard to tell because of that wick, but it just hit the even and started to make a move to the upside. So I'm now playing off this. If I can get that the tight stop into the low of the day there, but I just kind of missed it. 303.89 is what I have as a low, so that's where I would stop out long on a retrace, but this is coming to the downside. I still like some ideas for the short side. I never got AMD. We already talked Apple, but AMD is still churning. I mean, I like 84, but at this point, it's like let it get to 84. This is like, it's super strong. There's not a red candle in sight on AMD. Just absolute moonshot. And yes, I did say Neo, and I meant to look at it and show it to you guys. It's back at that $8 level. $8 has been a pretty big one the last few weeks, or at least the last couple of weeks here. So this is the $8 level. It needs to break out. If it starts failing at 8, there's almost a short. I said this the other day when it was around here, that the short was, like I think it was on this day, the short was 8 to 8.10. And it just sort of fell apart and never got there. But my concern is going to be Apple about to stop out. So about to take the first L, which, I feel like it's at least going to be in the right spot. This is not, at least I'm in a name that I kind of liked. It was working. Yeah. I reloaded it. If this ends up failing, this was one I liked at that open. Not at 60, 67 didn't come in. Maybe that's the next price level we get. If we do, I'll work the shorts there after this stops out.
Yeah, we're going to get stopped out on Apple as well, as it's taking out that 50 level. So there it goes in just a matter of seconds, I feel like, there for Apple. But we do have a new
That was
position.
a refresher.
Yeah, it's not going to be refreshed too much. I mean, let's wait to see. We do have a new position. It's NVIDIA right here. We're just short at 75, and it's not really giving us any outs. So I don't know. We tried to get out some at 50 there. That didn't work. Maybe I'll put a bid at 60. The market is just so strong, and I don't want to stop out so early on this name. But again, we're fighting not a good fight right now because the shorts are not winning here, and I thought that they would today. So yeah, right now temporarily, I'd like to get a swoosh down here in NVIDIA. That would be nice into the 50s. Hopefully we could do that right there. 57 fill there or something. There it is. Okay, there's the flush down here. Hopefully temporary on the market. This move up, and we'll be able to hold some of this back and get a little bit more out. Apple's retracing a little bit off that, but here comes NVIDIA, and again, man, we're going to take some profit down into the 30s. Yes, sir. We will take this out just for a little bit of profit as it comes back in. So here we go. That now comes right back up, but that's not a horrible trade there for NVIDIA. You know, we're risking 50 cents up to 278. Let's see if we can hold this and make this one a really good winner here as NVIDIA making a move up. What about AMD? AMD slowed down a little bit as well, so hopefully we do have a temporary top here in NVIDIA, but here comes Apple a little bit. I'm going to take some risk off.
Yeah, just to show you guys, Shopify actually pulled back about $1 here. Apple's starting to come make it. You already showed it, so I'm also taking some risk off there. It looks like we blew through, or not quite yet through my stop, but through the lows. I'm a few pennies lower on Apple there. Not Apple, on Microsoft, as Apple's starting to come back in. But PAC-W is what's got my attention again, because it just blew back up without halting into $4. So if it resists at 4 even, now I'm watching both of these at the same time. I'm watching PAC-W in one level too, and then I'm watching Wall actually show lots of signs of weakness down here. So if we don't break 4, Western Alliance is setting up for a short off this previous high, like that 24.50 level. That could be the next play, and it looks like you're running into resistance on PAC-W at the same time.
Yeah, okay, so finally, man, spin it. Like, here we go. Finally, Apple, Neil. We were literally 2 pennies away from getting, if you had the same
There was a
stop as me.
refresher at 50.
So it actually hit 50.
It hit 50, and it was like there was no size on the level. It was all like 300, 400, like 100 share lots, like not big lots. And then it would hit it, take it all out, and then it refreshed.
Oh, man.
For like those small amounts, and then it came down 10 cents off of that.
Are we counting our blessings here then? I mean,
we got lucky that there was a seller at an obvious price. That's what I think happened. But it happens at a key price.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it's 10 o'clock. Let's go to Sharif for happening now.
Sir.
Hey guys, happening now, brought to you by Masterworks. Masterworks returned over $25 million to their investors last year by allowing you to invest in a real asset that rose 29% in 2022. Fine art. Masterworks paintings are all SEC qualified, and each of their 12 exits to date has returned at least 9% net to investors. Check them out using the QR code below on the bottom right of their screen. All right, guys, let's see how markets are faring. We are down. Let's have a look at this board. We are down here on the NQ 0.45%. The ES not faring better, down 0.2%. The Dow also taking it on the chin, 0.75 point to the downside. The S&P, yep, that's the one that I was looking at earlier for relative weakness, but it looks like the NQ is right there with it. Toronto staying positive, up 0.25%. See what's happening now, guys. Banks, all the rave. You saw Wall, FHN, PAC-W, they're all trending to the downside. Here's a look at the FHN chart, down 36.5%. We talked about this one having a secular headline with the dissolution of its merger agreement with TD. Shop has been an absolute beast. It's been up and to the right. A monster day for the Canadian giant on the back of solid earnings. Look at that chart, 59.31 the high. We started off the day right at that 46 area, up over 20, is that 26.5%? Wowzers. And AMD, a secular move in the chips today, solid, sold off badly, after earnings 1 week ago on bad guidance, but today, solid day, was up over 2%, now up 1 3/4.
Yes, sir. And you know what? Since Sharif brought the news on TD, or that story on TD, I should say, look at it. It was doing nothing. It was at $61, and yeah, it's just sort of trending to the downside. Like, it broke 50 cents down. It's 3 red candles in a row. It's only going to the downside. Oh, I just got wicked out of Softy. I don't like that out at like 1 bit. And when I say wick, my stop legitimately got run. I'm not saying it didn't get run. It legitimately got run. That means it broke the low of the day there, but it basically went a few cents lower and then recovered. When that happens, I jump into the long on a trade. I go right back in where I can get it. Again, I can't do too much about that wick. It's ugly and almost nothing I can do, but I'm going to get some out in front of VWAP, which also happens to be 305. So we'll get an offer out there just to be locked and loaded. I'll have to zoom in really far to be able to make this make sense. But that's at 304. Now a bit of a bottom in there. Apple's going to be under pressure once again. And I just saw in the chat that Top is making moves, because obviously Top is making moves. Also this ALLO, which a lot of people have been mentioning, Allogene, up about 12%. This is making a run.
Why are we short the wrong
I'm not
names
sure
again?
the float on this silly thing, but I shouldn't say silly thing on this name, but $6 breakout. The volume is not that great. It's only 500,000, so it would be my no-fly zone for trading until it makes some kind of a big volume spike and liquidity gets better. But a decent run and definitely a decent break. You can see consolidation at the 50 period. Not that terrible of a breakout at that 6 even. Just wanted to acknowledge that one moving. And yes, Datadog is pretty impressive as well. We were looking at Shopify earlier. That's backing off a couple of bucks, but Datadog here, it is pretty much at, like 78 is the obvious resistance level. I'm not saying I want to fade it at 78, but that's the first place I'd look to even try to buck this trend. 16% on Datadog. The cloud names, some of them bad, some of them good. It's just you got to pick the right ones.
Oh, man.
Here comes Apple again.
I don't, I'm brave enough to take any stock anytime, but I'm not smart enough to figure out which one. I'm getting so frustrated here because I look at Apple and it's straight up, and we've been making money. We're net positive on it. It's great. And we're going to be fine on Apple. There's no doubt about that. NVIDIA's a great trade as well. Obviously, Qualcomm, we shorted that too early. But just to have said, why not just go short Meta instead? Meta, I'd be $1 in the money. We all would be if we had just shorted that name instead of Apple. So I don't know, man. Apple was weaker. This is something that I got to get better on, and I understand that. Trying to make sure that there it is, Apple's out. Trying to make sure that we pick the right stocks. I'm still holding a little bit. Trying to pick the right stocks at the right time, and that's. It's tough for me to do that early, it seems like. So that's something that I need to work on, and we acknowledge that for sure. But if someone can help me with that, I'd love to do that. But okay, so right there, maybe
it ain't
it's just
easy being cheesy.
It ain't easy being cheesy, that's for sure. With my arms so breezy, that's another thing. But the one. As Apple retraces back down, we did that whole quarter thing, so we're still holding a quarter of it. But NVIDIA, for example, up to 278, we're pretty patient with that one, but it's not even going down either. So I feel like we're doing pretty good here, but not great on our stock selection as of late. So let's just try to be specific with it. Our sticky note is freaking hot fire, man. We have Shopify on that one. We have the Kenview on there. Neil's got Shopify. What a great trade. I got to give a big shout out to Max, who is the leader of the pack behind us right now, grabbing that Shopify. So shout out to Max as well. But wow, great move there on Shop, and just wish we had that and just followed our own little talk there. There goes NVIDIA, see, straight up to the upside. The good thing about NVIDIA is that it didn't stop me out there. So I don't know how. See, this is what I mean. Why didn't that stop me out? So yeah, all right. Sometimes those things don't work, but I'm gonna get out of NVIDIA now.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
It didn't work there.
There's a new key. There's a new key that we have for stops. It allows you. It's the one we keep talking about. It allows you to get out 25%, 50%, 75%, or total position automatically, and you don't have to worry about resetting your orders. I actually have I don't like even dollar stops. What ends up happening is you lose a few extra pennies, which sometimes is not a good thing, but other times it runs that level. And when I see a refresher at 50. I put my stop at like 55 or 57 or something along those lines. This is still a strong name, but it actually ran the stops. I'm talking about Apple, by the way. It ran the stops, now it's coming back in, but it's not even getting back into the 20s. Well, I'm just going to start getting out when it gets into VWAP. And as a matter of fact, there's a quarter bid. I'm going to get some out on that quarter bid because, quite frankly, if someone starts showing up on the bid strong on Apple, I'm just going to take everything I can. And if it ends up closer to a flat trade, the reload, then so be it, because this has proven to be a little bit stronger of a name than I was anticipating. On the other side of things, Microsoft, that 304 bounce, I did lose the first time. It ran the stop at the bottom. I got back in when it was a wick stop. I got some out at VWAP there. Now I'm looking for the highs around that 306 area. I'll get rid of those when I get a chance. Some of those wicks are a little bit nasty. AMD, never got into it. It's now bouncing again. Looks like it could challenge that 84. So, 84 is the level I like. I've been waiting for it to get there because, quite frankly, if something is strong and trending, there's no point being aggressive getting into the short. If you're looking for a short at a key resistance level, just let it get there. I mean, it seems like it wants to get there, and I'm looking for the short. I'm going to let it get there. Coinbase, I did not mention this, but yesterday I liked the 52 short. If it somehow manages to miraculously get itself to 52, that would be a trade. However, things have changed. The 50 level, certainly decent resistance. What I would be concerned about, though, is wipeout bottom beneath yesterday's low, double bottom off there in a recovery. So it could get a little bullish, at least in the short term, after trapping shorts underneath 48.25. If it's going to trap shorts up there, let it get to 50 even. Don't short it at 48.80, which I'm not going to. Not going to short it at 49. Not going to short it at 49.20. I'm going to wait for it to get tight to 50 because that's a bit of a trap. It's trap shorts at the bottom, so I'll wait till a lot of them are out.
Yeah, so we did we averaged back into Apple here in case we definitely made that top wick there. So we'll have to wait to see. And I do see what you guys are talking about now. It's supposed to throw out a NASDAQ market scan order. So I don't know what's going on with that order type. I thought I solved it, but I did not. So I'm going to have to figure that out. I do not trust it anymore. So, all right, Microsoft right now. That was a name that, I'd like to get short now, soon. 305.50 as Microsoft is retracing back up into 306. Did we just get that? No, we did not. Apple's ripping up. Microsoft's taking out some of these highs, so this could be a disaster waiting to happen here if it continues to make this march up. But right now for Microsoft, I'm waiting at maybe we're waiting a little bit too much. I'm waiting at 305.50 right now. It's right there right now. What I meant by waiting too much, I lower my default a little bit here because the way it just screamed to the upside. Let's see now what it wants to do. We'll short it right there at, what was my price there? 33s. So a little bit of a lesser position on again for us there as it just came up into the 200 period. That's why we're waiting at 50. But it's just like this just marched up basically $1.50 in 10 minutes. So nice move up there for Microsoft. We did get Apple, but we only got a little bit. We got touched a little bit right there at 45, not the full piece, but we did get a little bit up there, so that gave me a better average price. Right now our average price is 32 on Apple. So basically flat. We're going to get more at 45 if that comes through, and then right there let's take advantage of a little bit here on Microsoft and ring the register because that's a pretty awesome trade. If we can go short at 33 and then get out at 90s in 40 seconds, then we will do that. So it's a nice 50-cent win quickly there on Softy. If I was waiting at 305.50. If I don't get a little aggressive there, then I'd miss that fill anyway. So even though it's less shares, I'm still pretty happy with it. And by the way, Apple, yeah, one last chance here, and there it goes, man, right back up to the top side. So we wrong on that for Apple.
I just had to manually punch
that order did not work again?
Yeah, it was only 3 cents difference, but I had level 2 up. So I'm always going to have a level 2 up if I'm in the position on the stock so that no matter what, even if I have a stop order on it, like I see it, I'm like, it's at the price, did that stop me out? No, it didn't. I just punch out, I got 3 cents difference. That can actually end up being more than that though. That's the thing. Like if that doesn't work.
That's a great fill.
It's a great fill because it's only 3 cents worse than what I was hoping on getting. So I'm probably going to use a different stop like you just said there. I'm still holding
So it did miss for you? Or
I'll look into why it didn't.
Okay. But you did have it out as a question.
I did. There's always a chance that I keystroke there to my own stop.
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
I always acknowledge, usually I say fault is with myself, but I execute first and ask questions later. So in that moment, this is a good advice for traders because, quite frankly, I've seen this happen many, many times. Someone screws something up as a prop trader, and maybe it's like at the close, now they're stuck in an aftermarket position they're not supposed to be in.
We never blame ourselves.
And the first thing they think about is, hey, what just happened there? And they're looking at their order log. Get out first and then worry about what just happened. Always do that. So if you make a mistake, get out first and worry about it later. Market's starting to come back in. Pack W, by the way, I missed the wall short. That rejected 4 even. Western Alliance, obviously I was looking for that short on the Pack W weakness. That just broke the low of the day at 22 and is now at 21. Flushing to the downside, that one is. And Coin, which I just said I was going to be patient waiting for it to get up. It's still at that 49 even as Pack W halts to the downside. These are getting pretty ugly. They tried to just bounce, and both of them now rolling back over again. It might not be a good day for these if they head back down and break these lows.
Might not be a good day?
Okay, well, okay.
I think their day is already...
yeah, I was trying to be...
Yeah, you're trying to be
Obviously,
nice.
it's terrible.
Trying to be nice.
Yeah, it's nothing good.
Okay, so here comes Microsoft. I mean, this is honestly, man, I wish this was Apple, of course, here, but it's not. So Microsoft, again, just picking the wrong names, like, whatever. There's a dollar. I have so many more shares of Apple than I do of Microsoft. It's stupid, but I don't know how to tell which stocks are going to do that. I mean, we just shorted. I mean, I'm trying to get out of Apple now because obviously I don't have a good read on it. But Microsoft, right there, there's Apple. Just see, there it goes. So we just turned red on Apple after
that stock is
being pretty hot fire there.
It doesn't make as much sense.
It doesn't. But Microsoft again. We short Apple, we short Microsoft. We take $1 on Microsoft right there. Oh, that Apple's frustrating because we do like that short, and we'll have to come back into it. I'm just going to edit this wick out there. That's back to 938. So I just don't.
How?
It's hard for me to see the levels. There it is. There 289. Let's put a 305. 50 fill, and then we'll be able to see this a little bit better for us right there on Microsoft. See, there we go. Now it makes a little bit more sense. So there you go, Microsoft all the way to the downside. We just took an out and out. We're still in the third of this. What's up, Sharif? Apple can.
Chinese ADR is decidedly strong today, guys. Not seeing a specific catalyst. You have Baidu up 3 1/3, PDD up 2 1/4, Baba almost up 1 2/3. You got the likes of JD up 3%. So a lot of names here in the Chinese ADR world. Maybe a retracement off an aggressive sell-off?
Don't crash.
Maybe it's Amazon is the one, man.
Okay, you see me, I just got out of Microsoft. What just happened? I tried to get rid of this wick.
You were Microsoft as well?
I had the 304 long.
Oh, long.
I've had the 304 long like 3 times here. The first time lost. The second time it got to VWAP up there at 305 even. Again, that wick's just there. Every time I get rid of it, it just comes back. I got to reload, and it just popped back in and rejected at like 55, 60. So I'm now out of it. That's a lower high. I mean, you guys can probably tell that it's a lower high anyways. Tesla just bounced off 160. Oh, my goodness. As I was getting out of that Microsoft and that last little bounce, the 04 long, there goes Tesla at 160. So probably missed any chance at that play. I'm canceling my 165. I don't really have too much of a need to have that one in there at this particular point. So it's 10:15. I don't usually find myself flat on the day at this time, but I am. So I'm going to be a little bit patient with it. I kind of know what I like. Whether it's AMD 84, I don't think we get that again. Apple is going to be out of the window. Qualcomm might have settled down, but it's still grinding higher. So my zone was like 107 to 110 on this thing. It's got a lot of room before it gets there. Wall and PAC-W
Apple didn't
are both still kind of heading to the downside. PAC-W's halted down. WAL is still trending down. I don't really see a setup unless it gives me fills 20, like above 22. Like I'd be looking short into 23 because that's that halt top was 22.85. Like I'd be looking shorts at the 50 range, 22.50 that is, if I'm going to get back into WAL.
Yeah, this is that stop missed again. So yeah, it's time to stop using that order.
I'm not using that key anymore.
No, neither am I.
I'm not using it.
Okay, so I was just talking about it there to myself a little bit. All right, so we have a new position though. That Apple's we don't have many shares. I was just going back and forth with it there. I don't know. Amazon at 104. We'll try it temporarily here, but I don't know what this market wants to do. It's not doing anything. Like again, we called bear market. We're right about the bear, but we're not. It's not really giving us any of those loves right now or those feels here for a bearish market. That's for sure. The market's coming to the downside, but are these names going to the downside? I mean, now Amazon's trying to break lower, which is nice. We still have some Apple on board right now, and then Microsoft is the big winner right now with $1.30 in the money and still going to the downside. This is only on like a third of a position, so that part sucks because we're waiting for 305.50. Didn't come, so I just punched 30s and then put another order at 50, but there you go again. Not making that move is Microsoft to the upside, now coming back down. There goes Amazon back down, so we're still holding 25%. See, the order worked that time, like as if. So now, there goes Amazon. We tried it. Small hit on that one off 104, but now the market's really tracing down. I'm going to get out of the rest of this, possibly flip short on Amazon.
Yeah, it's like, with the market breaking lows, we just got to 106 on QCOM. I almost feel like if 07 was a zone, I might wet the old beak here. I got wall finally, but it wasn't where I thought. It was it halting down. So I'm now short into the halt. Well, I got the halt price, like 59 was that's it can't print any different from that. So I did get a piece in here, another halt to the downside, but I am going to try and get this Qualcomm and just maybe baby it around that 106 level. We'll see if we get it or not. Market is flushing. Pac W, by the way, is also halted down. It's not just wall. They're both halted, not looking very good. I don't want to ignore, like, how strong is. Like, Shop's still holding, but you know what? That's a lower high on Shopify. This might be double topping here up at 59 even. It didn't get to 60, but this is starting to look like it wants to make me pull back into VWAP. It could pick up support at VWAP if it's still bullish, but if we're going to get a VWAP retrace, I do want to be short the 59 into the high of the day.
I'm going to let Microsoft just roll. I mean, it's doing what it's doing right now.
Let it do what it do.
Do what it do. Yeah, so I'm I don't know, getting frustrated, obviously, if you can tell. But now I'm gonna go. Amazon broke that level right here of 104.
Can I just say something though?
Go ahead.
I'll tell you this right now. We've been both doing this for 2 decades, and I'll be honest with you guys. The most frustrating things a lot of times, it has nothing to do with making wins or losses. It's A, not following plan, or B, when something you expect to work doesn't work, right? So when you get used to 99.9% of the time something works, that 0.1. It's tricky. And I know for myself, like changing on the fly the stop key that you're using when you've been using it for a while, it's like muscle memory. And I've made that mistake before. But anyways, I'm just getting that one off my chest because it's a good point. And sometimes what you can do in a situation like that is just back off. No, I'm just saying it because I thought of it right now. Trust me, I've been in that spot like where suddenly it's like a key's not down for us, and it's like my primary key, and then all of a sudden I'm making keystroke errors all over the place because I have to use something else. I usually try to back off of it. That said, I got to wet my beak on this Shop. Shop's moving really, really, like the spread on this is even like a few cents at a time. So I got to think in terms of not pennies and maybe like 10, 15 cent moves and just get in a piece of it here at the 60s. If I'm giving it to the high of the day, I'm going to need to get in pieces if I'm going to short this to the high. I just like what's happening here, stair-stepping it, maybe giving me one shot. The trend is to the upside. I don't want to give it all back, but I'm going to take my shot.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I mean, I haven't really made keystroke errors other than what Neil's been talking about. They're switching up some of the strategies and how we're getting in and out of things, stuff like that. But hey, that's exactly what Neil said, man, on the fly. This is what we're doing. This is live.
It's live,
for you guys. Yeah. So just as you guys sometimes, you hit your key, why didn't that fill? And you're getting all mad and everything like that. We are trying to keep our composure here live on the show, of course. But I'm not frustrated with anything. I think it's been going fine today. I'm more frustrated with what Neil said, where it's like we've been, hitting the short. It seems like it's right, and then you see other names going down, and then of course the name that goes the furthest, you have the least amount of shares on, and it's just like, so that's what I'm doing right now. But we're printing a little bit right now, so let's hit that damn siren. As that's the other thing, man. Have that fortitude to say F you, market, because I'm here and I'm the one, making the money, and not you. But the market never. The market always makes money. Well, so that strategy is fine, and you can pump yourself up with that. But honestly, stay disciplined and stay humble to your strategies. And I think that's the big thing. Like, you don't want to look back and be like, oh my God, Max is absolutely destroying this. I'm going to hop on the exact same name and do the exact same thing he's doing. You gotta.
It'll be too late by that point.
That's the thing. You got to stick with what you're doing, and you got to make sure that you're the one. So what's up to everybody there in the chat? Thank you for once again joining the best show on YouTube, regardless of content. And it's the reason why it's one of the best shows is because of the man, the myth, the legend. We have the professor himself on the big desk. So let's throw it over to the man in blue.
I'll take that. Thanks, Sean. All right, guys, small cap recap. We're moving here on NNOX. Look at this, 1345 high. This one started off the day at 1067. But this one is a continuation play. Have a look at the daily on this one. We really got going here May 1st, I should say, off that $6 area. Finished off the day right around 11.25, and today continues up. But we're going to run into resistance. You have to assume here 14, 15, and then at 16, and then after that, it's kind of a blue sky setup going back away. So NNOX looking good. There are a couple of other names here. Okay, I think we'll send it back to the guys because something's going on.
Western Alliance is bankrupt.
Western Alliance just halted down at 16.19.
Is that what you're questioning about?
No,
so Western Alliance right now has hired advisors to explore its options, weighing the sale of its assets or part of the business.
This is not good.
Deuces to WAL, man.
That's not good.
That is the end of the day for Western Alliance. And,
I'm not even celebrating.
That's it. No, there's nothing to celebrate. You're short.
I'm short the halt at 20, but at the same time,
that's the right play to be short.
We were just talking about this yesterday. How many people did you hear the banking sector, blah 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 blah? It's like all of that reassurance, and I get it. We said this before.
Yep.
They can't say you can't shake confidence in the banking sector, so they can never tell you how it is because, quite frankly, to be honest, in some situations, might be to scare people. But it doesn't matter because at this point, this is it's the second one in a row. Wall, it's halted to the downside. PAC-W's halted at 305, by the way. So I didn't realize that news. Yeah. I just saw it at $16 and punched out half.
Yeah.
Because I didn't understand why it was going $5 down or whatever it was. So I just punched out half. And now PAC-W's halted to the downside.
So that's why everyone's excited. There's traders behind us like yourself
obviously,
that have that trade on. So congratulations to everybody behind us that have that.
Insane.
I'm not trying to throw cold water on anything, but watch where it opens up.
Just be careful.
Be careful because it's already down a lot. For me, maybe put a market on open order.
I'm putting a limit on open order.
Exactly, something like that so that you do get out if it does open up. But you know what? Thank you, Amazon, because I needed that, man. Amazon with a huge move to the downside right now, starting to break below that 104. We tried the 104 long. It gave us the finger, and then all of a sudden now we gave it back, and now Amazon's coming back down to that downside right there. So nice positive name for me here. Amazon really, really printing out on that one, so I'm pretty proud of reversing that. Proud. Okay, 303.50. Hopefully Microsoft, again, another issue here with these wicks, but I'm looking for this to break even lower right now. This is honestly, look at this. Why did we tweet out the best picture that I've ever seen? No, it's not true, but a great picture right there of this bear literally taking money out of Western Alliance right here. So there's that bear. Is this Jerome? Who's under that costume right now? But you're going to see right here that, that's what we talked about today. And ever since, man, I'm just going to switch over and trade the futures maybe. It's been a straight downside move as I sit here and try to pick tops and bottoms on stocks. If we just went short on the futures, when we were tweeting this stuff out, we would have been laughing. So we're not that, but we're just going to continue to watch out. I mean, my specialty is in equities. So we just talked about staying in your lane and stuff like that. So make sure that you do that. But right now we're taking out some more of Amazon as it's coming in. Again, we did see a nice little level there of 103.50 for Amazon. So that's going to come into play one more time there, and then the downside move of 103, looking to see if we can get some buy pressure there. But that bottom of 103.30, one more bid there, then we'll see if we can hold the rest. We don't like Amazon, not a great quarter, but let's get another piece out here because, again, it's been a little bit of a topsy-turvy day for me. So we'll have to ring registers when registers need to be rung.
Exactly. I like that saying. We need to ring registers when registers need to be rung, because that's what I'm going to do here as the flush is on. Coin, we allowed it to travel to 50. It actually got to 49.85 or something like that, so pretty close. I got the short on the way back, and you can see it topped out, wick topped, and then consolidations at 49.50. Ooh, that halt issue might have resolved itself because now Wall's grayed out, so that might be better. Wall's indicated tap is $13. So I'm just going to adjust my limit order, obviously, as that's continuing to head down. But I'm looking for the lows here on coin. It double bottomed here at 47.80, but the higher low is 48.30. If it hangs on to that per yesterday's low, that's also this this consolidation here was at yesterday's low. So if it hangs on to this, I probably need to get out at VWAP. If it breaks all the way down, I'm looking for the low of the day. But this market's coming off. I got Shopify short. This one's heading back into VWAP. We're looking for a VWAP or trace. Shopify's strong. I don't know that I love this for anything more than the VWAP or trace. I feel like Coinbase is more that you can hold on to it as far as it'll go. And then we'll see what happens with Wall. I really don't have a target for this. I don't know where it's going to go at this particular point. As I mentioned, it's indicating an open at $13. if it opens there and tries to halt up, I'll probably just make sure that I immediately throw a stop so I trail it to like 15 or something like that. I don't want to necessarily give it up, but already halted to the downside a couple of times, and this one getting ugly is obviously they're having some big issues with some of these regional banks.
Yeah. Some big issues there for sure. Great trade. Be shorting that one. So congratulations everybody that's holding. But I guess it's. Oh, did you check the status?
So
because
I did not do that.
It is a volatility hold out assume, but there's also tons of news.
Sometimes.
So.
Yeah, here we go. Just double check. You can always go to NASDAQ Trader. Just open back up.
Oh, did it open up?
Open back up. Looks like it wants to halt at 1378.
Wow.
So I'm just going to put a stop out underneath here. I don't want to take it here, so I'm just going to put a stop just in case it doesn't hold here.
Yeah, I mean, just put a bid at 0, I think, for WAL, and you'll probably be okay. On that one, PAC-W also open. So Amazon went all the way down into the 40s there, so we were able to get some more out on that one. We're going to talk about the regionals. I mean, what I'm doing here doesn't really matter. But right now, well, it matters to me. But Apple down there to 165. We got some fills as it came right all the way back to VWAP. But yeah, PAC-W apparently now open. I'm hearing Sharif mention that. Yeah, so this is going to halt down as well. Just look at this, just chasing it down, chasing it down, chasing it down, chasing it down. What's the next thing I'm going to say? Chasing it down, gone.
It's getting ugly.
It just got out there. Now there it is. Does not go back up, even though the chaser's gone. So yeah, PAC-W right now 284, 285, and not doing anything. You're still in Western Alliance, which is fantastic, and you can see that that one's still halted. Watch out. This might halt up. No, it's not just going to halt, period, actually, right now. As 81, you're in a halt state. No, there, they took it out. All right, you watch out, Neil. I don't know, because PAC-W is trying to, I mean, it's at the low of the day.
Yeah, I have PAC-W up,
okay,
so
good, yeah.
I'm watching that. I have 2 level 2s for PAC-W and wall up here. You guys can't really see that view, I suppose. I sort of my charts, and I have level 2s up, and then I've got Coinbase, which I'm obviously in, and I got Shopify, which I'm, those are the ones I'm watching right now. I always have charts for everything that I'm in. Even though we only show you guys like one screen, and then I have level 2s for everything. So I'm watching PAC-W, and I have not taken my eyes off that when I've been trading wall. I just don't see a reason to panic out of this. I think after this halt, I'll go to the 3 minutes so you can see a bit better. After this other halt down, I almost certainly am going to take something out on the next reopen. I would expect you could see a push. Look, this is $8. That's where it got to on the worst of the FRC. I'm not really I would expect you'd see some bids in there at that $8 level. So I know I want to get out somewhere in the next open to be sure, and then maybe hold the rest for that 8 even. Let's see how far it can go. Just kind of let it run to the downside. This isn't fantastic for the overall market, I don't think, for confidence. I know everyone can understand that. If you look at what JPM is doing, because quite frankly, I'm going to wait till this opens, but JPM is down 3%, just broke the 50-period moving average and is at 132. Remember JPM in the afternoon yesterday had all kinds of buy, short this is the close, had all kinds of buy support at 136. It's down 3% from there. This is getting rather ugly for the banking sector and the financials in general. Let's go to, actually good timing, let's go to Sharif at the desk for crypto, because usually that's meant good things for Bitcoin.
Yeah, Neil, right before we get to that, I just want to let you know that Western Alliance is being run by Robert Sarver. He was the owner of, the former owner of the NBA franchise, the Phoenix Suns. He was forced to sell that. So another troubled look for him, yeah. And Wall still halted, 1378. But let's look at some crypto, guys. BTC up 1.8%. A blip of green in a sea of red today. Ethereum also up 1%. MicroStrategies decidedly up 4% on the back of earnings. We saw them have earnings earlier, I believe last week. Mara up as well, 5.5%. The mining names have been doing well, quite well lately, up 5.33%. Riot, yeah, it's okay today, up 1%. But hey, SI, this one was up. This one was back. It was actually up at $1.29. Retracing now was well over 15% on the day, giving up the gains though now, Neil.
I totally forgot about that SI was at that dollar level, to be honest with you guys.
Yeah, the NASDAQ just bouncing off 13,000 right now as well, guys. So we got some Amazon out at the bottom. We got some Apple out. You already saw me take some out right now on all those names as well. We just took an Apple fill right here at 20. Now it's starting to make a move down, so let's wait to see where that breaks. And you want to talk about why some of the frustrations continue to mount. I mean, look at this trade for me on NVIDIA. Short 277.75. short again, 278, out 278.40. 275, right back down there to the bottom of the day. So yeah, that's that's where some of my stuff stems from, right there.
That bounced 75.
If you're wondering, it's not bouncing. It's down. Well, yeah, I guess it's bouncing, but I mean the market's at 3,000, right, or 13,000. So yeah, watch out for Nvidia. Like just like a light, man, lights out. Like I still got that. It's a completely different story for me today, but that's fine. We're gonna watch out for that. We talked about Charles Schwab. You guys want to talk about another name here? Isn't it SCHW? What do I have? SCHW. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's a New York name, I guess. Obviously.
Yeah, New York.
There it is, right there. So Charles Schwab. We talked about that breaking 50 yesterday, then breaking 48, and then on the daily chart here for Charles Schwab as well. There's that 48. So it broke it. Now you're down to 45 and change. Probably going lower on this as well. So just watch out. Like, what's the next shoe to drop here, right? I mean, that's what a lot of us are probably trying to think about right now. So I don't know if it's going to be Charles Schwab or what is going on here. But yeah, the regionals just continue to get absolutely murked. WFC, of course, 36. I mean,
this just opened up.
Man. It did it? Okay.
It just opened up, was halting at 30. It was intending to halt at 1309. That's the next halt band. And it just reversed. So it actually printed all of the 09s and busted back up. So I just punched some out. I'm not out of all of it, but I did get some out. I'll take one more leg. Now it's halted to the downside, so I might have just got tricked out there. But I'm taking my exit sort of on those. If it looks like it's about to fake halt, like go into the halt band, stall out there, check up, and then go, and then bounce, I'm just sort of punching out. I didn't do it there. I did it there, and I just did some there. So it's either $8 or I guess breaking one of the halt prices to the upside. So at this point, that would be, it halted at 1377. That's essentially where it opened up. So that's maybe 1401, something along those lines, like 14 even is probably going to be where my trailing stop is. Or if I just see it get down to $8, I think that's going to be the level I like. Getting away from there. Pac W still halted. It's at 276 with an indicated open of 270. 270 indicated open there, so it's still kind of heading down, but not as big of a move as the last couple of times. Shop, I reversed it, which is kind of crazy, by going short off this lower high. It's now testing. I don't know. The short's probably not right here. Yeah, the short. I don't think the short's right here. So I'm gonna back off. The market just bounced off 13,000. Shopify's putting in a higher low. Like, what am I doing? If I can even get something into 58 here, I'm just gonna go ahead and take it. I like the long on this stock. And I got really cute as the market was bouncing. You know what? Why am I even trying to get a better price? Like, are you kidding me? Like, that's like so stupid. Like, I'm trying. Like, yeah, let's just make 15 cents or 10 cents on this. I don't like the short right now on this. I can find myself a better short like Coinbase, I think. I'll just get out of Shopify. Right now, it's telling you higher lows as the market's bouncing. So let's just work with that. Coinbase. That's starting to make a bit of a bounce. I thought it might do this, where it hits that potential supply zone, get back above VWAP. So I'm going to respect it here. I said I would get it out if it broke VWAP, and I don't want to carry it all the way to 49 even. So I'm going to end up getting out of Coinbase as well. The reason for some caution with Coin, even though I like the short, remember I was saying you had this previous low, you trapped some shorts in here, and then it broke this consolidation. Well, if it shows support out that consolidation, then it's still kind of holding the higher low. This becomes the wipeout bottom, and then support above it. Next thing you know, you're testing 50 again. So maybe I'm wrong. Time can definitely tell, but that signals an exit for me. So now out of Coinbase. Where is AMD? That's the one I never got into. If the market's going to bounce, AMD 84 I think is going to come into play for sure. And by the way, that we are still expecting that at any point Kenvue could open up. I don't even see it on the locator.
Oh, no, that's
not good. KVUE, that's the J&J spinoff that's IPOing today. No idea if and when that will open, but we haven't gotten any indication that it's imminent. Usually we try to trade those market on open order, play that first move, bingo, bango, bongo, get in and out in a couple of minutes, and then move on to the next.
Yeah, for sure. All right, what a bounce on Amazon. Amazon just like rocketing right up to the upside again. And yeah, so we had some good outs, man. I mean, we don't have the best. That's Amazon, yeah. We don't have the best. Well, we actually do have the best out pretty much. We got a 38 there, but we're averaging back in here against the 200 period one more time. And then VWAP's up here at 40, but I'm only going to give it, those wicks right there are 30. So unfortunately, if this wants to go all the way back up, we'll give some back here, or we'll give it all back on Amazon if it does continue to make this move back upside. But again, just being short now, the NASDAQ, and again, we're just doing what we want to do. The NASDAQ came all the way back up to that 50 period, so we just reshorted. That's all. And again, I don't know, man. People say, I keep saying that maybe looking at the future. So I'm going to try to implement, futures calls into this as well. But the problem is that I got to completely get off equity if I'm going to do futures. So that's not great for anybody if I do that. But we'll take a look at it, because the thing is, if I'm going to go short to NASDAQ, obviously I'm going to like other names that are in the NASDAQ short as well. So I'll work through this all. But there it is, man. I mean, Amazon comes right back in. Sometimes the thing about stocks is they're laggards, right? So you got to wait a couple minutes before they can react to what the market's doing, and then different names will have different stories about them, right? Amazon didn't it rip my face off? It did a little bit, but not really. The other day when Amazon, where was it? It was right here. This move off the open for Amazon, right? This was completely against the NASDAQ. So I'm not looking at the NASDAQ and trying to figure out what Amazon's doing. This move the other day there, straight up to 106. And then since then, man, 106 has been a great trade on that short. Just like 103.50 right down here. I was thinking 102, 103 down here could have been where we'd stop. But we just stopped completely on a dime there. But that has nothing to do, in my opinion, with Amazon did it. But it's that stop right there at 13,000. So hopefully this market can pull back down as we just did average into Amazon. And I'd hate for that to be the one that doesn't go down, because my day today looks a little bit like this, right? And then this happens, right? So there it is. Hopefully Amazon can do a little different dance than that, as we just got to fill at 95. Let's see if Amazon wants to pull back in here a little bit for us. I'm looking at 60s and 80s, something like that, as Amazon appears to be relatively strong, needless to say.
So it's open again, halted again. 12.35 is the latest price. I'm just trailing this at this point on. I'm talking about Western Alliance. PACW is at 257 and halted. So that's continuing its flush as well. So you're getting a little bit tighter of a range here. So maybe there's some consolidation happening. I suppose so. It's starting to get a little bit less volatile in terms of the reopen and then how far it goes down. If you're looking at Pacific West is very similar. If anything, Pacific West looks a little, in some ways looks a little bit worse. If Pacific West gets to $1, there's going to be a lot of buyers, I think. I mean, a lot. There's going to be that dollar level, maybe even the $2 level. I said if there's an even dollar level and we think we can find something for a bid that has some size on it for a reversal play, you risk a few cents on it, go long at it an 05 or something, get your stop in underneath there and just sort of go for it. That's a very day trader-ish trade. I'm planning on thinking there's going to be a shot like that today, it feels like, as we go to Sharif for Sector Watch.
Yeah, guys, we're also waiting for the first trade here on KVUE. That's Kenvue. That's a spinoff from Johnson & Johnson, slated to be the biggest IPO since Rivian, like we talked about this morning. So waiting for the first trade on that. All right, let's look at the sector board and see what's moving here. Financials obviously keeping things down very aggressively. You got Zion, CMNA, among many other names, keeping the financials and banks down. You're seeing some mixed results here in semiconductors. You have SolarEdge doing quite well on the back of good earnings yesterday, up 9 3/4%. But you also have Qualcomm pulling down the sector 6 1/4. So bit of a mixed bag there. Mostly red, guys. You have another couple of earnings names. You have Etsy down almost 7% as well, pulling down consumer discretionary, but mostly red on the back of the banking crisis.
Yeah, yeah. So by the way, PACW halted to the upside now.
Of course.
So that's made a bounce. The bounce was, okay, well, it wasn't $2, it was $2.50, it looks like. So $2.50 bounce, at open at $2.50, couldn't even take out 47s, now halted to the upside. I've got a trail stop on wall, so it could open up. Maybe if that opens up too far, it could trail me out. It's indicating 12.35. My trails at that 14 level. But I wanted to get to something else here. I got out of coin. It wicked 49 and is coming back in. Looks a little bit bullish here. And Shopify, where this whole thing sort of started with this as the first position. Sometimes you just this is not right. I got out. It's basically holding here, so not as much strength as it had before, but definitely has an opportunity to get to go there. And the IPO, who is Jukes? It's Kenvue, KVUE. That's on the New York Stock Exchange. It's the spinoff for J&J. It's J&J spinoff. They're going to hold like 91%. Sharif did the research. They can still have 91% of the ownership for J&J. But there's no indicated open, sorry. The issue price is 22. So 22 issue price, no idea where it's going to open. I don't see it on my balance locator, but Prad's yelling out 25. So right now the indicated open on Kenvue would be 25.
Well,
I don't know.
24.50.
24.50. Are you
It's
seeing
on
it?
our tab.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah. So
24.50 apparently.
Yeah, I mean, if you go here, KVUE. Yeah, so here it is right here. See,
Yeah,
24.50. So
Why
there's the
isn't it
tap
here,
right
though?
there. So we're going to find out what, I mean, that's nice that it's updated itself. So hopefully that will give us
Okay, so that should be fine.
the opportunity to trade that once it's open. Apple ripping upside right there. We'll end our trade on Apple. Again, short, out, forget about it. Apple tried it one last time there as the market makes its way right back to the 50 period, and Apple just continues to go back to the upside. So I feel like Microsoft and Amazon, these are two decent positions. Let's see if these want to work out for us. And then Microsoft is already working out, but starting to head back up to the upside just a little bit. We bounced again basically off 13,000. I mean, we went to 13,012 there and bounced. So maybe that is a decent level as we pull down the NASDAQ chart a little bit longer. It's already 10:43, which seems pretty late. But right here, again, I can't.
Right.
Pulling this around here, I got that new mouse right there. We talked about this yesterday, 13.3. It hit that on the number, almost on the dot. I mean, it went to 13 right there, upside with 131313, and then right down to there. Now back down to 13.00000. So nice move downside there off that. So you could find some buy pressure here for sure, especially on a day when Apple reports. So let's just wait to see. If Apple misses, man, like where are we talking about tomorrow? So that's why I just thought people wanted to be a little bit off Apple just in case, but hey, man, they're buying it up today a little bit better than expected there. I can't but believe. I mean, a lot of things are positive. 0.17 for Microsoft, Amazon 0.42.
Didn't they sell Meta into that big monster move?
Uh,
Walls open.
I think Meta was fine. I mean, Meta surprised to the upside on some of those numbers. I don't think Apple's going to surprise anybody. So that's the difference there. Western Alliance open and making that move down again. Good job, man.
It just went into like a fake halt. Not a fake halt. Like it went to the halt band and bounced. Now twice it's done that. I'm going to move my trail to this 12-ish area there. Just when I see something like that, now twice it's trying to halt at 11:35 and then continues not to. So my stop is gone from 14 to 12. It's going to go into a halt at 11:35. Outside of this, if you're just tuning in now, obviously this is, this one's going to, it's getting pretty ugly. Oh, there we go. It just halted at 11:35. Need to make sure that it did.
Disaster.
The FRC bottom was $8. I just feel like that's it. People say, oh, all gaps get filled in. I mean, that gap is to $8. So I get nothing else except for trailing it into 8 even. Not much else to do there. There was an up halt in PAC-W, but Western Alliance still heading to the downside right now. So we'll see what goes on. I only have a piece left. I don't know where, no one knows where these things are going, right? So it's not as if, like I got out every single time it went into what I thought was going to be the halt band and then break back up, I was getting a piece out. So it did it here at 16. It did it at 12, so I got some out there, and now I'm just trailing it. If I wish I had the whole thing, man. I wish I still had the short from 25, which quite frankly, what can you do? You don't know what's going to happen at that particular point. That would have been fantastic, but it is what it is. You got to be able to move on. Wayfair, thank you very much. Nunya Biz. Wayfair pulling back in and actually holding a bit of a bid. I love that name, by the way. That's a great name. Holding the pre-market lows. The short interest is legit, but this gave it up. That 38 level, I like that 38 on the daily for a breakout. For some reason, I didn't like it for a short. I'm not sure why I didn't like that for a short trade. But yeah, holding the pre-market lows. If it can hold this, there's always a chance for a second salvo somewhere. So 34.5 looks like a decent jump off, but I want a consolidation sideways and then maybe take a second shot at that. Mullen's not doing anything. I thought there'd be a trade there, but that's been a nothing burger. You had to short that in the pre-market off that reverse split. Coinbase, I want to wait for it to get back up to 50 and then play the shorts off of 50 on Coin. Going to be very patient there. And AMD, it's now a patience game, looking for AMD to get back up to 84. PAC-W is now going to halt up again.
The market is absolutely ripping.
Market's ripping
right now. I don't know what just happened to Amazon, but we just got stopped out on Amazon. So we'll wait to see what's happening right now. Western Alliance, the deal's false, apparently, they're saying right now on Western Alliance. But I don't know if that, I mean, whatever. Of course, they're going to say something like that. Let's wait to see where WAL.
What's the actual story? Western Alliance says the report on deal talks absolutely false.
Yeah,
this is
exactly.
I'm probably just going to mark it on open out of this thing.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. And Amazon, of course, just ripped up there, and I guess on that news, I don't know, the whole market took off there on that. So I'm gonna short again. I mean, we got stopped out there, it's fine, and part of the plan. But you know, that seems to be a little random news. We just went up there to 104.50. I was getting a little bit. We just shorted and got out there at 20, so I'm back in it right now at 20. Our price was worse, worse than this, of course, before. But let's just short it on that news. I mean, if the NASDAQ wants to rip up on something, I mean, there could be more news than that. So, ear to the ground on everything, because that was a nice little move off of 13,000 up to 13,064, right back to that high, or sort of the intraday mark right there that we've been looking at. So that Amazon did go exactly
I just got Qualcomm.
240 there. So be careful with that. Qualcomm upside, I like that short. We're going to have to look at that as well.
So Qualcomm just double tapped 106 there. So I like that 107 to 110 area. It obviously never got there, but 106.15 is the high. I just got some 90s in there. I'm just going to make sure I get my stop order out and remind myself that I'm using a different stop. So it'll take a couple extra seconds.
That's what I have to do too.
It's hilarious. I had just gotten used to that other stop. That's the funny thing about it. So my muscle memory is hitting the other key. So I'm in the short here at 90, and we're going to work it back into VWAP and maybe 105. So Qualcomm, the market obviously strong into there off that wall. I probably caught the bounce on wall, Western Alliance, then coming out saying deal talk is absolutely false. I don't want that order. Oh yeah, I have a limit on, that's what it is. I opted to go with a limit on open order. I'm like, why is there a line there? Because I went limit on open instead of market on open. And right now it's saying 14, so I'm just going to cancel that because that limit's not going to be any good. This is going to open up right now. So now it's saying 15. This is the issue. This is why you take it out on the way down. It's indicating 15 open. Yeah. Right? Like maybe somebody guessed and went long this and is going to get $4 here. But to me, it's almost a crazy play because it could have gone to $8. But either way, on that news, it's going to open way up. Now it's saying 18 on the tap.
What?
Now it's saying 18. It went from 12 to 14 to 18. Only a sucker tries to hold on to everything. Never get that greedy. No one ever went broke taking profit. Never look a gift horse in the mouth. If this goes to 20, I at least captured 80% of the profits. That's all I care about. It could have gone to 8, but at the end of the day, if you get out too early, sometimes you're a sucker. Other times you're pretty happy that you did so because they deny it, and now it's going to open back up at 18 even.
I was just going to, we'll go to Money Talks. I just wanted to say that I think that's true no matter what, if your stocks are halting or anything. We always talk about, make sure that you pay yourself a little bit first. I don't want to say, when you're trading these news-related names like that, there is going to be the risk that you're dead wrong. There it is. There it is. So let's go over it. Just opened up right now. WAL.
Oh, no way. I took the open, which 18, was still in the money.
It did open 18.
Well, this is what happens. I said I was going to take the open. I took the open, and that's nasty. That's the top. I'm going to make top wick with the perfect entry and the worst exit.
Ooh.
Isn't that hilarious?
But look, whenever your ticks are below where you got in, though, let's ring the register
that's
for
hilarious.
That one. That's a good one, man. Good
that is quite possibly the most amusing, annoying thing that I've done in trading. But you know what? So what?
I'm glad you're amused.
You mean
no, it's a good trade.
You've got
what
to.
What are you gonna do?
You've got
what
to with some of these. Like I said, I got out of like 80% of it anyway.
That's not even the worst.
No, I've seen worse than this.
I mean, I show you.
I've done worse than that before. But
I can literally
it's
show
kind
you
of amusing
today.
Like right? Like think about it. It's like okay, well that's the perfect entry. Well, that's the absolute worst exit, and that's like me. Timbits are not on me. I can't have any Timbits today. I had too many Timbits yesterday. I actually had to ride the exercise bike a little extra in the afternoon when I didn't want to, and I was tired because I had a few extra Timbits, and that was, I'm staying off the pastries for a couple of days, even though that was a nice trade.
Yeah, and here's my trade on NVIDIA too. I mean, you want to talk about something that's the top of the wick right there.
Top
278.30 there, literally the top on NVIDIA. If you want to come over to the screen here. We'll worry about Sharif in a minute. Yeah, you're fine. Come over here. Look at this right there. 278.35 right there. It happens to us all, but we are on Amazon as that's pulling back down as well. So, all right, Sharif, let's go.
It's time for money talks. All right, guys, not much going on in the currency world today. The euro is down about 0.5 point against the US dollar. That's on the back of the ECB raising its interest rate today by 0.25 basis point. We talked to Frank Caberna about this a couple of weeks ago. You know, the less hawkish outlook for the ECB means probably relative weakness for the euro going forward against the US dollar. We'll see how that does. The loonie up 0.25 point against the US dollar, and the GBP flat against our greenback here. Japanese yen up 0.5 point, but the Russian ruble up again against the US dollar. I think that's been every day this week. BTC and Ether up 1 and then 0.75% respectively. Here is what's up on earnings today, guys. A lot of big names. Aftermarket, not so much tomorrow. We got Fubo, we got AMC tomorrow, but all the big names after the bell today.
Just one correct. I mean, Shopify is obviously already reported. But yeah, Apple, look, Apple is going to be, it's just so big that obviously we understand it's a market mover. Like if this does what, let's say what Meta and Microsoft did.
Shopify report?
No, Shopify, just to correct you, Shopify already
okay,
reported
good,
there.
good.
But obviously Apple's going to be the big daddy. I know a lot of people before the open tomorrow morning, we're going to get two names that can moon or can break hearts. That'll be Fubo TV and AMC. So that's the one day we look for them. They'll be interesting. And for the first time ever, I see Icon Enterprises on there.
Uh-oh.
And I'm like, okay. I literally would never care otherwise, except for the fact the short seller report came out on IEP and it got rugged a little bit. It's trading at $30. This was a 40. Let me just, you know what? It's not me just saying it. Let me actually look it up here.
Oh, it's down again today.
No, it was at 50. It's down again today. This was a $50 stock. Short seller report comes out. Basically, I heard the word Ponzi scheme was in there. I didn't read it. Sometimes I read them on the train home. Other times I just don't. So I didn't read this one. It's a Hindenburg report down at 29 even, and they report tomorrow morning. That should be interesting. I really hope that, I don't listen to conference calls, but if they do a conference call, I feel like I want to listen to this one at IEP. So we'll see what happens. Down 8%, SSR kind of catching a bit of a bounce here. You saw what happened on Walls, now halted to the downside, so I have to make top wick. Oddly enough, somehow made money on that trade, on the last of that trade. Both PACW and Wall are still halted. I'm only in QCOM after sort of getting that 106 fill. Just to update you guys, it came into VWAP there. I'll clean that wick up at some point. So 106 into VWAP, looking for it to challenge the lows. I'll probably rinse and repeat. The high is 106.15. So I'll stop out at that high and try to rinse and repeat it. As we've been doing, I'll be joining Sharif in about 5 minutes, heading over the desk there with him. And then Sean comes in. Obviously, for that that last hour in the middle, we'll have Maximilian on there. I'm sure he'll have a million things to talk about. It'll be a lot of fun. And then, of course, we're back at 2 o'clock. So wild one.
Maximilian things?
Maximilian things?
A Maximilian things to talk about? That's a lot of things.
Oh, so Jason just said in the chat, you should always do this if you're not certain. That halt on Western Alliance, someone said I don't see news pending for that last halt. I see volatility halt.
Right.
Really? No, the website says volatility halt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Know,
people are just saying it says suspended, but I don't know, Bears versus Bulls. I mean, you guys can, that's the access that we have right there. It's just a very free.
If you got another source, let me know.
Yeah, it's a free resource there. I'm just checking, halted for, I see
news pending makes sense.
I have it, Western Alliance halted news pending.
That's what, they should be making an official response, and that's what we should be waiting for when it opens up.
Well, they came out and said it was false. They're not looking for a seller.
But is that like?
So maybe they need to. Maybe they're releasing.
Is it a press release that they've done? This is like that save situation. Right like I remember when there was that possible deal on Southwest.
Yeah.
And they opened it. It's like the stock was opened up and halted, and then they decided to eventually halt it for the day. Yeah. News pending. And I was like, you should have just done that in the first place. I got trapped in that overnight because they decided to let people trade it, and then 10 minutes later halted it news pending overnight. So it's just do it right away. Let the news disseminate, and then people can make their decisions. Don't get people trapped.
Because It could be a trop. We'll shorten up. But I mean,
Holding
we're
overnight
being
sucks if
serious
you're a day trader.
right there. Yeah, you don't want to hold anything too much overnight. Microsoft rips up, so right into that 306 level again. I'm going to put a stop order, and again, I got to figure out what my stop order is going to be again with that price. But 306 and change, we're going to get out, and it's continuing its move higher here for Microsoft. We're short everything you can see right now, and by short everything, I just mean the names that I'm in. That's going to be Amazon right now, 10 cents in the money. We reshorted Apple like an idiot because Apple went all the way to 166. So to me, this is the move, man. We talked about 166, where we wanted to get up to the 167, but this was a strong move off that bottom from the NASDAQ. So let's just see if it holds. I mean, we are now 15 cents in the money on Amazon, but this name also, I'm gonna put another bid. Like we're making money on these shorts. It's just we're getting blown out every single time it rips up like that, right? So try to be a little cautious on some of these trades and just get out when they start to dip down, and then when it does go for that eventual jog, hopefully to the downside. And again, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes you got to hope for things to happen. I mean, we've had some big spike ups here off 13,000. That was a big move up on the WAL news. Hit the 50 period and went up again. So, fighting the trend here, I don't think I am because I'm short. And although this right here indicates that, it is a nice little upside move, but I just feel like a lot of these moves up were on the financial news. So let's just wait to see if that settles itself down. We still do have a NASDAQ high of 13,070 right here that you could play off of if you are trying to go net short like I am. And right now the shorts are working out. So hopefully they can come back in. I mean, Apple's not really working out too much. Hopefully Microsoft will fade out for us a little bit as we got a decent spot on this. We just went short there in front of 306. This one seems to be the one that wants to work. I'm going to put a bid at 305.15 though.
Oh, I just realized I'm going to get over there in just a quick second, but I got to get an order on just on the off chance we get that 49.50 fill again on coin. It looks like I missed this one. I was kind of waiting up here tighter to 50 because it was trending higher. You know what? No, I'm not going to change my mind. It's already made that move into VWAP. I'll go right back to where I was sitting before. I'll just sit back in front of 50 even. It's making higher lows. I'll respect that. Pac W, last thing before I make my way over. It just continues to halt open. This stock has not stayed open. These are all 3 minutes. It's basically halting every single time it opens up within that 3 minutes. And the current one was just a failure at $3. It got up and over, right back into the downside. Western Alliance obviously still halted, news pending, but PAC-W is taking it on the chin despite the bounce it made at 250. So I'll leave you guys with that. I'm going to mosey on over to the other desk, grab a water, maybe even refresh a coffee there. It's been a wild one, and this volatility is clearly not going anywhere today. I know the market's bouncing, but the banks having some trouble here there, Sean.
Yes, sir. Okay, so my main concern today would be left with, first of all, we're holding some of these shorts. Let's see if we pull back. I already made my bet on that. KVUE, right? Kenvue is the name that we're really excited for. 24.50. I do have a bid on there. I'm going to take a couple hundred shares. We'll see where it goes to the long side, and then we'll trade it accordingly after that. So right now we wait for Kenvue to open up. All right, Amazon's not doing anything. Apple is pulling back a little bit, anyways, and Microsoft the same. Actually, did we get that Microsoft? No, we did not. Sorry, I thought we might have got that Microsoft fill because our net is sort of blasting upside a little bit. We're only short at 62 here, so it's not like it's making huge moves. I guess it was more this Apple that's starting to go back to the downside right now. If we take this 50 period, then I like it, man. But for right now, the NASDAQ is holding the fort right now, and I think that it's a good thing that we got out of our JP Morgan and we sold some Goldman Sachs at 325. We talked about that earlier this morning as well, live on the show, that we were able to get a little bit out of our well, we got out of everything on JP Morgan the other day, but I was trying to sell this and realized I didn't have any shares left. And then the one bank that I did have left that we did get out of was Goldman. So I actually sold off open at 325. I got the fill. It's 325 and change. So that was a good fill for us right there on the open, as now you're back down to 320. And these are longer term accounts for myself. I just really think that there's more to come on all this. And unfortunately, today you are getting the bleeding down of PAC-W and of Wall. So they continue to be a nightmare. So there it is, PAC-W 310 down a paltry 51%, and then Western Alliance as well. now halted again. Neil talked about this. He was short 20s, got some out there 12s or whatever it was, and then got his last piece out right there for a nice little trade to end his day on wall. And then we'll wait to see what happens now moving forward, man. I think the weakest name in the tech sector is Google. It looks like my guy's ready beside me, Sharif. So, yeah, it looks like Google's still to the downside. We're going to hold everything, man. Apple, we're not going to hold. I mean, we're getting some out. We just got some more out of Apple because it doesn't want to break 90. But let's just see if it does do that. We're in these shorts, and hopefully they can start to scream to the downside, but we do have our targets to get out just in case. Big thank you to everybody today, man. I want to thank everybody for watching. I want to thank everybody for coming through every single day. It's Trader TV Live. We brought you some crazy names today. Qualcomm has been traded, all those banks as well, and we're really happy about it. So hopefully you guys have made some money, and if not, you will. Just be patient, be disciplined. That's it for me. Let's go over to Sharif.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif, and Neil will be here in a minute. Oh, what a day it was today, especially in the world of regional banks, up, down, and everything in between. We'll get to that in a minute. We also have Shopify that's continuing to print higher highs, 59.49. Now the high of day on Shopify as it continues to make its move up towards 60 on the back of solid earnings and good guidance. A lot of cuts and efficiency speak there too, as well. Something that we've been hearing a lot with these big cap companies going into a more austerity-driven time. So we shall see what the rest of the day brings for Shop. But if my guess is any good, I think we'll glance at 60. Neil, we'll probably touch in and around there. Neil getting set up at the moment right beside me, so we'll have him on in a second. I'm also keeping my eye on these small cappers. Now, the small cappers a little tricky today because they've been there's been up gappers and down gappers in small cap world today. A lot of my top percentage losers have really been lighting up the screen. A lot of them have been filled up with these regional bank plays, but you know, market weakness tends to drag more market weakness towards it, and we'll talk about those small cap down gappers in a bit. But ASNS, this one currently halted. This is the small cap gapper du jour. Well, there's so many. ASNS, I believe that is on the NQ. It is. It's halted at the moment at 560. Let's find out what the tap is real quick here on this bad boy. We have a 681 tap. So $1.21 to the high side for the tap on ASNS. So it's going to open up big. That's going to be the fourth up halt, Neil, on, yes, that is the fourth up halt. We had one that initially started at 10:30, another one at 10:45, and the one we're currently in, which is 50-minute plus, 10:50, Neil. We're still in that bad boy, and 688 now the tap, keeping my eye on that. But ASNS up 56%. Guys, careful with this one. Needless to say, volume, sparse, whatever, 353,000. Let's see what the float is on this one. Oh, nice. 1.3 million shares, micro float, to say the least. At least it's above 1 million this time. Right? We've been seeing so many of these sub 1 millions.
That's too good.
Yeah, anyway, ASNS, keep your eye on this one. I'm not sure what the spread is like. Let's have a look real quick here, see what the spread finished out at. Yeah, very distorted at the moment because of the halt. So we'll talk about that one once it reopens. The other one I'm keeping my eye on, remember this one, GFAI. Yeah, this one's back. All the AI names, they're not dead yet. GFAI, I believe it is on the NASDAQ. Yeah, this one is up 44, almost 50% since the bell. 2 penny spread on a $7 name, not that bad. The deets on this one, what's the deets? All right, so we got, it's telling me 29,000 share float. That's obviously incorrect. Let's go to the other one. Yeah, GFAI. What do we got on this one?
Oh, no, Qualcomm's going to stop me out probably.
1.1 million shares for GFAI. Talk about Qualcomm.
Oh, that's right. So I haven't taken a fill yet, so position board's not updated. But what's going to happen is if Qualcomm takes out this toppity-top, then I will be out, and then I will have no positions on, which has happened a couple of times today. But that's, you know what, it's okay. I feel like this is the type of market, and there it is. I just ran the stop, so I shorted it once in the VWAP. I shorted it twice. It's now looking like it breaks out. I don't like the long on Qualcomm. I probably look for another place to be able to fade it. Coinbase is the other offer. And now it's back up at that 49.50 as the market's rebounding here. There we go. Yeah, back up at that 49.50. I'm looking at that 50 area short. So I'm kind of sitting here. There we go. Now it's zooming out a little bit further, and it's missing the thank you, trusty 15. It's still missing data. That's annoying. So that 50 level, I can't really show you what it did yesterday, but 50, that's where I had my offer the first time. We played it down into 49 in VWAP. It consolidated a previous supply zone. So it is looking relatively strong, but I will give it one more chance into said price level. It's going to make sure I have my chat open so I can talk to you guys. AMD, which I'm being patiently waiting for the 84 level on. That's just sort of that yesterday's, I don't know, it wicked higher than this, so you can't really see that. It'll fill in eventually. But 84 was the afternoon, the late morning and early afternoon sort of high there at 84 even. I do like that for the short. And then Shopify, I think you already talked about how strong this is. So here's the thing. I got one reload. I missed it at 56, and I'll show you why it was a re-entry point and I didn't have it. So I got in the long here, it consolidated off the pre-market breakout. That's your opportunity to get back into it, either on a dip buy or a breakout at 56.75. At the time the market was tanking, I opted not to do it. I then got out of the long and into a short that, quite frankly, I'm glad I got out of that short, to be honest with you. It is what it is. Like it wasn't that good. I felt like it was not making the VWAP retrace and it was still a long. I didn't jump into the long, but I'm more proud about that, like getting out of it and just sort of saying, no, I don't want to be short this stock. Stop getting cute with it. It's one of the few things trending up, so I'm out of that one. Not in any positions currently. Looks like we just had, let me just double check here. Wall still halted, but PAC W, you can see there, still halted. That's me. I know, it's real. It's too funny. But PAC W is now open back up and challenging above $3, still showing some signs of strength. A motto vlogger, why we no like RCL. Well, I had a few other things on my mind. I have traded like over half a dozen stocks today. No, actually half a dozen stocks, different symbols today, even though I'm not anything right now. So there was definitely enough on my plate. Apple was a frustrating short, obviously. Coin's been a good one. Shop obviously was a good long. RCL, hey, look, they're up 7%, but you show me where you like to trade. So gap up, breaking the 70 level already. Your dip buy area to me would be the 69 to 70 zone. I'm not really seeing that in there. So it's been trending to the downside. Do I like 71 support? Maybe that turns out to be true. But that wasn't as clean as, it's not CCL, it was, darn it, why am I, NCLH. NCLH is the one at that 14 level, much more clean for an entry point. I'm now into Coinbase as we're screaming to the upside here, suddenly. Man. We're moving into that 50 level. So I'm into Coin. This is probably going to take it out. So I'm giving it about 20 cents past this. If it gets back under, only way I'm adding is if it shows me weakness, which I'm not seeing a heck of a lot of right now.
I'm looking for a reason why we're curling up here, whether it's like an auction or something. I didn't have anything of note on my economic calendar this morning, Neil, when I looked at this particular time slot right now. Let's double check that. We got we have a 4-week bill auction at 11:30. That's kind of not much. Yeah. Okay. So I'll keep my eye on anything here, and if you guys are seeing something, also message me with that because I'd love to know.
Apple 67's here already.
Yeah, we're already at 166.88. That's why I yelled out Apple. I wasn't trying to give it as an example. I saw it moving.
No, but 67.
I was like, what is it doing? Right?
I shorted 65 in that area. When I sat down, I'm like 67 is the bigger zone. Like since you had this bounce to the upside, goodness, since you had that big monster, like last Thursday, big monster day, support was at 67. You've been holding 67, so that's the zone, like 67 into 67.50. Once this breaks 67 even, I'm not looking to short necessarily right at it. I'm looking to short above it. Right into 167.5, like somewhere into that zone there. And that was my original plan, and I ended up shorting a different level. AMC report, I know it's probably moving. Maybe we get to that one at some point. But I just got, see what just happened in Coin? I just got out, took the top. I need to see some actual weakness at this price area to jump back in, because that was a big spike in the futures just now, to kind of just fight it over and over and over again.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to look at GFAI. I'm trying to bamboozle my way into this trade some way, somehow. Not sure exactly how I'm going to be doing that. I'm possibly thinking maybe for a 650 retracement. I want to see what it does at 7. Obviously, that's going to be the more obvious support level if one is needed. It doesn't even look like it wants to go back to support at the moment. It looks like to be testing day's highs, continually printing newer prints to the high side, 764. On my 5-minute chart, I don't have a red candle in the last 5. So this one very, very strong, despite the fact that it is wicky. So the ranges per wick, that should be a stat, a range per wick, or whatever, you know what I mean? Range per 1-minute candle or whatever. The idea here is to kind of figure out how much range for a stop you need. Because,
I know what you mean.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking here. This one's obviously quite rangy, especially as it broke out through 7 there. Had a bit of a tighter consolidation through that 9:30 to about 10:20 time range, but ever since then it's really opened up. The spread is respectable. It's 4 pennies at times on a $7.50 name. Not really one of the 7 pennies now. Up 50%, but this one it's a former runner. I mean, no bones about it. We've been seeing this one come up over and over. How long now? Let's just check out the daily chart. This one, I'm seeing an IPO. I don't know if this is accurate or not. I'm seeing an IPO back February. What is this? Accurate? Let's go to daily here on P-Pro 8 and see what we get. Let's go. Yeah, no, okay. So this one, okay. This one was sub $1, and then there was some sort of reverse split. It looks like at around early Feb, reverse splits, gains compliance, I guess. And then trades around 18, back down into 4, and then we've been big boying here ever since AI has been a thing, and AI has been a thing going on a couple of months now. How long have the AI small cappers been going on?
You know the easiest way to, you just go to C3AI's daily chart.
And just look there.
Yeah, just sort of look there. I don't remember exactly when it was, but I remember like that first move. You could tell because AI was one of the first ones to go. And then they got that short seller report. There's a good question here from Solution. Saying, do you have any tip on how to decide which direction to trade intraday? I want to take AMD long through VWAP, but at the same time, I like to short. So if you ever have if you're looking at a price level and you don't really know what direction you want to do at that price, then don't trade it.
Great.
That's the first thing I would tell you. And VWAP, if you're unsure of direction at VWAP, that is flat out just a no-fly zone. Yeah. Like I liked my plan of action on Amazon when I looked at it was to get an overall picture, when in doubt, zoom out, pick out an intraday move. So bad earnings, gap down, break previous support level, and then the next day sort of hold that as a bit of a top at that 84 level. So now you're in a new channel, and I want to short into the top. So the trend to the downside off bad earnings, and I want to short that at the top of the trend. And if you're thinking it made a bottom here, a wipeout bottom on that same day, okay, there's your 81 low on the gap down, and you've got a second day low off 81. Okay, on that 3, I like those. Gap down situation, this is the bottom, it's holding it a second day, well then your long's off there. I don't see a long off that one that I really like. 82's into 81, give it $1 to get to 84 isn't terrible, because then you're taking fills underneath VWAP with a stop at 81, or you're waiting to short it at the high of the day. After a big gap, I think both those things can be valid. But if you don't know what to do in the middle, don't trade in the middle is the easiest answer. No position is a position, as far as I'm concerned. Wow, I'm glad I got out of those shorts because I'm flat here. I don't have any longs at those bottoms, but we're screaming to the upside. But so the market now screaming, and the NASDAQ about to turn green. I'm just going to pull my black chart over so I can do this quickly. I'm offering Shopify. That's why I want to talk that. Like you're about to turn green. You're at that sort of, I want to say overnight level, but yet some consolidation there in the really, really early morning there at 13.1. So with this going red to green potentially here at an inflection point, well, what's run out of steam is the market's been gaining its strength. Shop at 60. So I got out of the short at 58.5. Thankfully, that was a dumb short, so I can say that because I got out of it. Yeah, it was dumb whether I won on it or not. I don't think it was a good short. So 60 level is a better level. I'm going to take probably 1 or 2 swings at it, shorting off that top. We'll see what happens. Coin is now through that 50, so that out was obviously pretty good. And just double checking because I know some people. I mean, the PACW and Wall today are like front of the news. So PACW is halted to the upside. Halted at 335, indicated open is 337, 338. It's going back and forth. So it's still in the bit of a recovery. I'd watch out for that $4 level. $4 was kind of like the key inflection point this morning. I'd expect on this bounce to be the same thing.
All right, keeping my eye on KVUE. We're waiting for that guy to open. Again, that's the spinoff from Johnson & Johnson, slated to be the biggest IPO since Rivian. We'll keep tabs on that. We may miss it, though, so if it does start trading and I don't talk about it, feel free to tag me in the chat, and we will get to it as soon as humanly possible. I'm keeping my eye on Shop here because we just got we didn't get a rejection off 60 per se. We got 59.82.
Didn't we, though?
Per se means, like, right on.
Okay,
right? We didn't get, right? Like,
why is my
we
Stream
got
Deck
close.
not working?
So 59.82, we're dancing around there. I mean, do I want the short off this level, or is this just going to be a continuation play here? I mean, or is the better level, or is the better play to try to get something like VWAP-ish at around 57.5? That's a ways away from where we are right now, $2. So, you know, decisions to be made. I mean, I may have missed the trade on this, obviously, and I'll have to keep tabs and see how it trades. But keeping on that, but GFAI making me feel all sorts of silly for not punching on this bad boy. It's continuing to go and print to the higher side here. 868.18 now a 19. I'm going to keep going here because it's in the 20s. I'll just let you observe it, but we're really moving here through the $8 area. So my short-lived dream of getting maybe a dip off that 7, or I was really ambitious thinking 6.5 here, not going to materialize for the moment as this one's pumping to the high side, looking to test 8.5. Oh, baby. Small cap cappers.
Guard force.
Oh, wow. This one's headed to the high side, baby. Yeah, guard. Oh, it's there, man. All right, so Neil getting set up there. Wow, the GFAI very much strong to the high side, up 65% now. 72% since the bell. So this one started off the day negative. It's done 9 and almost 1.5 million shares today, but done 1.25 million in the last 5 minutes. So the liquidity on this one, plenty, oh plenty. Also, it has not halted. So yeah, unlike its friend, has it though? No, did it, Neil?
No, I'm joking.
Okay, yeah.
Sometimes so
you're making me second guess myself here, Black.
No, like there was a thing on the floor. There was a guy on the floor who like he was always sarcastic, right? So like you'd say something and like and
he'd repeat that kind of thing.
Didn't you though?
Yeah. And then you question yourself, like
isn't it?
He has you questioning yourself.
He would do it so often that it just became like a thing. I'm not gonna say his. We try not to say names because I haven't seen the guy in years. He was a friend. I haven't talked to the guy in years, and not everyone wants their stuff out there. But he was a joker. He was kind of like that guy on the floor. He was really super sarcastic and good dude. I'm trying to get this Shop. I was waiting on the offer. I didn't get the fill. I was waiting on the offer, and now I'm trying to even get some Coinbase because now I'm seeing a turn. Like I shorted into this high, and now I'm actually seeing a turn sort of in the above 50 level. Shopify as well. The futures we just showed you got to that inflection point. Shop consolidates. You got to zoom way in because the move's so big. Yeah, 50-50 is maybe an entry point here. If I can get something in the 40s, why not? What are the Michelle Meir, what are the gray and white bids on level 2? Please and thank you. Can you, I don't have
let me get to that. Sure, because Pradley set up my,
can you yours up? Because I'm not even showing my level 2s don't have any gray, so you're not talking about me.
Mahad, can you put up my...
Put up Sharif's.
Okay, so if you're talking about the tape, which is the time and sales...
She said level 2.
The grays, these just mean different levels.
Yeah, it's a price level.
It's a price level. But in case you're just wondering, because a lot of people do ask, and I want to take this opportunity to mention it, the colors on my tape. So, yellow means it's coming at the midpoint, nor high nor down. Green means at the ask. Orange means above the ask. People are printing above what the lowest requested price is for that particular equity. It usually denotes an interest, a bullishness into the stock. Red obviously means at the bid, and then blue means below the bid. So people are more bearish in that sense, and then I want to be able to see that and note that. So that's what that is, and that kind of color codes, that kind of stuff. Very, very easy to see. Like look at that blue coming in, then you have a big move down. So to me, that's just another way of absorbing information. It's easier for me than the actual read, the actual prints coming in. A lot of people look for the gateways too if they're doing something specific. That's not so much how I trade, rather than just like more chart patterns and momentum and stuff.
Yeah, I want to make sure we're answering questions like that because everybody has a different layout. Everyone does things a little bit differently. And when you're following along, you want to know, hey, why do you like to look at it that way?
Absolutely.
Does it matter to you like when you're viewing it, and does it affect your trade strategy or anything like that? What's up with Wall? So just to get that one out of the way, Wall has halted news pending. Last I checked, I'm going to assume it's still halted. I haven't traded it since I made the top wick, of the top wick. I actually made money on the trade, but anyways, it's just kind of funny because you don't make executions like this very often. And I said I would get out on the halt up. I had 20% left.
There's no way for you to know what was going to go on. Yeah, there's just
there's no way to know you're going to end up doing that. But it is news pending. When it's a news halt, there is no indicated open time. They'll usually give a resumption time on the NASDAQ Trader website, and then you'll have like 5-10 minutes notice. There's also that. There's also the Kenview. Kenview IPO, which we could be waiting on as well.
Let me get to this one. Western Alliance coming out and saying there is not a single element of the article that is true. Western Alliance is not exploring a sale, nor has it hired an advisor to explore a strategic option. So they're throwing as much possible shade as they can at that particular article. Whether or not it's accurate, whether or not they're just trying to save their company, all remains to be seen. Fact of the matter is, it's halted at 18 some odd dollars.
So can I just say something here? Because Sam made a good point.
Yeah.
So it is halted news pending. That's the terminology we use. Yes. NASDAQ Trader uses it as well. For a lot of systems, it'll say that's a suspension. So a regular halt would be limit up, limit down. Yep. It opens in 5 or 10 minutes. Yep. It's just semantics, right? So this one doesn't have an open time. You can call that suspended. Once they figure that the statements or whatever needs to get out there is out there, then they would resume trading. You'd be correct in saying it is suspended. It is different from a volatility halt. As a trader, I'm just used to calling one news-based halt, which I know means it's longer term, and then the other one a volatility halt. So for anyone that is kind of confused there, you're right, Sam. It's all semantics at that point. Anyways, I just got a little more Shopify. Yep. But Apple, that 1.6, make them say 167. I never got the 167 short. I suck. And now it's heading back. It's already at 166 and pulling back in as the market's coming to the downside. Maybe there's still I can capture. I guess I can try capturing something on coin, but I feel like I'd be chasing this one a little bit. I'm trying to get something inside the range, so that means wet the beak. Underneath 49, underneath 50, I should say. Underneath 49 would be insane. So we'll get some in Coinbase here. And if I can actually get more kind of in this range, if we're pulling back into VWAP, then I'll go ahead and do that. But we'll see what happens. Klopp, you're right, Master P. Yeah. Who played for the Raptors, by the way. Well, he had like a 10-day contract with the Raptors.
Quick question here. Is there a tap during a news pending halt? And I think my answer is going to be no.
Should not be.
Should not be.
If there is one, it's meaningless.
And in addition, I don't usually get very good taps for NYSE stocks.
So I
don't know how you deal with that.
On our platform, and this has been a recent thing. Okay. Like, I think it's the New York stocks have generally been giving bad taps, and the NASDAQ stocks have been pretty accurate.
Yeah, likewise. So that's what
You take what you get. It's all we just get it through the data feed, and the SIP, which is like the market data feed. It just anybody's getting it if you have level. If you have level 2, level 1 access, level 2, level 1, you're getting it in your feed. Your broker either enables it or not. It's built into our system. We just read it and then tell you guys what we see. So sometimes it gives us an indicated price during the halt, and other times we can't see anything. So we're always happy to share it. It's just we don't have it. We can't tell you. So
GFAI broke below 8, touched up on the 20 period on the 20 EMA on the 1. And bounced back off, which it had been doing the majority of the time. If you had picked up anything off the 20, you were rewarded in the last, I want to say, 2 hours, because it's been up and to the right for this bad boy. So, decisions. Let's look at the daily and figure out where we may encounter resistance on our move up here. And it looks like, okay, we have a lot of way to go here up until where we were at. I want to say May 2nd. Yeah, May 2nd, we were as high as 14.5. And that day we dropped from 14.5 down to 5.20. 5.25, sorry. So a big gap to fill. Now, on the way there's previous price action going down March that may be relevant. That $10 level looks quite relevant. Look at that peak over here that we rejected and then sold off into that 4, where we held for a while. So I'm going to be looking for 10, possibly here. It's just, to me, the way to finesse this is to get a good entry. And I don't know if I'm going to, number one, get any continuation. Like, do we see the 10? Number two, where do I get in on the entry? Do I get more aggressive, take it off the 20 period? Do I look to take it off the 50 period, less aggressive, or am I taking it off consolidation areas at whole dollar levels? There's just all sorts of questions I have to ask myself. I'm going to watch it trade a little bit more and make that decision. But as I do that, man, I'm looking on my side chart here for the big cappers. Meta just went green.
I was about to say.
Meta is pumped into the high side, Neil. 237.70 is the HOD, and looks like we're right there.
Yeah, we're pretty much attempting to break that one out. So a couple of things on Meta. Anytime you have a Fed day, I like to think about some of those highs. Like in the afternoon, like after 2 o'clock, when things get disseminated. Like you had one wick here after 2 o'clock. That was to 240. And keep in mind you had obviously that sort of crazy potential, I guess, restriction on monetizing use.
Oh,
so
yes,
that was up at 242. Those are still the big levels. So 240 and 242. You got your Fed high or rate hike, whatever the hell you want to call it, at 240, and then you got the 242 level. I want to play off those ones. I think it can possibly trend into them now. This looks pretty solid of a trend. This held a pretty distinct bottom at 234. I think you're now looking for maybe dips back into VWAP and then support that all afternoon if it even gets there. Right now, I am short off of these tops. One of them, Shop, okay, the channel here is like 59 to 59.80. So that would dictate that I would be a fool not to get on the bid at least, to get some out inside of the range as that works back in. So some in front of 59, 58.5 as well. I'll probably just put that out there as well, just to make sure I have something out. And then Coin, good point got made on Coin, which I don't necessarily disagree with, which was, if you look at it, I agree. I was just talking about the Fed highs. That's at 50.70. Well, I didn't get that short the first time. So when a mean reversion trade, like the way I'm doing it, I'm willing to sort of take it, be wrong, have a nice, reasonable stop on it, and then when you get it, try to hold it all the way back in. So I'll take my paper cuts there. But I feel like it got close enough to that high that this could actually just be the reversal. You throw in the fact that the NASDAQ overall just now went up to basically positive, rejected the most obvious level possible, and is now dipping back in. So those two things meant get a piece into it, and take the shot. I did not get all into it at that point. I felt I was chasing. I was trying to start into it a little bit higher. I canceled that order, and I will be scalping it into VWAP. I don't think this is the absolute top necessarily. And as I say that, I'm just going to throw a bit out here, try and catch something in the middle on the way down into VWAP. I've already been able to ring the register on Shopify. I'm back to having my own little graphics there. So I don't have the bang anymore because I was using...
Yeah, you got all your stuff.
It's all mine. Fahad set up all mine over there. So I've got we're flushing on Shop, which is weird because it's up 28%, but it's backing off of that 60 level and starting to work into the downside. So I like to dip buy on Meta. I like these two names to the south side. Don't really have anything else. I missed Apple short 167. I think that's great if you got it. I'm really hoping somebody has that trade because that was a really good level on Apple.
ASNS halted again to the downside this time, despite the fact it's up 116%, Neil, but it's only done 1.78 million shares on the day. That's because it hasn't really been able to stay open. And when it has, it's done a lot of volume, to be fair. In the last 5 minutes, it's done about 5.75 million shares. It is a $7-ish name, so it's not $1 or anything like that. But anyway, halted to the downside at 774. I'll give you the tap real quick here. Let's go find out ASNS. And we have a 688 tap. So, almost $1 lower than where we closed out at. So it looks like it's going to be a huadunk on this one. We may be seeing that tap at, halt level that we have at 561. Have a look at this. We have a halt level here that will be interesting. We're slated to open up around right here, right now. Well, now it's back up to $7, so we're going to open up about here. I mean, you could see 6 here. You have that The other one at 560. So many different levels. Not taking any of these, obviously, but keeping my eye on them, and we'll comment on them for you. But yeah, this one, it's a multiple day runner too. Have a look at here. Yeah, it got crazy going back May 2nd. Yeah, it had multiple crazy days. So ASNS, keep my eye on that one. All right, let's see what else is going on here. It looks like Qualcomm has retraced back into that 107 after touching 103.5. Here's what I'm talking about on Qualcomm. This one's down 5.5%, but it was down way more than that. This is the area where we closed out at yesterday, 112.84, and then there is the Huadunk right there at 4 o'clock when the number came out and it was stair-stepping down. What's up?
Room 112 with a plays well.
Yeah, love that. Now curling back in, could we see maybe a 108 retracement? We already retook the 50 period. Now we're only looking here at the 200 period on the 5-minute chart, that 108 area. You know, I mean, there's a decent area of consolidation around it. I don't know if I love it as a level. Again, I don't have any trades on any. Yeah.
Did Alfred get you into Intel?
Alfred is still in Europe, so the conversations that him and I are having are like short, and he hasn't really been able to kind of open up into why. But yeah, he is an Intel bull. He's been buying Intel for a while. Look, I mean, we all get it. The foundry play, and you're backed by government. It's almost a bipartisan issue.
It's up 2% today. Shh, Intel's up again today. It's getting strong, man. I'm just saying. I know we talked about this. We talked about this before. Yeah. And candidly speaking, like you guys know my opinion on it. I do have it in the long term, personally. Even
and I'm thinking about putting it in.
Even though I've found recently it's when it sets up for a short, it really sets up for a short, and it's just fantastic when it does so. But you know, it held that 30. You still see it, right? Like it's holding that same zone. Kind of trapped some shorts in there, flipped it. That's now 2 days up into some weakness that we've seen in the market, especially yesterday. Like, remember, I was long this in the afternoon. Like, this was not even testing the lows. It's now breaking out that 31 zone. The 31 quarter was a big one for the second day short there. And if it gets through that, maybe we're headed back to 32. My daily's been, that's the problem with my daily chart when I moved over. This is one of the ones that's not really working out. But it's still that nice hold at 25. We saw it already. The 50 and the 200 are both held on the daily. So good move there for Intel.
You know what would really benefit this too? Like some sort of anti-China competition agreement where you either get like a lot of subsidy into the interest, more than what they've already got, or
that's a great point.
Something like that. I think
that's a great point.
Yeah,
that's a mic drop point. I don't have that. Oh no, here's what I do have a mic drop. This is. Just anyways, this is what it looks like. So that's the mic drop. It feels like it's not good enough, but we've talked about these before. So
we need like more noise to come with that. Like
it needs something. It needs me not to look like a version of like Popeye and whatever. It looks weird, man. So I just took a leg out halfway into VWAP. So we got to 50. I said I'd get some out halfway, and then if it pops higher, it's still upward trend. Let me just do this nice, quick and dirty for you. That's all you need to see there. So you still have an upward trend in Coinbase, which I am working against. If it were to give me another opportunity to short it, I pay some out there so that if it does eventually get to the price that was referenced before, and that's that 50-70 area, yeah, I can be looking for the entry point as it's sort of failing. I didn't get all in anyways. I would never do that when I'm sort of chasing it back down in at the previous level, and I am going to always pay myself out down there. There's no need to make a decision here or here. Like the decision to me gets made there. It looks like it catches any kind of a bid. I'm getting it. I was prepared for that the entire way. Shop, yes, you're right. Banzaya. Am I saying that right? I want to make sure I am. Because I noticed you in here yesterday.
Yeah,
and
same.
So thank you for finding us, Banzaya, and hope you're enjoying yourself. Your shop looks like it does want to make a bit of a VWAP retest. And just note that it's a strong stock that got nowhere near it. Like when I trailed this out the long, this got nowhere near VWAP on the way back in on my 3. It actually held up at 57.6. So that previous support ends up being VWAP. I'm just really expecting buyers up there. This is on one. This daily chart is working just fine, so I can zoom it in. Once you bust out 55, you're basically, there's nothing overhead here that's really running into resistance, so you get the obvious levels like 60. I think it's a very bullish looking chart as well. But as far as day trade goes, the short off the top here at this time of day does make some sense back into VWAP, where I can think about going back into the long on Shopify. It's been a good long, but at that 60 level feels like it's a short from here, especially given what the market was doing.
Yep.
Keep an eye on that market. If we get back and break out and the NASDAQ goes green, Shopify's taking out 60.
Yeah, that 13-1 is staring at us right in the face, Neil. We rejected off it earlier. We touched it several times and traded at it in the pre-market, obviously on lesser volume. We came close to touching it around the top of the hour here, 11. We got up to 13-107-ish area, but then it was a huadunk right back down into 13-06-2. The bottom now we're dancing around the 13-075. The levels for me, I don't know. I mean, I haven't done a thorough level check today on the ES, but the ES definitely a more blurry. I want to say maybe the 4100 as a top on the ES, right? I mean, we traded around there in the pre-market as well from that 9 to about 10 a.m. time slot. We were around 4100, and then now we're at, we got down to 62s here. We're trading at 74s now anyway. Yeah, obviously the NQ, much more bullish-minded than the ES, down 0.23, while the ES is down 0.80. So more retracement required to get yesterday's close here on the ES than on the NQ. We actually closed yesterday at 13,100 on the NQ. Y Brothers United, SPY inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute chart. I haven't looked at the SPY, but I see one here on the ES, so you're not wrong.
Yeah,
here's my 5-minute chart. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it could be, right? It could be.
You know what's hilarious? You don't actually usually, on the SPY, you don't usually see it that clean. It's a pretty clean looking inverse head and shoulders. A lot of times, it's never going to look like it does in the, on the chart or in those diagrams that people like to draw. Yeah. It never looks like that, so you won't see it that clean. But it does look like that on the SPY if you're into that. I just wanted to address something in the chat because someone said, "Hey, I like your clean charts, Neil." Everybody finds their own way as a trader. I used to have, look, if we were doing this show when I was in my first 3 months of trading, what you would see on all my my 15-minute and my daily charts were littered with trend lines. And, it's don't delete the trend lines. It was so ridiculous. I wish I had pictures of how bad it was at one point. It just looked like a spider web at times. And all I have now is I've got VWAP, I've got VWAP, and I've got volume on my intradays. And on my daily chart, I've got the 50 period and I've got the 200 period simple moving averages. And that's just what I've settled on. So everyone has to find their own zen, I suppose. It was chart art, Bears versus Bulls. Shout out to you. It 100% was, man. And some people have lots more in there. And if it works for you, then
go for it. We're moving here, Neil, on some names.
Moving.
We're moving on Microsoft. We're moving on Amazon. Microsoft said high days. 306.92. Microsoft pumping to the high side, almost up 1%, up 0.82 at the moment. Amazon, though, how many times have we said this since earnings, since it took that big slap after the bell there on earnings? We've been saying this a lot. Amazon up on the day. Again, up now 1.2%. Definitely bucking the trend on the market, which is mostly to the red. Amazon hanging out at a little bit below 105, looking maybe to take that 105.39 later on, which is the high of day. But this trade, this is the one that's occupying my mind. I'm looking at GFAI. I'm lamenting not having gotten any in, at the 50-period retracement here on the 1-minute chart. I was looking for maybe something in and around that area as a result of this consolidation top area that we had. Former area of resistance becomes area of support. It's also helped out when it's at the 50 period. You know how often we're using the 50 period. So, and then you almost have not a guaranteed retracement, but a better probability retracement, at least into the whole dollar. Now, whether it continues through the whole dollar and tests highs at 880, that's a different story, but you're almost, that's a good 60 penny winner here on a $7 name, which is not bad. But anyway, keeping my eye on this one, I want to see how we trade in and around here. Do we hold up at these levels? This candle here on the 5-minute chart looks quite ugly. It looks like a reversal candle, a topping tail candle, I call it. Have a look. Yeah, that's not what I want to see. But it ended up closing green. You know? And it has a bigger body, but that's not what you want to see where it has a longer upper wick like that. But the body's not as bad. Let's see what it looks like on the 3. Yeah, more mixed on the 3. Anyway, I don't dislike this trade, even with that candle having developed. I think I'm going to try to bamboozle my way in. If it gets back maybe into 750-ish area, I want a better average price than getting in at 780, 7.25. My out will be the break of these lows right here. So if it breaks that 720, 7.25 area, that will be a new low, and that will be my key to get out of this trade. But I want a better price in and around the 50 period, Neil.
I see you. Like, be specific on price for those, because you know there's some slippage, you know it's going to move around a lot, to be sure. Another stock which, if you're trading these gappers and runners, just a word of advice, look at top. I don't know how many halts it's been to the downside, but it was $100.
Oh my goodness!
An hour ago. It is now halted down at 43.62, so that has gotten ugly, obviously. So what do I have for theoretical auction price? Let me just get that to you guys. No, that's actually 44.40. So it's halted at 42. It's actually indicating an open at 44.40, which doesn't seem like much, but it is $2. So we'll see what happens there. I just tapped a little bit out of Shopify again. You see that? Like, I just flipped the shop and it went right back to top. Okay, there you go.
The script.
So I just got a little bit out of Shopify. Sorry, guys. I don't know, whatever. I just looked at top, and now I'm saying top. So more at 59, as it just wicked that even dollar a couple of times, and the market started to bounce back into the upside. So I just got a little more out there of Shopify. I'll just make sure I say that one right. Coin's not doing a heck of a lot. We don't know what time WAL is going to open. At least I have no idea. All I can show you is this. There's nothing.
WAL was, and it halted, Neil, at 19.
No, I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
It just opened, but it's got this. I don't know. There you go. There you go.
I see.
So it's either 5 or 10 minute volatility halt at this point. Okay. So this reason code is a volatility halt on wall. Typically speaking, any volatility halt is automatically 5 minutes. Usually if it's 10 minutes, it means there's not enough liquidity and it's going to do something insane. So anyways, it just quickly opened back up. Now my out's not so silly, is it? You know, it looked real dumb there, didn't you, Neil? But all of a sudden, it doesn't look so damn bad, does it? There's basically no way in which I'm not just laughing at myself over and over again for that exit. And it's not that it was like I didn't lose money on the last of that trade, but like it's pretty funny because I could have had something out like 18 to 19, and then there's like one person that's me that ended up making that high, which happens. If you're not willing to make top or bottom wick, then you shouldn't trade names like this, because sometimes, like the flip side of this is if I'm not willing to make that wick, maybe it's halting and I'm getting out at 25 even. That's real. Now it's open back up again.
Oh, baby.
At 19. Yeah, it's still actually not, size on the 19 bid here and a bit of a 20 level. I'm not touching this in this range. If anything, I want to see it fail here and then work shorts underneath, or if it breaks out at 20 even, start thinking about that 26 level that I like. It needs to move away from this price for me to get in. A way down, look short, a way up, wait till 26. I kind of don't want to be long in stock. I just don't want to be long in stock. So now that it looks like it's breaking to the downside, it opens up the opportunity for a short. But I'm not rushing into this thing at lunchtime, man. I had my fun. I made my day
money,
here,
man.
so I'm not trying to force back into this name until it shows me a real direction. It feels like it's going to be down at this point, but anything can happen. I got the shorts I like here, and yes, I'm still waiting for the open of Kenview. I have my order out. I'm taking in the opening print. I'll probably have to cancel that order if it doesn't open up by 12 o'clock. But yeah, going into a down halt on wall, nope, maybe, possibly, 1836. It's got a few more seconds, and then it will. Nope. It was a fake halt out. It's still headed to the downside.
Oh, baby. Here we go. Here comes 18.
Wowzers.
I'm not touching this stock. Thank you very much. It's just too rich for my blood. It's cold. I don't have a read on.
How are you not freezing right now, dude?
So I'm actually okay. Not too bad.
My hands are cold in this. Yeah. You're in short sleeves. I have no idea how you can do that.
I think we're warming up outside, 10 degrees. So Neil,
there's like a vent or something here.
Yeah, this is going to be the best spot for me in the summer. You know how I run hot, right? So, and I always used to come in with the cutoffs and stuff. Can't do that anymore.
Right, this guy just wants to show off the guns, man.
No, man, this was my spot right here. This is where I started off. This was where I started off right here.
So he'd be over there, and people in the back, he's like, yo, who's the dude? Who's the dude?
Why does he come to an office like that? Who is this guy?
No, it's a trading floor. You wear whatever you want. Intel is 3% now. Strong.
Jeez, man.
Strong
man,
like
this
bull.
Is beautiful, bro. Okay, can I tell you something? All right, let me just make a real quick statement here. The reason I got into this meta trade is because I showed up every day. No, meta. When I got into meta in January, I would show up every day, and every day the market was pulling back, and every day meta was pumping up. And at some point, you have to say to yourself, wake up a little bit to it. Keep your eye on this bad boy. This could be the next one.
Try not to always think about what you think should happen, and then try to determine what the actual money.
What's actually happening.
What is the big money doing to the stock?
But build on past experience.
Yeah. Like right now, it feels like the money is
flowing in.
At least no longer selling on Intel, and it's starting to flow into this sucker, right? Like this is what, now that my daily chart's finally working on it, there we go. This is what I wanted to show you guys earlier. Triple bottom at 25, that's where everybody around here who's long the stock, trust me when I tell you, they're all long off this level. And then there was the previous 30 resistance, and then it made that breakout, and then all of a sudden I went back to shorting it when it failed 33, but this is where it got interesting. So it bounced off the 50 period, then tried to get back above the 200 period, and then came in and held the higher low off the 200 period moving average. So you held the 50, broke back out, then held it on a dip. That's very bullish. It basically means that those moving averages, buyers are like, we're back in, baby. We're buying the dip on this thing and those consolidation zones. And that's what got reflected. It tried to break 30 the other day. Could not follow through at all. Like this tried to break down like it was doing. It broke down at 31, was easy money. I was short it that day. It broke down 32, was easy money the dollar. It broke down 30 and went nowhere. That's your 200 period moving average. Gap back above, and for 2 days it's been strong up that 30 level. That's just what's happening on the stock. I'm frankly pissed off at myself. Why am I not long this thing? Because I was looking at Wall. That's the reason I'm not long it, but I should be long the stock.
I'm long GFAI, Neil. I got in on the dip trade, and here we go.
Here we go.
The trade has started. The out, let's define it. So it's through the break of this consolidation zone here. So the break will be like that 648. You know, give it a few pennies through that 650. Essentially the level 650, but you want to give it a couple of pennies in case there's a wick here and there. The obvious goal here is to break high of day to ride it into high of day. So risking about 80 pennies to make $1.20. So not quite the best risk to reward ratio that you look for, but
why is Snow?
Yeah, let's see what this one does. It's hovering in and around the 7.25, holding 7 for now. Great, but nothing. Let's see what we can do here with respect to getting out some profit targets through 8. That'll be the idea. Nothing to write home about yet, but the huadunks on this one are real and they are serious. The float is small. It's easily manipulated, okay? Let's just put that out there. It's, what did I say it was? 1 point something million? Let's just review that real quick here just for the sake of clarity. Okay, so now it's telling me some more nonsense here. Let's go to trade ideas, GFAI. There we go. Yes, sorry. 1.18. The short flow, guys, not negligible. It is not immaterial. 20.1% short flow. So there is chances of bamboozlement there.
How are you going to have a 1.18 million share float and it's still 20% short?
I don't know what to tell you, brother.
What is going on, Dark Force? But I wanted to one thing there. Good patience. Wait for the supply zone. Take it when it goes in the supply zone. That's the first thing. The second thing is shout out. I got you. Shout out Andrew Harris. Ponzi Fonzie was like, shout him out there. But I got a question, so I'm going to pay this one forward. If you want a shout out, this applies to anybody, not just Andrew Harris or a Ponzi Fonzie in the chat right now. Why is Snow up 8%?
Oh, someone was asking that. Okay, let's have a look.
Y'all tell me. I haven't looked at the stock today. People
Let me see what's coming up.
People keep talking about Snowflake. Look at this. Look at 150 on
sympathy to Datadog. Sympathy to our friend Data Canine.
I had this friend. And this is in high school, and he was intense. He was like the captain of our basketball team at one point, and this guy was like he's winner, competitor. Like I remember one time we were doing drills in basketball, and we're doing a rebound drill.
Yeah.
And I came up and I grabbed the board and I kind of did this. I knocked him. He's way bigger than me. I knocked him down. He went to the ground like that because I caught him in the stomach. It knocked the wind out of him. I put my hand down to give him like a hand.
He pulled you down?
He slaps it away and he goes, "You don't apologize for that, man. You had a strong board there. That's fine. No big deal." He was really intense like that.
Okay.
So anyways, there was I think it was finite. We had a finite exam in our last year of high school.
Finite. Oh my God.
And so we're sitting there. So we were studying together in the library. I used to math tutor a little bit. But anyways, he was studying with me. No, I wasn't tutoring him, but he was studying with me in the library, the local library. And the day of the exam, I remember in the cafeteria, like he's getting in his zone. He's just like. And then all of a sudden, and he just goes up and he just goes, boom, and drops a huge F-bomb. I'm not going to do it. Drops a huge F-bomb and is like, let's go. And then he gets up and walks into the exam. And that's what I just thought of.
Intensity.
That's what I just thought of when I looked at this snow chart and why the 150 breakout should have been on everybody's radar.
Oh, look at that. It's
like,
an
what are we
absolute flat top
collectively, like really? That's not even that hard. It's not even that hard. Now all of a sudden it's a flat top breakout. You're into resistance. I don't know what you do with it till it gets to 158.
Yeah.
But shout out to that. Oh my goodness! Like the stories. I've been on a road trip with that guy, and he was like,
"That's hilarious."
Easily one of the most fun people on the planet to go on a road trip with.
Intense dude, though. I gotta assume.
We had a buddy in Cincinnati. He calls me on a Friday and is like, "Yo, what are you doing?" I'm like, nothing really. I got a couple. I think I have one class left or something. I was still in school at the time. And he's like, "You want to go visit our boy in Cincy?" I'm like, "Yeah, that sounds like a fun road trip." He's like, "I'll pick you up in an hour."
That's
I'm like,
nice. How long was the drive?
Cincy, I don't remember, like 7-8 hours.
Okay,
like
it's not bad. Yeah.
And he was just like, he's like, "I'll pick you up in an hour." I'm like,
Okay.
I thought he meant like next week or something. Next thing you know, I was in a car. We're
it's
heading
like
to Cincinnati.
I have to plan this
And
out.
then going to the, it was ridiculous.
Those are the best times, though. The unscripted.
Being young is fun, man.
Yeah, man.
Being young is fun.
All right, GFAI, we're still dancing with 7. The stop is in, and it's not negotiable. So the break of that 650, that will be the end of the trade, and it will be a loser. So, yeah, looking not good at the moment, as we have broken down through VWAP on GFAI. The only saving grace, that dance around 7. So we shall see. We shall see what goes on here. AS, NS, yep, you guessed it. Halted again this time. Is it to the high side? Yes, it is, Neil. Halted again, and it is 10 minutes plus, I think. Maybe 10 minutes. I don't think we've elapsed 10 minutes yet. 8:30 is where it's halted at, and the tap is $9. So 70 cents higher than where we have currently halted out at. The high of day, should be mentioned, though, is 9.28. So we're still in front of 10, right? So there's possibly some room on this bad boy here. GFAI is huadunking back down. This is trouble, bro. So let's see if we can continue to hold at this level. We're getting bought up off that level, but this one may be trouble for me. But getting bought up at the moment, finding some support at the area where we thought it would find support, but for the time being, let's not celebrate too quickly yet. Let's see what else is going on.
You know what? Sorry.
Qualcomm, yeah, go for it.
Oh, the 107 of Qualcomm. Someone just asked, why is the market going down? So I mean, usually we're just here to tell you it is going down, but if you're looking for a theory, I'll give you 3. 1. Start with the NASDAQ here. NASDAQ got to supply zone basically flat on the day and started reversing off 13.1. The second thing was simultaneously Apple hit 167, which was a previous big support zone that got broken and then maybe turned into resistance late in the day. It was a bottom. It was also resistance since the last gap up. That big move on Thursday. It was support on Friday. And then it turned at that key price level. Those two things happened. Then if you're looking at the banking sector, which is the other sort of litmus test or catalyst to the market these days, Wall opened back up and then started heading to the downside. So you had futures reaching resistance, pulling back. You had Apple reporting tonight, biggest name, hitting resistance, pulling back. You had Wall, which is one of the banking regional banks that's of interest, halting downside a couple of times after reopening. So just a lot of negative things happening at the same time. You know, I'm into shorts, shop. The strongest name today, that's not a small cap, obviously. When I say strongest name today, I'm not neglecting something that's up 150%. I'm kind of just generally talking about larger companies. So Shop up and got to 60 resistance and now starting to pull back itself. So, that's what I was thinking about when I was leaning into looking short at that point. Didn't really lean into it. If I leaned into it, I would have been short after.
Yeah.
And Datadog long 75.
That was a monster, man. Datadog.
That was another big.
No, we talked about that one.
Did.
Yeah.
You did. I didn't really look at it enough.
Yeah, it is. DTOG.
Look at the trend too. Now it's holding VWAP.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Let's go to the 15 on it. Come to my chart real quick, guys.
That's not
look at that move up, Neil. There's the 8 a.m. spike on the release of the news. You get a consolidation, then the bell hits, and then you get another spike. So a continuation there. You had the pre-market money come in. You have the after the bell money come in, and 77.07 the top. But retracing now, let's see what we get here, possibly at 74.50. That's VWAP. Yeah, but I mean, that's just a random level.
See, that's the thing. Like if you long, so Eamon was asking about.
You got to anchor the VWAP here.
He was asking about 75. Like you're saying, anchor the VWAP. I think that makes some sense too. And maybe one day we'll have to maybe get into that.
Yeah,
I know we're going to when we have a special guest, so we're going to be able to talk about that.
Yeah.
But VWAP being at 74.50, there's a lot of room here if you long a 75 range, because I'm not sure you're wrong till it's breaking 73.
Exactly.
Like the stock has an $8 range on it. So,
huge gap.
like, you can't risk 60 cents. You're just going to get wicked out on a 75 long.
I
You
agree.
can try
I
that
agree.
trade, like, to maybe a little bit in, but this could break VWAP, and the buyers are like, yeah, the market's coming down here. We'll let it get under, and that's our chance to get in. Like, okay, run some stops at 74.50. Everyone's looking there.
Yeah.
Run those stops to get it down to 73, where they're perfectly willing to pick it back up again, and then suddenly the trend can resume after stopping everybody out.
Exactly.
That's going to stop out. If it breaks 73, you're stopping out anybody long at the open at 70. They're trailed out probably at that point. If anything, you're trapped. You've now trapped some shorts down in here underneath VWAP into that 73 area. So if it were to get there in turn, it's just a more aggressive place for the long to work again. You can take that for, I'm not doing it. Obviously, that's what I'm sort of saying. It's just, I think you have to carry it too far against you at this time of day. So I probably wouldn't do it. But that's just me talking. The trend is pretty nice. It's not a bad scalp trade, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm sitting here talking myself out of it. My opinion is it would just give you more risk to reward underneath VWAP if the long is going to be good. And if it's going to trend all afternoon off VWAP, usually you can find your way back in if the market's red. If the market's red, yeah, if the market's red and the stock is going to trend up, generally speaking, joining the trend shouldn't be that hard. So I would sort of lean into the whole be patient with those. If the market's weak, getting into a strong name should be easy. It's when the market's strong, you're a little more aggressive buying the dips, right? Like you want to, if we're screaming upside today, I'd be telling you get into this right now, but we're not. So
no, not at the moment. All right, Neil, we got a super chat to contend with here.
I missed it.
27 Swedish kroners. Are those?
Holla.
Is SEK
tongue in cheek that it's only going down today? You don't literally.
Or maybe
mean,
like
no, it's tongue in cheek. You don't actually mean that you can't buy it.
Remember
There's
what
no bid on
Robinhood did to people? They couldn't buy. They
okay,
had
so it's
to sell,
possible.
yeah.
If that's what you mean, obviously let us know. I'm going to assume what you mean is that the stock's not going up.
Okay.
Reverse splits aren't good. You do a reverse split because you're a penny stock that's going to get delisted. That's why it happens. So it's happening for a reason. I know that's kind of, no one ever wants to hear that, but that's why.
Yeah.
And so there was, I was waiting for one closer to 175. That was the zone I liked to short the stock, but I was only ever looking short. I paid for locates to be able to do it. I was short it yesterday. I was looking to short it again today. And it just never got there, and now it's doing nothing, barcoding. This is the equivalent of 5 cents. So if you go back to yesterday, like I was shorted here off 7, like 5 cents. Right now it's trading underneath yesterday's low effectively, right? So it's very, very weak at this point. Like 150 would be that bottom from yesterday. Like that's here. That's yesterday's low would be right here. So it's just, they're selling it off because that's weakness. $1 can be interesting. If this gets to $1, if this gets to $1, you know how I feel about those $1 levels. Like generally speaking, I like taking a shot there. So if this were to flush in and not halt or anything, I'd maybe look for that. It's like you go for the long off one, you get to like 95 or 98, and then you take your shot. But I mean, if it halts down there, I wouldn't do it. But
you're overtime, Neil.
Am I really?
Can you believe that?
Oh, come on, it's 30 seconds.
So no, but this is.
I'm trying to give the man a break. He's been on since 8:30. I mean,
you just want to get. I understand how it is, man. You want to get rid of me so you can chill with.
why
Max,
am I?
so you can
Why
chill with
are my
Max.
intentions always so misinterpreted, bro?
Sharif, you can just say, "Yo, man, I want to hang out with Max for a minute."
Wow, I'm getting attacked from the left and the right, man. I feel like Joe Manchin over here, bro. You like that one? You like that one? You like that one? All right, guys.
They give that guy a hard time, eh?
Yeah, I love
Imagine,
that though.
we don't like to talk politics here,
Yeah.
but imagine giving somebody a hard time for just sort of like, you know what, I'm
Trying
in
to
the
be a
middle.
centrist,
I'm in the
yeah.
middle and I'm a centrist, and I think there's good points on either end. And that guy gets a hard time?
That guy and him and Kristen Cinema, they
Really?
get ragged on. Yeah,
Isn't that literally
whatever.
exactly what you want? Anyways, we don't talk politics here, so I'm going to get out of here before.
All right,
We
guys.
do all the time. That's the funny thing, Sean. It's like we say we don't, but we do.
All right,
So
we're
I'm gonna
back in the
log
money on this GFAI trade. So, oh baby, we got this. Well, you're a small capper too, guy. You're a small cap. I got the small cap guy over here. We got another small cap guy coming over here. So small caps, oh baby, they be in focus. Let's get to that small cap real quick here. The one that we're in. Let's flip from GFAI. There we go back. Yeah, we're long 703s and we're at now 703. We retraced about 710. But if we held this level, this is the level we were talking about. We want to see this consolidation top, hold. That was the key. And it held for the most part. It's as good as it's gonna get in terms of holding these levels for these small cappers who are notoriously volatile, especially one with a 1 million plus share float. Yeah, but let's not celebrate too quickly here. We want something in the range of 7.5, maybe to 7 3/4 before we start scalping. The good news is we're holding. We're at 7. Now let's see if we retrace, but we're below VWAP. So we did break VWAP to the south side, so that concerns me. VWAP on my chart is 715, so we're dancing in and around that area. On GFAI, again, in case you're just joining us, there's no new news catalyst for this one. It is a multi-day runner. It has been going on, I think, a couple months now. As a result of its association with AI, we've been seeing a lot of these small cappers have associations with AI. More recently, though, we've been seeing these Chinese names that are just, with respect to longing and shorting, both with respect to sectors that are running. So super interesting. If you're trading these bad boys, you got to learn their specific nuances because they are not like the NASDAQ names whatsoever. Remember when I was saying that yesterday? I was like singing Meta's praise. I'm like, you're not going to get kind of bamboozlement on Meta in the same way that you're going to get on these small cappers. And then when we get the news catalyst come in from the FTC and it absolutely starts trading like a small capper. So I had to eat my words yesterday, which was pretty funny. Dan Emmons. ES testing the 50-day moving average now again. All right, so let's have a look at the ES. Let's bring in the bad boy ES here. And I'm assuming you're talking about the daily, so let's go into the daily on this guy. Yeah, we're in and around it. I see what you're saying with that. I think, Dan, I'm going to play off the levels. I think I'm going to keep my eye on 4,100 today for a possible retracement up there and a rejection off. Otherwise, we're just looking at more lows. We're very much near the low of day on the ES. 40.63 is the low of day on the ES June contract. We're at 40.67. Let's look at the 4-hour real quick here to see where we can get some bottoms at. So it looks like we haven't been down here since about April 26th when, April 26th and then really early, April 26th. What's wrong with me? We got down to 40.68. So right around the level we're at now. That was the only time since that time. And then prior to that, the only time we touched these levels was back end of March. So we are very much near kind of like a bottomish area. Do we make a newer low and close below these levels? We'll see, right? All right, let's take back the ES chart here and have a look at this GFAI trade. We're now back out of the money again as this one goes down below 7. Nothing changes. Same trade, same ins, same outs. Max, what is up, my friend? What do you got on board for us today?
Chilling. Traded some Shopify this morning. It was basically all I've done today, currently long this little small cap ALLO, which according to Trade Ideas,
HOLO?
ALLO.
Oh, because I'm seeing HOLO move now. Oh my God, that one's right below it.
ALLO, according to
You're
Trade
at triple
Ideas.
sixes right now.
According to Trade Ideas, 45% short flow.
Oh baby.
So
That's
it's holding above these highs.
juicy.
So I decided to just get long and see what happens. Maybe we get a little short squeeze, but there's like no volume. So I got to stop in, basically break even, and we'll see. Tiny little position, just kind of a crazy little idea that I had, and we're going with it for now. But yeah, definitely not going to lose big on this one. But could make big. Who knows? Maybe we get to $10 today. We shall see on ALLO. Yeah, Shopify was my main trade this morning. Really kind of messed it up. It was a good trade, but could have definitely been a great trade. It was long pre-market, kind of let it go too long, and then messed up this little 55 hold right here. Ended up finally getting back in above 66 and holding it for this huge top here, and getting a little cheeky short down there.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, you get out and
You danced with that a lot today.
yeah, and I tried to get back in here for that continuation to 60, but it just didn't get there, which was strange. We got to like 82s and couldn't get to 60.
I know,
Usually on a
right?
stock like this, you get to 60 and then you rinse everybody there.
That's what I was telling Neil. I was looking for that 60.
But I guess everybody was expecting it to get there,
Yeah.
so the market's like, no.
Front-running it.
Also up 27% today.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, well, remember, these guys were one of the first guys to cut, eh? Like last July, they let go of a lot of their workforce before these big tech names started making the real cuts like we saw with these big cappers in January and whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys, they overshot. They said they overshot with respect to how they thought the post-COVID e-commerce sales would go, and then they had to make big cuts. And it's sad to talk about this, but the fact that they're cutting 20% of their workforce, the market likes that kind of stuff because it is it's a measure of austerity.
I mean, a lot of these large caps have gotten, well, particularly tech companies have gotten a little bloated. And, so yeah, cutting is always good news in that case. I don't know what I'm necessarily looking at in the afternoon. There's not a whole lot that's exciting me at the moment. I tried a couple of shorts on Tesla today.
And?
I mean, the first one was good, and then, sometimes you just keep going at something and end up losing everything. So, yeah, I liked the idea of this kind of short squeeze off of 60 here, and then the pop back down towards 60, but end up adding by mistake here, and then I have to stop out up here when it does get to exactly where I wanted, and then, I figured 60 would be the bottom, and it was, but I couldn't execute around there all that well, and then tried too many shorts, and now, kind of done with the name for the day. AMD is holding that 82 from yesterday, so that might be something if we can get down into 82.
You didn't dabble in these banking names? I thought, there was a lot of hype back there. Was a lot of yelling. I thought you were part of it.
No,
Proudly was involved.
I'm crazy, but I like to be in before things go crazy.
Yeah.
I don't like jumping in when they're already going nuts, and these have been going nuts for weeks now. Yeah. So, the algos have probably gotten pretty good at messing around with people on these ones with all these halts that have been happening, and I'm not gonna say that
They've been
I
interesting.
can succeed against the algos. So.
Yeah, and they have trouble staying open too.
Yeah.
And the spread on them, let's not get involved in that. All right, so let's talk about the ES because we're back to an interesting area here. We bounced off that low of day that we had made earlier. Let's go to the chart here, guys. That 40.62, actually we make a new low, but we quickly bounce off that level. Let's see if we continue to make new lows, or we're going to find support here. We talked about this level going back to end of April, I don't know. What was it? The last time we were here? Yeah. Let's go to the 4 hour here real quick. April 26th, something like that. April 26th, yeah, last time we were here, and then again, got to go to March 30th. So an interesting level for me. I'll be looking to see if we do find support in and around there, but it's been, a real red name for, I guess, the ES because they have the added problem of carrying the banks. Whereas, the NQ, not so much riddled with that burden. Also, energy's been quite weak lately. We'll talk about energy maybe in a little bit, but my energy board here, my watch list, all red, whether it's nat gas or what have you, it's all red. And it's been that way for a while. So that's obviously being carried on the ES as well and not so much on the NQ. So that's why we're seeing relative weakness when it comes to the ES versus the NQ. And I think some way there's a take advantage of that. Anyway, I'm looking for this level to hold on the ES. We shall see if it does. Now, the trade I'm currently embroiled in is GF. You like that?
Yes.
GFAI. I'm looking. What I see here, Max, is a higher low on this. So I'm somewhat optimistic. We make a bit of a bottom there at the key level of support that I was talking about, the top end of this consolidation area. It ends up holding here. And so that's why we got in. And now I'm looking for a newer high to brew. Where is that going to come? 7.25. So that's what I'm looking for here. I will not take any out, sadly, until we get to about 7.5, just because I have to be able to justify the risk to reward ratio here. And if I start taking some out early and get all jittery jerry, then it's not gonna justify the risk reward ratio. And then obviously this could go against me, and I could lament not taking some out earlier, but that's just the nature of the game, and I'm looking for 7.5, 760 in and around this area. That's why I'm targeting this area, because of this trough here, obviously an area where I have to be concerned. We'll be taking out some there. So looking for that. Simultaneously though, keep in mind, I want to keep my eye on the ES because we are at an interesting level here on the ES, 40.062, looking for possible support in and around this area. And then it's a decent bounce back. If we really do get a bounce back, you're either looking for a VWAP retracement, which is on my chart, 40.81, or if you really want to get gangster, you're going to get 4100, and that would be a huge move to reject off that 4100 level. So that's my story.
ALLO starting to go.
Oh, baby.
Starting to go. I'm, what is that, 17, 18 cents in the money now on this one. Volume starting to come into it a little bit, so maybe a little bit of that short float starting to get squeezed out of ALLO. I do have 675 as a level on the daily chart. Not expecting that to be much resistance here, but we shall see. Looking for like 7+ on this one. Maybe we get to, what am I looking at on the daily there? 840, 840. Let me pull that up here.
I don't like this.
840, 850, there it is, 840 on the daily chart. That's the target for this one. Let's see where this goes. Obviously, 725 going to be a little bit of a challenge, but yeah, I'm sure it can get through there if the volume comes in. This one trading kind of thin, and not a whole lot of selling today. And there goes another little pump up, another 5 cents. So ALLO starting to crush levels.
Hello.
I was absolutely in before the squeeze on this one. A little thinking here. Most of the time these do not work out, but sometimes I get a cheeky little trade in and it does work. So let's see where this one goes as the volume starts to pick up on ALLO. Yeah, 7 break potentially incoming. Who knows? Maybe we go into a halt. I don't know. I am willing to wait and watch, and not really taking profit until this really starts to move more, given that we've had such light volume in this pullback kind of grind up range. Let's see what happens when the volume comes in really to the upside. Starting to pick up there. What is that? Yeah, still only 70,000 shares of volume on that little spike there. So looking for some real volume to come in, maybe a little short squeeze incoming on ALLO. Someone was saying, what was it? Where did I find that?
I don't like this trade on GFAI, man. The more I stare at this, guys, the more I'm seeing that we are rejecting from the downside off VWAP. We're touching VWAP at 715, and every time we come in and around that level, it's kind of like the support level has flipped to resistance here. Unless we really break out and close above that level, I'm liking this less and less. But just as I say that, it breaks out. It makes me sound so stupid. And I'm going to take a look at it here. All right, so we'll see what this one does. Come to my chart, all right? right, guys. This is what I'm talking about here because it kept rejecting off this VWAP level. And yeah, so now we're getting a breakout finally. As I guess if you complain about it, Max, enough, it ends up materializing.
Yeah, just yell at it and it'll listen.
Yeah, and just goes right back down to $7. Anyway, this is, I don't know how I feel about this trade. I hate these ones that don't do what they're supposed to do.
If you don't like it, you can always just punch out.
Yeah, I know, but then you don't want to have that issue where you watch it run up later and then want to smash the computer.
Hey, man, hindsight, you know.
Yeah. That's great sayings. I'm talking about the emotional manifestation
of
that.
Yeah, of course. You got to manage your...
yeah. Anyway, all right, so I'm holding for now. It's holding my level, and yeah, we're just going to go with that. But the ES is pumping, baby. Oh, baby, here we go to the high side, bouncing off that level. Let's take one out over here on our... What did I just do, dude? Let's just take one out over here. We'll go like that, and we'll wait for the ES to retrace. That's a nice... We get in at 62s. And now we just touch 70, so nice move on the ES. I'm looking for this level, baby. This was a low of day. We saw this April 26th, April 25th level as well. I'm looking for a VWAP retracement into 4080, 4081 area. That's about 10 points from here. We're already 8 points in the money.
Yes, and Rudy talking about CTSH, Cognizant Technology. This one reported earnings today, and he believes it's consolidating, getting ready for a move up. I could see that. Not necessarily something that I would touch given the volume is only 3 million today, not necessarily like a household name here. But yeah, that 640 or 6340 kind of breakout level looks kind of juicy. Obviously held this, this 62 here and making higher low, higher low, higher low. Looking for that consolidation breakout here at the 50 at 6310, and then you break 6340, you're looking into these levels here. Did reject 65 pretty decisively this morning, so if it can get back above that, who knows? But yeah, definitely a good little move here for CTSH. Not necessarily something I'm going to trade, but congrats if you're long on that one. Yeah, watch it. Going back to Shopify. So Shop kind of consolidating, then just tried to break out and smashed into the 50 period. Come on, load for me. Smashed into the 50 and now headed down. So next stop VWAP for this one, which is also the low of this consolidation here. So that should be a good level to get long if it wants to consolidate around here for a bit, maybe do like a fake breakdown like it did here. And then you could be able to get back into the Shopify for a potential move to 60. Crazy strength on Shopify today, up almost 30%. How much further can it really go, I guess is the question. And I don't necessarily have the answer there, but would be willing to get in somewhere around this 57.60, 57.50 kind of area for a potential move back up. Decidedly selling right now. Is the ES selling? No, ES is not selling, so just kind of independently making a move down, little profit taking, probably little maybe shorts getting in on this 58.50 breakdown. And yeah, we'll see where this one goes. Definitely pretty much main watch for me today. Other than the crappy banks that have been getting smoked, Shopify is the volume leader on the day, just eking ahead of Tesla. So definitely a lot of trading interest in this one. I guess shorts getting squeezed out, maybe options situation, but that move up in the morning was pretty nuts. Wasn't really expecting this kind of move when I was long, but lucky to have that one. And we will see if we can reload somewhere around here on Shopify. What else are people trading right now? Google heading to 105. Yeah, well, I'll take a look at Google heading to 105. That's on NASDAQ. Yeah, so this 104 and 104.50. Come on. 104 and 104.50 have been very supportive on Google recently. And what happens? We go right to 104, then consolidate and consolidate at 104.50. Now headed to this 105, which is definitely a flat top breakout if you're talking like Sharif about these technicals. Yeah, potential for a 105 break. I wouldn't take a breakout at this time of day, but yeah, potentially if you're long now, that's what you'd be looking for, getting out a little bit ahead of 105 and then trying to get that break back into these 50s and 106 kind of level potentially if you believe the market's going to hold up, which right now, NASDAQ making a little higher low there and making a next move up. So looking at 13.1, which was resistance for like a whole month, and now we're back below there. So back to the levels that we were annoyed with for a long time, 13.1 resistance. We'll see if we can crack through that today, maybe make another move up. Obviously, the market not liking what Powell was saying yesterday about continuing rate hikes if necessary. So we'll see if we can find some buying on that NASDAQ back into the old levels. And yeah, what's going on with my Allo? Is that what it's called? What's the actual name of this company? I believe Allogene Therapeutics. What's going on with Allo? So 680 with a 687 high. Still chilling, still well in the money on this one. It's been holding. Why is the chart not loading? It's just been holding the teal, holding the red.
Trust the teal.
Holding a trend line. If you were to draw it, I could probably draw it here. Since, whatever that is, 9:45 a.m. Just been holding this trend super cleanly. So now if it breaks 660, that would be a definite breakdown. Now aligning with the 50 period too. So lots of things holding this one up and just kind of waiting for that squeeze volume to come into it, which I don't know. I just have like a thesis. This is not like a worked out trade, but it's just kind of a thesis for me that if this continues to trend up, that short interest eventually has to come into play in my mind to potentially push this one up to new levels. But we will see if I'm right or wrong. Not going to lose on this trade, that's for sure.
Printing on ES trade.
Yeah,
So
ES and NQ made a little turnaround there.
Yeah. Well, that was the point. I mean, we were looking at that on the 4-hour, and it was like, did I show you this?
You did not.
So when you go to the 4-hour here we go. There it comes. So this was the area we're looking at, the April 26th area. We're like right back there. Does it hold support? Prior to that, we hadn't touched it since March 30th. So I was like, okay, this is an interesting area to get support. I mean, we don't really have a catalyst for selling off except for the fact that banking is poop, and I think that that's just going to resolve itself. Do we hold these levels? Who knows? But do we get a VWAP retracement? That's my out. So the whole point here is to do this little thing. This little dance, we get up to 80s, I'm out of this trade.
Did you notice that we are back to the levels that we were lamenting back in March?
Yeah, my God.
For 3 weeks.
There we go.
We're back. We're back below 13.1 on NASDAQ and bouncing around the same levels that we were talking about for 3 weeks straight.
Let me just quickly go off the trade that's not working, and that's GFAI. This one, look, it's not ready to call. I'm not ready to call it quits, only because it hasn't broken down. Come to my chart for a second, guys. Below the obvious support level here that we were talking about, this is the former area of resistance through that 10:30 to 11 o'clock time period. Now it's holding its support at this level. I've gotten in my entry here. I don't need to add again. I'm not doubling down the position. I have the bottom wick essentially, but we are at bottom wick. And that's the thing. Do we hold this level or don't we? That's the question. And yeah, there's really not much else I can do. My stop is in. It's the break of this zone over here. I told you guys it's going to be that through that 6.5. I've got it hiding in the 40s. I won't say where, but that's the whole idea. Looking for a continuation like this one, but this one looks like it might have been a bit of a bull trap here. Look at that breaking through the 50, and that's where I took profit, and then you had another Huadunk. But the ultimate Huadunk has not come in yet, and the ultimate Huadunk will be the break of the support area. So let's leave that one and let it run. And this ES trade is the gift that keeps on giving as we continue to move up into that VWAP area that we talked about. VWAP on my chart, 4081. You're either looking at 4081 or you're looking at 4100. That's how I look at it. 4090, I guess you could say there's a bit of action in and around here because you have the bottom here in the pre-market at that 4090 area, Max. And so this could be and then you have the rejection at 11 o'clock off 4090 as well. So 4090, I mean, maybe I spoke too soon when I said 4100 was a level. It's probably a bit of a range between those two bad boys. But let this ES trade run, and then we can, we'll complain about the GFAI trade later, Max, because it's not working out right now.
Yeah, I think that that 4100 could definitely come into play today. I guess all this banking stuff kind of shot us down off the open this morning. Yeah, I don't see why 4100 could not come into play. I'm looking at Shopify still, kind of making a base not really low enough for me, but making a base here above 58, which is where we kind of consolidated before. So, this is a little bit of a higher low here. Are we going to make another higher low here above 58 and then push up based on the fact that we kind of bounced off the 50 and now bounced off the 50 again? I don't know that I want to get long on the idea of a higher low. I'd like to see VWAP first and see how it reacts around there. So just still watching Shopify, but potential that this is the low here and that we're going to go. Don't like this kind of rejection candle right there. And, a bit of a dump on Allo. Uh-oh.
And GFAI too, I'm out of that.
And GFAI, little sympathy, small caps. Yeah, I'm not going to punch out of this yet. My stop's in well below here. I'm looking for a big move. I'm not looking for, this 25 cents that I got or 30 cents at the very top. Looking for something else on this one. Thesis is such that we should get a 750 break, but I could be totally wrong on this. So,
Do we have
read
a move
your own
on
book, I guess.
KVUE? Not yet, eh? Is this supposed to be 1 o'clock?
Do they have a time on this one yet?
I don't know. Neil, did you say KVUE
Usually
was
it's
1 o'clock?
random.
KVUE, 1 o'clock? Oh, I thought that's why you thought you were telling Sean. Okay,
Yeah,
he's
usually
guessing.
it's just a
He's
random time.
I didn't even see the tap on it. All right, guys, let's have a look and see what's popping off here. You know what's decidedly red on my watch list, guys? Crypto. Crypto is very, very red. Red. Come on, Sharif, wake up. Green, guys. I meant green. BTC is up 2 1/4. ETH is up 1 1/4. You have Mara up almost 7%. Not so much with Riot today. Riot kind of pooping the bed. But you got SI also up 6 2/3. So crypto having a decent day. Haven't been involved in that though. Just got punched in the face on GFAI as it broke through my stop, which was right here, and this was the reason for it. It was the entry back into this consolidation area here. Now, it may find support here. I mean, I could have given it all the way to the bottom range, but I didn't want to do that. Okay, that was not the trade. Maybe that was a mistake, but anyway, let's see if it finds support. I can't keep making excuses for this one. If it's going to flush, it's going to flush. That's an ugly reversal candle anyway. We talked about that. But the trade that's paying at the moment is this ES trade, so I'm waiting for that 4080 to come into play. I was looking for a VWAP retracement on this one. I think I'll be very happy if I get that, and then maybe just keep kind of like a piece for the dream. Dale Lloyd, poop in the bed. I love Sharif's random word and phrases. Yeah, I know. Like, I'm just trying to keep it clean for the kiddos that may be wandering around your office or your living room or wherever.
For the kids with trading accounts.
No, like that are just
Give
around
your
their
children
parents.
trading accounts.
Don't do that. Unless they're, gifted or something. A Sheldon Cooper, maybe. I could see him trading at like 11 years old. The guy is like, it's obviously a fictional character.
Yes.
But anyway, guys, we're moving here on the NQ and we're moving on the ES. So those levels end up holding, and I'm feeling a little bit better about myself now that having lost that money on GFAI, because we just got printed again on the ES trade. I'm really happy with this one. Let this one run. Now we're going to be looking for that 4090 to 4100, and then going to hold this one all the way into my entry 4062 long. Now 20 points in the money on this one. Max. Shop coming into a good level though. I don't know how you feel about a VWAP dip on Shop, Max.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want the VWAP dip. Hasn't gotten there yet, but making a bottom at that 58. Never saves the ones that I wanted to save, eh? All right, shop. Yeah, making this bottom at 58. So double bottom 58.07 there for whatever reason. Maybe there was size I was not watching, but headed back towards that teal line. We'll see if it holds the teal to the upside and then, or I guess to the downside, and then pushes down towards VWAP. I will be sitting around here watching the tape, looking for something to indicate that I should get long around 57.80. Not going to buy 50 cents above where I want it. That ALLO breaking down, looking like that's probably going to stop me out. So too bad on that one. Should have just taken the 30 cents. And then FHN, which this one had a deal with TD Bank to be acquired, which they canceled this morning. This is the volume leader on the day, done 80 million shares and headed towards the top at that 10 level. So maybe 10 is a breakout on this FHN. And there's the stop on ALLO. That's too bad. Break-even trade there on ALLO. But yeah, FHN looking for these tops here at $9.90 and $10 even. High of day was $10.10.
Hear about the news on this one?
Yeah. I canceled the deal with TD. So we'll see if there's dip buyers on this one.
Got the hell out of there.
Oh yeah, good call by TD there. Take the 100
the bag.
or $225 million hit on that one instead
that's
of.
not a joke.
Yeah,
but they probably a lot worse than
they were going to acquire it for 14 billion.
Yeah, which
So-
and I was comparing that to the market cap, current market cap,
Yeah.
albeit it's sold off. But the current
course.
market cap, $5 billion. That's a $10 billion premium on top of the current trading. So
Yeah.
that's ugly. Yeah, but Renata Haddad just said she wants to teach her 54 children to trade, man.
Her 54 children.
That's an ambitious number. Very ambitious.
54 children?
Yeah. Just shouting you out, Renata. Renata joined us late today. She was not in the chat early on. Shout out to Renata for, I don't know. I don't really know why I'm shouting you out. 54 children, jeez Louise.
Yeah, that's
A hell of an undertaking. Max, we're retracing off the VWAP as anticipated here on our friend the ES. But do we make the move all the way back down and make newer lows? That's the question here. It's a 20-point winner from bottom to top. But now, do we hold or do we continue to maybe wait for that, I want to say sell zone, maybe in between 40.90 and 4100. I was looking here on the ES chart, and I found a little bit of, I want to see what you think about this. Like we obviously had 40.90 as a bit of a bottom this morning and then come back between, say, 11 and 12. We reject off it again. So even though 4100 is a nice juicy number, that 40.90 area also needs to be kind of respected. So I was thinking maybe a bit of a sell zone in between these two areas here.
Yeah, for sure. And you got to question, are we going to have an inside day today? Are we going to trend for whatever reason? Do we just buy up this news?
Yeah.
I mean, if we never take out that low, if we basically never take out your price, we're probably going up, right? But I'm not sure. I'm not sure today. I feel like if we do get to 4100, we probably break it and get to like 4120 or something. But hard to say. The overnight high 4120. Maybe that's the range that I would target. But obviously, my targets are always a little crazy.
They're not crazy. I think they're best case scenario.
Yes.
I love it.
Oh, and Shop is hitting VWAP right now. So
yeah, we're now coming into that level. All right, I like
pay
that
attention
level
to
too.
Shop.
Go for it.
See what happens here. I'd like it to break down and just show me something. Show me something. Give me a reason to get in. I'm not gonna just buy here on VWAP. I need something. Need something to tell me to buy. So I will be watching this one intently. Maybe see like a little breakdown to 70s and then bids back up into these 80s. That would be nice. If it's just gonna bounce straight off VWAP, then I don't know, might have to pay up to 58.10, but I'd rather not do that on this name. It has been extremely crazy today. I don't know if you were watching this one on the off the open, Sharif, but we were bouncing around 40 cents at a time. Like this was nuts. And here we go.
The volume really started leaking into this one. I sat down here at 7:30, and it was already on its way.
Yeah.
Right. So this one has been strong. I think it's at a fantastic level right now. It's a whole dollarish level by saying that 58. It's a VWAP. Now look, you could say, well, look, VWAP's a random level. I mean, you can't even guarantee that there's going to be support there. Well, I think that's what I was trying to talk to Neil about earlier. Anchoring VWAP here from the kind of breakout point, which would have been right the release of earnings, and then working off that level. And that level would actually be important for the follow-up days to come in, like the next month or so. That's where Michael Noss is anchoring, and that's what Brian Shannon's book, I think, is about. Anchoring it at strategic points and basing it off that level, because institutions now are going to be piling into this name. It just dropped a SIC report. You know, a lot of portfolios are going to be adjusting to take advantage of the new look of Shopify, whether or not it means liquidating other stocks and getting into this one. The point is, they're going to be judged by VWAP. We know that institutions use this to judge their traders based upon whether they got a good or bad intraday price when, you know, you get an order from whoever saying, oh, look, get me 100,000 shares of Shop, you know. You're judged on the average price based upon that VWAP level and however they're structuring it. So I think it plays an important role, especially on an earnings day when you know there's going to be a lot of repositioning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and Dan's saying, big fan of Brian. Dan, we're going to actually have Brian on May 24th. Brian Shannon will be on the show, I believe. I don't know if it's going to be the morning or the close. We'll get back to you on that, but he will be on. He will be talking about his anchored VWAP. We'll also have Michael Noss on tomorrow. I'm sure he'll probably be talking about that as well. So shout out to those guys for dropping that knowledge. Max, where are we here on, what are we looking at here on Shop?
Yeah,
Ben?
so I did just get long. Really like wicked VWAP and instantly buying up. So seeing a lot of buying on this one. Exactly like you say, these portfolio managers are judged or execution traders are judged based on VWAP. So they may not be thinking that we're going to see VWAP again today, so they're buying it up here. It seems like you see this strong buying off of VWAP. That looks like a program buy right there on the level 2. So yeah, Shopify looking for this 58.10 to break back up, and then let's see what happens around this 50 period. Looking pretty strong at VWAP here. And yeah, I don't want this to see any selling below the 70s, I guess. So if we get into the 60s and it starts selling, I will be gone. But not really expecting to see that based on what I'm seeing right now. Expecting this little amount of size below 58 to break and then get back to the upside as the ES is kind of consolidating below this little high here. Yeah, so I think looking pretty good on this trade, but you know, Shopify a little crazy today. It can tell me that I'm wrong very quickly, but liking all of these bright green prints which are above the ask, as you talk about. I think yours are what, orange or something if it's
Which
above
ones?
the ask?
Yeah, above the ask, orange.
Yeah.
Below, blue.
I just go brighter green for my above the
That's
ask. And then light red
Proudly
for
set
below.
up my colors. I didn't even know that you could do above and below.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Wayne just told me like 3
Wayne the
weeks
Brain?
ago, Wayne the Brain told me that I can highlight size on the level 2. I didn't even realize I could do that.
Oh.
So now I just highlight
Above
anything
a certain size?
above 9 lots. So
Okay, that's
like
beauty.
double-digit lots. Depends on the stock, obviously. If you're trading something super
Yeah, have you
thick,
seen Wayner's level 2? It's deep in like
it's a little
color.
It's a little
and-
crazy for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it a little more.
He likes it, and it
chill.
works off well for Wayner's.
Yeah,
Back there.
I like my spa vibes on the level 2. Try to
The
keep
blue?
myself calm.
Yeah, man, same with me. Look,
Yeah,
my book is blue as well. Yeah, and even on my my home setup, my level 2 on my trading screen, blue, baby, blue. Max wearing blue, I'm wearing blue. The whole crew was wearing blue today.
Go Leafs, go!
Yeah, go Leafs, go, baby. We
Game
got
2
that
tonight.
today.
I forgot my hat.
Let's talk a little bit about that since we have. Okay. Well, there you go.
All right.
A little
that-
bobblehead going on here. Oh, baby.
No, show it to him. You guys have no idea who that is.
No, I have no. I'm not a hockey guy.
Downtown Connor Brown.
Ooh.
Look at the front.
It's the Marlies?
It's the Marlies.
Oh, it's the Marlies.
Don't tell anybody, that's
These bobbleheads are cool. Do you know that you can get like a 3D figure made of you?
Of yourself?
Yeah. Right, that's kind of old
Trader
news.
TV Live bobbleheads. Oh, I'm sure those would sell.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good omen for the midday show, baby. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I just don't want to make it guarantees. Yeah, that's a bad omen if I give it the elbow there. But yeah, no, the Leafs obviously. Yeah, they were management was none too pleased with the way they played. They had a practice yesterday. They weren't given a day off, and they had to hit the ice. How do you feel about going in today?
Honestly, like last game, that was, I would say, a bit of a coin toss. Like, I'm not super unimpressed with how they played. Ran into a hot goalie. Probably could have scored 6 or 7 goals if Bobrovsky wasn't that hot. Yeah, I mean that Matt Tkachuk is he's pretty amazing. Other than that, I mean, there's not really that much danger on that team, and their defense is questionable. So the Leafs should be able to take advantage of it.
Like a small cap breaking out. They need to be shorted. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. They're flying too high. You know, the large cap Maple Leafs going to come in and destroy them. Hopefully.
The large cap Maple Leafs, yes.
Yeah.
They're going to get bought out, baby. Yeah, we're very large cap. Mega cap, baby. And like, you know how I found out like the sway and the influence of the Leafs in the NHL? Remember when Jim Balsillies was trying to get a team in Hamilton? Jim Balsillies was the former CEO of RIM, which is the predecessor to BlackBerry. He was a co-CEO at the time with some other dude, I forget his name, and he was rolling in money at the time because BlackBerry was huge back in 2010, 2009, 11, that time. And he tried to get a team into Hamilton. Hamilton's a nearby city of Toronto, nearby in Toronto, and apparently it leaked at the time that the Leafs had some sort of refusal clause in the Constitution, the Articles of Incorporation of the NHL, that they could refuse anyone within a certain geographical distance. So that was interesting to see how much power they had. And you don't really find out the deets of these kind of things because it's a private company. It doesn't actually have to be disclosed, right? So that was interesting. And that's a little bit off topic, but here we go. We're still holding at these 40.77s on the ES, so not ready to call puts on my position yet. Looking for a possible continuation through VWAP. Again, 40.81, that's my level on my chart for VWAP, and I'll be looking for a break and continuation through that. After that, if it should break through that, I'll be looking for a possible sell zone in between 40.90 and 4100. You saw a little bit of, resistance come in at that 90, and then that there's definitely going to be resistance at that nice 4100 number. So people yelling Uber. So let me have a look at our friend Uber over here. Obviously had earnings. Oh baby, it's pumping to the high side, 36.69. Now it's at 37.40. Okay, so nice move. It's not the going to lose sleep over anything. Here's a 1 minute on Uber, and you had a bit of a bottom here. Brew at that 36.70ish. And coming up to the top of the range here, but we're still not at high days. High day comes 37.69. The daily on Uber, oh yes, you're seeing that right. That is a result of positive earnings. We've been talking about this a lot, but we are at an inflection point here, Max, on our friend Uber, because these are highs that we got back to in February. Remember those Feb highs when we had like that amazing January? Early in the year when all the money started pouring in. We're right at that level again, that 38.5, 38 level. Let's see if we break it around this time. We haven't been at those levels since February 2022. The last time we were up above 38.5-ish for our friend Uber. And then you got to look at that 44 level possibly there above that. Bit of a gap in between 38 to 40 on the Uber daily chart there. So keeping an eye on our friend Uber and see what could come of that. Let's see what else is popping off. Not much moving on the futures. Not much to talk about there. GFAI annoying me because now it retraced back into 7 and making me look like a damn fool because my out, look, is literally bottom wick. So, like whatever, bro.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll send it over.
Yeah, I got out of that Shopify. It started to sell below VWAP. It looked initially like it was just going to buy that up, so I didn't punch out, and then sells it right off. So Shopify looking for some lower levels to make a base at, potentially just going to, hang out here in these. This is where it pulled back to, right? 57, and the breakout was 57.40. So Could be interesting if it holds that price. Getting back above 57.80 would be potentially a reason to get back into this one. But for now, giving up VWAP on Shopify, not counting it out yet based on that move that it had earlier this morning. What happened to that ALLO? I think that one probably
Hello.
died, right?
That's how my mom picks up the phone. Yeah, hello. That's how she picks it up. It's not even making fun of it. She literally does that. Right.
Anyway, this one, so it's still holding those highs. So I guess I should have put my stop at like 49 instead of break even there. But yeah, this one's still holding here. Potential still to squeeze, I guess, on ALLO. Maybe it dips to VWAP, but I am out. I tried something funny, and it didn't work. And FHN rejects off of 10 once again.
Oh, baby.
So 10 is the level for now on FHN.
MGI.
MGI?
MGI is flying to the high side, Max. What is this nonsense here?
Oh, wow.
MoneyGram. MoneyGram. Okay, well, we know that name. It's flying high. What do we got
merger
here? Shares resume. Okay, so there's a merger here, baby, with Madison Dearborn Partners, a announces merger. Here's the headline, guys, coming in right at that 12:37 time slot, 10 minutes old, to be fair. This one halted. The algo spike came in hot and heavy at that 9:25 and then halted at 10:25. And then it held from 10.25 and gapped up to 10.75, 50 pennies there. It is.
KVUE is open.
What's open? What is open?
KVUE is now open. So this one has huge size on that 50 level. We're getting selling into it, and that is now broken. So going to the downside for now on KVUE, this is the IPO today. KVUE was a Johnson & Johnson company, now kind of reserving the 30s. And there is size on 25. Let's see if that gets taken too.
Wouldn't want to be Oh, it's
holding that
There's
25
big,
level.
Huge size on 25. Getting eaten up, though.
So I'm long ahead of it.
Oh, baby.
I'm going to punch out.
There it is. It's getting eaten up. It's going to break.
Does it break or does it reserve?
Oh! Wow, bamboozlement central, bro. Holy cows, that's bamboozlement right there. Unreal. I'm just laughing because it's so bamboozling. You can almost just guess that. Oh my God, I'm gonna let you take this one, Max. That's all you, my
I was
friend.
long 27 there, and
unreal. Unreal. Did you see that? Did you see that? I'm laughing because it's comical at this point. Yeah, Sean letting the stock knows how it feels, right? How he feels about that.
Yeah, let's
Big
look
size
for,
on 80, Max?
Let's look for size. Let's look for size to break to see if we can get some breakouts on this name. Obviously, IPOs, every level is a new level. Only been open for about a minute and a half here. That really sucks to be long the bottom like that and not still be long, but away she goes. We know that 2550 had size on it before, so does this hold right now? It has already done 21 million shares of volume. I think most of that was on the opening print, though. Yeah, it was. So, we'll see if this 50 holds right now. Maybe try to take a long off of that, but a little bit crazy right now. Yeah, 50's holding, so I'm long right now. Let's see if we can hold 50 here, get back up to those highs. If not, I will be long gone, not looking to lose on this one. But we got some reserves on the bid right now. Let's see if this can push up. Reserves on the bid and the offer now. Come on, get through that 60 price. Can't get through 60 for now.
Sean says, let's go Barbie and Kenview. I saw a big size there at 80 when we were up at 80. We're not there now, but rejecting off that level quite obviously when we were at those levels. I'm not going to get into this one, guys. This is all sorts of nutty for me, but it's amusing to watch. I'm watching it on multiple screens, trying to see if I can get a different look on my platform and P Pro 8. Keeping an eye on the level 2, just making sure. I have a lot of gateways on both platforms, so you get a picture of the full book there. But here comes that level again, Max. We're accumulating again. Do we see an 80 touch here? I'm seeing that size show up on 80 again every time we come close. So if that was any indicator, that 25 level last time, the bamboozlement, and it came fast and furious. Same thing with the fast and furious bamboozlement on GFAI. Look at the curl back up off the bottoms. That just very frustrating for me. But now, what can you say about that? What do you got?
I just tried this twice off the 50, tried a 60 break, but it filled me before it actually broke. So let's see if it breaks down below 50 and rebids, or if 50 just kind of reserves on the bid here. This one, this could go anywhere, really. Obviously, a larger cap name, so we're not expecting to get to like $40 today or whatever, but we could easily get to like 30.
Buying up 25.50.
Yeah.
They want more than 91%, says Sean. Yeah, they got 91% ownership in this bad boy here. So whatever the float is, I mean, it's got to be minus their 91. Some orange coming in on my tape there usually means over the bid. So it's still holding up that $0.50. Let's see how we end up holding up. Tight range we're in at the moment, despite the fact that there's all sorts of volume.
When's the last time an IPO opened and 10 minutes later it's at the IPO price?
When's the last time an IPO opened and then 10 minutes after it's open, it was at the exact same price? It's been a while.
There it goes.
And there it is. Here, do you see the size on 80? No, it's not there anymore. That's gone. The size on 80 that I saw before is gone. No, it actually moved up. It moved up to 26. The same size that was at 80 has now moved up to 26 on KVUE. It was back up, to 26. It was originally at 80s, and that he, I guess, moved it up. There we go. So now, this is interesting here. So we'll see. It's gone now. I can't see it on my book, but maybe when we get closer to it, I will. Interesting look here, Max, as we trade within a range.
Yeah, definitely interesting, that 25.50 price. We'll see if that can hold. If that can't hold, I'm expecting to see 25, 24, whatever the IPO range was. I think it was $20 to $23.
I'll tell you in a second.
So, we could definitely...
2023.
We could definitely see, 23.
Oh, here we go again.
$23 today if this does break that 25.50. 25 obviously going to be key support as well, and that 25.25 that we couldn't break before. Lots of bamboozlement all over the tape on this one. I'm not sure. It's hard to say if anybody's buying or selling right now. It's just kind of going nuts. And here comes that 25.50 level once again.
Here comes the hot stepper, murderer. I'm the lyrical gangster, murderer. All right, let's keep going here. Yeah, I'm showing my age with that one, baby. All right, let's go back into the ES trade. Not much to show here. We're still hanging out. We're printing a series of lower highs and lower lows on this one. So concerning me a bit, but my entry gives me protection. I'm going to give this basically right back down into lows. I'll be looking for continuation. My entry allows me to give it that kind of room. Otherwise, no, it would not be so simple. But back to KVUE, I mean, Max is covering this pretty well. I'm not going to get involved in this unless something more stable develops. That size showing up again at 26. I see it loud and clear. There it shows up, then it goes. I don't know. I never really understand how this book works, but there it is, 31. I see 30. Well, yeah, now below 30. 30.88 there showing. So the size coming in there, that moved up. By the way, that was at 80s. Here we go again into the 70s, mid 70s. I don't know if we got 80 prints yet. Did we get any 80 prints? Not yet. Yeah, maxing at 79, Sean said. So we have not got 80 prints yet. Not that I see anyway. So we shall see what develops there. Up 16. Is that accurate? 16%? Yeah, up 16% on this bad boy. Yeah, Moji the cat. I'm in a futures position. I'm not in any other position. That's why it's not showing. Max, are you in any positions?
I am in no positions at the moment. Just watching, kind of stalking the tape on this KVUE.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's doing nothing. It's in a 30-cent range, less than a 30-cent range. So really doing nothing for now. Whichever way it decides to go, it probably goes. So let's see. Yeah, I just got filled short, but that was... Oh,
sorry,
come on.
Got excited
That's
when
ridiculous.
I saw orange there. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of did a fake
moving.
break there on that 50 level, so I got short and just punched out the high. That sucks. Yeah, so I'm gonna wait to see what happens on this 25.50 level, and Yeah,
Comp
it's got to break
SRX1.
the high or break the low before I get in again. Basically, that's it. So let's see what happens here.
Comp SRX1 says, Sean, stop shorting, please. So yeah, that'd be great, Sean. Yeah, he's long, by the way, guys. So just in case you want to know, he's long 51s. So we're dancing here with 59s, and we got a 1 penny spread. So, all right. So that's what's happening there. But the futures, oh baby, they're pumping back up. Let's go, futures. Let's go break through VWAP. I want 81 breaks, and I want them now. Here's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a new high, 40.81.5. Let's go. We're at 79s. Here come 80s, possibly, as I'm seeing a good move in a lot of these big tech names, lifting up the NQ. I'm seeing Meta curl. I'm seeing Microsoft curl. Apple's curling. Even Google just a bit. Tesla and Amazon, yeah, not so much. Not getting much of a move out of them, but the other big cappers, they're curling. How's our friend NVIDIA doing today? Yeah, I got a bit of a curl too. It's still right on the day, down 0.47%. We know AMD was a stronger chip name today after it got slapped in the face a couple of days in a row off, not great earnings. It was up over 2%, now up 1 2/3%. Here we go. Back onto the ES. We're knocking on the door of 80s again. Last out here was right at 80. So we're looking for continuation. We want to see a 90 touch here. That's the level between 90 and 100. I think if we get continuation on the ES, we will see those levels manifest. There's 80. I'm seeing 80 coming on the tape here. Let's go, baby. 90 incoming. Let's go. 310 on Microsoft. Kidding, of course. Guys, we're just joking. Pradley's yelling something back there. What's he yelling?
He's trading this KVUE as well, I believe. I am long at 55 now. There was a reserve at 54.
Oh my
punched
God.
55. Now we're at in the 70s again. Let's see if we get that 26 test. There we go.
Pump
All right,
it.
break the high now and
That
get
80
into that
again.
26
There goes 80.
level. Let's see if we can squeeze some shorts above that 26 level.
Pump it. There's that size at 26 again. I see it here. You guys see that size? That might get, whoa, who cares? Let it get blown out. Are you long?
Here we go. I am long at 25.55. Haven't taken anything out. Looking for that 26 break. I will punch out if we
Way
get
to
back
go,
into
Max.
the 60s. So let's see what happens. Yeah, not looking great here. Lots of selling on the tape, but that was an explosive move up. So willing to give it a little bit of time to go. 69, 68 would be the stop on this. Let's see what happens. Looks like it wants to go
Doing
back.
a dance with no
This
pins,
is
man. Let's go,
just
bro.
doing a silly little dance now.
Yeah.
Pick a direction.
goes.
Come on.
Back
It
up
felt like it
into
picked
80.
it there. Let's see.
There it
let's
is
see. There's
again.
the buying. Lots of selling coming in, but they
Spread
tend to
opening
just buy
up,
it
too.
back up. Yeah, the spread is opening, so we'll see what happens here. But I mean, this is pretty muted action from an IPO.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what Sean was saying.
Yeah.
He's like, well, look, we're right back in the volume is there. It's just not picking a direction one way or another. Now, there could be for a multitude of reasons. We're not going to go into a dissertation as to why at the moment, but the fact of the matter is the price is more inside than anticipated. I'm keeping my eye on this 40.84 here on the ES. I'm looking to get out there as this one's curling back up. We're looking to touch 13.1 on the NQ. We're real close to that. We're at 13.088. These futures, they're good. I mean, look, there's a lot of other hype right now, but this futures trade has been absolutely solid. Here comes 84s. There it is. There's the 84. We spend the money again on this one. So this one was a good trade. Enter at 62s. That's 22 points now. Let this one run. What are these people saying? All right. Q-tonic. I'm not going to read that one. But that's funny. Lucky Cheese says, check LMND. Is that lemonade? LMND? Lemonade. Oh, my goodness. I haven't seen this, since 2021? What's this one up to? Lemonade up 23 points. Oh, baby.
Oh, my God.
Shad hitting that one. Here is the chart on our friend Lemonade. Let's look at that real quick. Where's the 15? There's the 15. So this one makes a big boy move at earnings. That looks like 430 that came in. Got going from that 1150 breakout. We got to 1340. Today was more the same, up to 1450. It's been a nice bull flag continuation. But for an intraday trade, I got to say, Max, it's below VWAP now. And although we made a bit of a double bottom, possibly here at 1350, I like this one maybe through a 14 break, but this is a swing trade. I don't know if you're going to get the volume.
Yeah, I don't think the volume's there.
The volume's just not there today on this one. But maybe a good swing look there if you're looking for this one. What's the daily look like this on? Oh, wow. Look at that chart, bro. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Look, it's been, you know, a bit of a dance with the 50 period here. This is the 50 EMA. It looks like you were rewarded most times if you took a short off the 50 EMA. You would have had to give it a little bit, especially at these times. The better short, though, has been that 200. Now you're going to have to wait a while to get that because they don't materialize often. First one you got was November 2021. You got another one August, and you haven't gotten one since. But yeah, maybe you probably need to trade this on a smaller time scale. Either way, good luck. I think it was an earnings winner, I believe. Yes, it was. Sean confirming that it was an earnings winner. Max, what are we seeing over there on our friend?
It's my time.
Oh, Max is donezo.
I am done.
So Max is donezo. We're going to have Mr. Katina on, but you're going to be covering for me tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes. And then Obi will be on during your time from 12 to 1, and then the other guys, they'll just be on regular. So Max will be taking you guys tomorrow. Mad Max, it's going to be Mr. Beast with the other three. We'll see you Monday, brother. I'll be going tomorrow.
Good
See
luck.
you later. Thank you. All right, guys, let's get back to this ES trade that I'm currently embroiled in. Again, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but I'm looking for that 40.90 to 40.100 touch. You know, we're in nice here. We're letting it run, but yeah, we'll see if we get up there. I'm keeping my eye simultaneously on the NQ because we also have that 13.1. You know, if we start rejecting off 13.1 on the NQ, it may be kaputs for our ES trade. Even though they've been diverging lately, there's been a modicum of divergence. Yeah, this guy's gonna get murked. Modicum, yes, word of the day, baby, means a little bit. A little divergence between these two bad boys. By bad boys, I'm talking about the NQ and ES. Right? We're keeping it fresh on here, Sean. We're keeping it fresh, just like your haircut. You come in super fresh today with the fade. I guess you saw, what's his name yesterday? Halim, yeah. Shout out to Halim, North African pride, baby.
Took it all off.
Yeah.
Ain't growing back. Okay, yeah, I want to give a big thanks to Max, of course, for throwing down.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm short Microsoft and long Kenview right now. So as my layout decides to load it.
Absolutely, I'll take it.
What's been your best name today, like
the ES.
net-wise? Oh, the ES, the
No
futures?
question, 40.62
Oh,
entry.
Microsoft just broke 307. So
Yeah,
I assume
Microsoft's
I'm-
pumping, and it's taken the NQ with it because the
assume I'm
NQ is
out.
retraced now.
Yeah, I'm out.
Microsoft is all sorts of strong today, guys. It's been a series of higher lows with this bad boy. We got down to 303.40. Now we're up to 307.02. We just made high of day. We're knocking on the door of the whole dollar. Here's the chart on Microsoft. Let's load this up here. Ugh. There we go.
Microsoft.
Yeah, look at this. Higher low, higher low, higher low. And then even, you know, you have higher highs. By not by much, but the fact of the matter is they are higher highs. Now we're blowing through that 307 with a 307.06 level. Sean, we're also getting a bit of a retracement, even though we kind of tanked down a little bit on that ES trade. It's now retracing a bit. Oh, baby. What's all this yelling?
Is it Kenview?
Really Let me go to Kenview. Kenview
Kenview?
is knocking
Is it
on the
Kenview?
door of 26, Sean. It just went to 90s again, but rejected again. I want to get closer to there. That size is still sitting at 26, that 3,000 some odd lots that's sitting there, so we'll keep an eye on that one. But every time we come around to that level, we huadunk. I think the highest we've gotten was that 95 or 96 pull up there, but
Are we huadunking?
we're holding. We're still in the 80s.
So, I mean, I just wish I didn't have. Yeah, that was a good look. That was a good look, Mahad.
Take my...
Let's go back to what I was doing.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, so see this? That's when Max was like, oh my God, it's breaking. And I was like, yes, it is.
Well, we saw. We remember the
And we got
size,
out of a quarter
That's
right
okay.
there. So that sucks. And it came back, and I was like, all right, that's nice. We'll get some out for flat. And then it's a winner. It's a winner. As we are still in some Kenview. I'm still in a third.
Oh my God.
Still in only 25%. of this. We got a couple fills up here near $26. And I was just saying to Neil when this opened up, like, how many times do they actually get the IPO right? Yeah. Seems like dead on this time. I mean, you know, obviously with the market moving upside here today, well, are we green yet? Almost. With the market moving up, I mean, Kenvue, of course, moving up. And I thought it would have been a lot more. Of course, this has Band-Aids and Tylenol, and it's that product line, the sort of the home wares for Kenvue and Johnson & Johnson.
Right.
So, because they have the medical supplies, they have a bunch of different units, of course, and well-diversified company. And quite frankly, I think they're the only company with a AAA rating.
What?
Look it up. There's something like that in the Dow or something. There's
wow.
Johnson & Johnson.
We know they're a component. Obviously, they're a big boy name, but
I mean, as far as the Dow is concerned,
yeah, they're a monster. Wow. Okay, so you know, I thought there'd be more feasting, Sean, since we haven't had an IPO to feast off for a while, and it's been feastless. Is that fair to say? Are we moving up again? Yeah, we are. We're back at 90, Sean.
So you get that one move down right there. Other than this move, this is a feast. You know, I mean, you're not wrong. Like, if you just went long, the IPO price was $25.53. That's where we're long.
Yeah.
So that was the IPO price. It hit right there, and then boom, just straight up to the upside. And we had one little dip down there where there was a buyer at 25, and it looked like it was going because, you know, when there was a 50 buyer right there and that left, I punched a little bit out there. Then when we came down, we saw another buyer. I figured that was going to get broken as well, so we punched a little bit out there. But then once that went back, I was like, feast again, to steal your word, and we got back long, which is why you're seeing me long now at 50. Because when it went back into that level, I took it out. I'm going to hold this the rest of the day. So honestly, I've sat here before and watched Coinbase go $50. Sat here before, watched any it doesn't matter. If you go back to 2020, 2021, when all the IPOs were coming out, it was just bonkers. Like, basically the trade at that point, I know you were probably watching the show, or maybe you were even here during some of them. You would just put in the buy. Doesn't matter. You don't even worry about what the stock is.
Yeah, it's gonna go up.
Yeah, you'd put in the buy order, and it would just be like, oh, Chinese telecom, buy. You know, Coinbase, who cares? Buy.
$325 bucks.
Yeah, and it was just like, yeah, exactly. I think.
Remember that?
I don't know. Well, no, I think it might have been 350.
Something in that area, you know what I mean?
Can't remember when they. No, you're 100% right. But it might have been 280 and then ripped that day. Does anyone remember?
We can look at the price action. But Sean, have you seen what the
my number one stock is Microsoft.
Well, yeah, I'm not surprised.
13.1, yeah, but this is where I think it's going to be a fade.
That's the thing. Exactly. Yeah. Came right to it. We just touched 13.1.
Thanks for leading me to that.
For what? For the
you led me to that idea of it being a fade. So.
Yeah, well, you think that's what I was thinking too. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not. Yeah, that's the thing. You never want to make these calls because then you look silly after if it continues to go. But 13.1. I mean, look at this. I mean, we touch off 13.1. It's a very clear area of support earlier on. This is the 5-minute on the NQ, and then it's been a very clear resistance level from 8 a.m. No, 9 a.m. subsequent. I always have to add an hour onto these times because it's Chicago time, baby. Reject. Another touch. 3-1, baby. That 3-1 touch, though, led to this, Sean. This 40, 86.5 out. And we were long on these ones, 40.62, so this one's a good one. Let's see what this one continues to bring. But the one that I've got my eye on is the one that Sean was just talking about. Microsoft is all sorts of strong, 307.18. It is continuing to print higher highs. Here is the chart on Microsoft. What a name this has been, and what a name it's been the past, I want to say, week. How long has it been since they reported now? A week?
About
a week, right?
Was it mid last week?
I think so, yeah. It's been all sorts of strong. Yeah, there is the big print up at report on the 28th. So, no, 28th. Yeah, Thursday. Was it? Let me go to the half an hour on this. I don't know what I'm talking about. No,
there it is.
Right here, the 25th. That was the big boy move. We were at 275 that day, guys. We now find ourselves at 307. A bit of a top, though, brewing at 309. We haven't broken that level yet. We touched up on that part on 28 there. We got up to 309, but rejecting. Nice consolidation area, though. You're just waiting for Microsoft to take that next step up.
I'm right here.
Above 310.
Pratt is involved in this Ken view with me here, so that's nice. We'll be talking about this after. I'm just trying to edit this wick out here because what time? Hold on a second. What time is this wick? If you can come to my screen if you want. I don't care if people see me editing this out. I'm just going to show you how you make money shorting Microsoft. So 9:40. Ken view's going. I'll do this off screen. I'm losing my mind over here. There goes Ken view right now. Let's go, man. There's the break, and yeah. Break yourself, fool, as they say.
Break yourself, fool.
Who says that? Here we go. Let's go.
McLovin?
Yeah. I thought it was maybe Mr. T or something.
I know,
yes,
but
exactly.
he says, McLovin says it too.
McLovin does? Oh, as a joke?
Yeah.
You know, McLovin just had his, with that fake ID, I think it was his birthday.
Yeah, it was.
Not too long ago there, so shout out to McLovin there. We just got out, so let's just go right there. We'll ring the register. We got out of another piece. We got out of a third of what we had left there. Look at that. So this is the best. This is where I want to
Is
NFT
that top
this.
wick?
Yeah, but look what's the bottom wick.
Oh
Who
my
cares?
God.
That's nice. Look at the bottom one. I have the bottom and the top wick.
That's amazing.
Yes. You cannot make this chart.
Script that better than that.
No,
baby.
you cannot have this chart if you tried. There's nobody else in the history of day trading. No, I'm serious.
Yeah, for sure. It's an independent chart. I mean, there's no chart that's going to look like that.
If it settles out in the middle, do you know how epic this is going to look?
That's
wow,
fantastic.
I actually hope we just settle right here, just so I can just show how stupid this is. But anyways, we're well up, man. I mean, so far we're up on Kenview today, and we're up on Microsoft. But there it is right there. Take that top wick. And all that's basically happened here is you get the IPO, and I want to, Neil and I said, there's never, because we have to switch layouts, and I got to come over here.
Yes.
I was like, please just open up before.
I saw you talking to Juan.
Yeah, because we got to get the technology going here. Because what I'm trying to do is remote. So we have 4 monitors set up. So I'll ask everybody in the chat this because maybe there's some tech heads in here. But
yeah,
I thought you can. Apparently, you cannot monitor. You cannot remote copy all 4 of these screens. Like I have four screens.
Independent ones.
So what I'm trying to do is remote desktop in or remote a Chrome desktop or AnyDesk or whatever. Try to go in to try to figure out if I log in to my PC over there, can I get monitor 1 here, monitor 2 there,
remote?
monitor 3?
Yeah, without having to log out and re-log back in. I got you.
But we have the best in the business looking into it.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mr. Rob, who is the best Windows IT specialist. Networks, I don't know what his role is, but that is what he is. And Rob's looking into that. And if we can get a solution, we will get that solution. Sure. Yeah, perfect trading. That's right. Not perfect by any stretch of the imagination.
You got called a bot. Someone called you a bot for getting those fills.
That's right. It wouldn't be the first time. I'm a machine.
We just did another 13-1 touch on the NQ and another rejection for now.
Okay, here we go.
Off 13-1, so that continues to be a level.
All right. You can do whatever you want.
That continues to be a level at that on the NQ, so I'll keep my eye on that. What's up, Sean?
No, Rob was just asking me about that computer. So, yeah, I just want to talk about Microsoft just real quick here. Yeah. So this is my #1 stock. And you can go get espresso if you want.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat.
Yeah, get me one. See what I did there? Okay, so that was good, right? No, thanks, Sharif. I just want to give the guy a break, to be honest with you. I mean, the guy's been on for a while. There's only people as crazy as me and Neil to be on for 3 hours and another hour. Neil does 4 hours because he's from 8:30 to, well, I guess that's 2.5, add another one, 3.5 straight. And then I get a little break, have some food, and then we come right back on and give a big shout out to Max again, of course, as well. But here's Microsoft. Pretty simple trade for me today, honestly. Every time, like you guys saw me do that live in the first show, when we started out, we had a huge move down. Not a huge move, but 306 down to 304, $2, not bad. Pops right back up, and then we play that momentum to the upside, and that is a 200 period simple moving average. For people that ask about that, that comes all the way in. We get that fill, boom, boom, boom. Then we only get out at 2/3. We did not get that very bottom, which would have been pretty sweet to do that. Then all of a sudden, comes back up. We short 306, gets them out there 305.14. Then this is the trade. Maybe I can zoom in now because I think I've fixed some of these wicks. And again, when we switch from computer to computer, it does show up bad prints all the time, and there's nothing we can do about that. But then there it is. There's the short in the 306. There's the break of 306, okay? So we get out because it breaks 306, no problem. But then it rips up and ticks out right there, 306.62. So then I'm like, okay, that was a pretty good wick there. I don't know if you guys can see it. Maybe if I take off, let me take off these, oops, that's the wrong one, right here, these fills. So let's take off the fills right now so we can see this together. So you see that top wick right there? So that wick, to me, although it doesn't have huge volume, but that seems like an exhaustion wick, right? Breaking 306.50, breaking that high of the day right there at 306.50, exhaustion wick. We're not involved there. You know, to me, that's why you put your stop orders out, because like I got stopped here at 306. So by the time I went up to 306.60, I'm out. But anyways, we noticed that. And then so I went short again with that being the out. Okay, so now let's put back here to see exactly what we did. And this is the thing, again, Neil and I will talk about it, Sharif will too, we all will. And it's when you don't follow your own rules and you sort of, you know, get carried away, and that's really when you should be most disappointed. So we see that wick, we get right back in. There's one in. It almost gets us, like, it comes right back to 50 again. So that first wick is 26. That first in is 25s. Then that's a 50. Then boom, all the way to the downside. This is why we're up, man. 305.60. So again, that's about $1, that bottom wick. Let's call it 80 cents. Then it comes all the way back up. This time, because we've gotten most of it out down here, all we're doing now is basically building a new position. So I build a new position here. We started early again at 50. Then it comes and I'm like, okay, let's take that top wick again. Then as that comes through, now we're trying to respect 307. And then that is when the register gets rung, because then all of a sudden, look at this, it's all the way down, and then it goes right back down, right into this level, and then we're short 306.80, that's 306.60, give us an average price of 75 or 70, then all of a sudden you're out at 20s, you're out at O's, you're outbound below. This out is 305 flat, that's $1.80 right there on that one. Then as it comes back up, this is where we're like, okay, we're out again, let's reload. We reload, we start getting out. We're like, huh, this is happening again. Meanwhile, I'm trying to manage Kenview. This is when Kenview came out. And then all of a sudden, boom, it takes out 307. And what did we do? We flipped long on 307, because as soon as it broke it, and you had the NASDAQ also turning green, there's the flip long, and there's one out at 40. Ooh, Sean, it just touched 70, my guy. He probably should have gone out of that one. So that's how I was able to stay very green on Microsoft today. In fact, the number one name for me, Microsoft, on that fill. So that was pretty good. And see, there's that wick that I edited out. So once you edit it out on one, you don't get it on the other as well. All right, the only other position here, you know, the worst trade for me of the day, and it's right back to where it is right now. This should be and is NVIDIA. Again, there's NVIDIA.
Oh,
where's your Spro?
Oh, I didn't want one. Thank you. I brought this juice box. Sean, we just got to that level on the ES.
Thing. Wow, this is like a
This is it.
quad Spro?
Do I get out of here, Sean? That's it. That's the end of the trade for me.
Futures?
Money.
Yes,
bro.
Good, man.
That was it for me right there. And Sean, it was not a random level. I want to show you this trade. I think you will appreciate this level. Have a look at this 4 hour. It was not random by any stretch of the imagination.
Wait a second, you're using 4 hour candles?
I used the 4 hour chart for the macro look at the ES, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Is that no good?
Who am I to tell you what's good or no good?
Here was the idea that
I
we
never heard of that.
accumulated.
That's great, yeah.
We accumulated at this area. This was back on the 26th. I'm like, okay, let's touch up on this area again. We hadn't been there since the 30th. So I was like, okay, this is an interesting area.
What do you mean accumulated? Because all I'm seeing is 2 candles. Is that based on
volume?
volume?
Well, that's 4 hours, right? So that's 4 hours worth of data around that area. Okay. So let's go to the 15. Right there. Bit of a double bottom, that brewing in and around there. I'm like, okay, let's take it.
Did you have it on the first move down or the second move down?
The second one. The first 5 minute candle to make a new high. That was the idea to go into there. Let's go into this.
Is it just 6 digits, Rob? Oh, for my PC? You got to take it over. I'm trying to.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to get this ready over here. There. So that's the end of the trade, guys. 40.92. That's 30 points on the S. That's the end of the trade. It is done for me. What's exploding? AMD. People are yelling AMD's pump it to the high side. Not surprising, because the NQ is absolutely flying to the high side. And AMD may be among them. Let's go AMD right over here. Let's get to the AMD trade. Wowzers, AMD, what is this doing? Okay, there has to be a news item on this. Likely that kind of a news spike doesn't usually come like that. Hey, something's wrong with AMD. Look at this pump.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
wild.
check.
I'm looking here. I'm not seeing anything coming in on my blotter. I'll have a go.
Into any chat.
This thing is taking forever. Something's wrong with my platform today. I'm gonna have a go. Microsoft is helping finance AMD's expansion into what, GPUs? AI processors, which are GPUs, because that's what's used for AI. Yep. So that's very interesting. I talked a lot about that. Remember we talked about the video card sales year over year on the quarter was absolutely dismal for AMD, which we're not looking for. This is welcome news, Sean. If you're going to compete with AI with NVIDIA.
The story, though.
Well, I can't even load it. What is this thing doing? It lost connection. What's wrong with this stupid thing? All right, here we go. Now it's reconnected. Okay.
Can you please tell me what's wrong with that stupid thing?
I don't know, but it's not showing me the news items that I need to see right now, and I'm waiting for this news item to come up, and it's not coming up. Anyway, so when that comes to me, I'll talk to you guys about it. But at the people are like, chill, bro.
I know, chill.
Yeah, AMD is flying, bro. It is pumping to the high side. Here comes 86. We're at 80. Whoa. This is flying to the high side, baby. AMD, the market digesting this news very well. Like we talked about, this was not the look we wanted for AMD. We wanted to see GPU, we want to see VPUs, and it looks as if Microsoft gonna help. Is it Microsoft?
No, there's no such company as that.
NVIDIA, let's look at NVIDIA. Neil's yelling NVIDIA. NVIDIA going in the exact opposite way. Oh, baby. Finally, something makes sense in the market. One goes up, the other one goes down. There we go. I know, right? You're going to do like Neil and like put that out there and make me question myself. You guys are killing me today. 278.5 is where we got up to, and then it was a big boy Huadunk right back down into 274.5. I still don't. So that was a $4 move, Sean. I don't see it either. But AMD now is up 5.25%. We know that there's something happening. I just don't see it on my platform.
We talked about being frustrated earlier about like not having the right keys, and now I'm not sitting. Whenever you're not at your right desk, you're at your right desk, which is nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, here goes AMD, man. I mean, I don't know. You're just going to make it back from yesterday, right? So if you look back yesterday, we had a disastrous report yesterday for AMD. It was not good. Kept going down all day, and then right now getting news from Microsoft. I'm actually still looking for this. I don't know.
So am I.
86. You actually have the news there, though.
It's not coming up. I'm going to go
actually, I have a Trade Ideas account here I got to log into right now. But 86.50 right there. I mean, that could be good. Like, that's the bottom right here, 86.50. So that could be something to talk about if it does come through right now. But it's a straight parabolic, really, candle to the upside here now for AMD. There's 86.50 right now. I was going to go long 86, but again, I'm in Kenview and I'm in Microsoft. And I mean, if we're in the other name right now, and apparently NVIDIA, as Neil's mentioned there, is going the other way. So let's have a quick look on NVIDIA. Yeah, straight to the downside. I don't know enough about this story.
The only mention is coming via Twitter, so yeah. It's same. Neil sees the same thing I'm seeing, which is one tweet.
One random tweet?
Yeah.
By who? Did you see who it was by?
Yeah, something whale.
Okay, whale trades.
Who was it, Neil? We'll get that name in a second.
Okay. I'm sure it's happening there. I have like breaking market news. I'm trying to search. It doesn't matter.
This might coming up on Microsoft.
It honestly really doesn't matter. I'm 50 cents in the money on Microsoft. So
here it is. It's coming on mine. There we go. Microsoft is helping finance AMD's expansion into AI processors. That comes to us repeated by Benzinga from Bloomberg. So Bloomberg making that report. Apparently, let me see anything else here. That's it. I know, right? Yeah. The other news catalysts are all White House and VP Kamala Harris related with respect to Microsoft and Google's meeting today. But wowzers, what a move up. That lifted the NQ well over 13.1. It lifted the ES well over 40.90. Sadly for our ES trade, we didn't partake in that last little move buoyed here by AMD, but good trade nonetheless. We'll keep an eye out for new movers. Sean.
No. I was just going to go short against 87.50.
And Huadunk?
No, it went to 87.17. That sucks, man. We were just talking about some of these levels coming into play again from the day before earnings there. That's okay. There it is. Now it's coming back. I don't understand the story. Like they need financing help? What?
I don't know. No, did we hear about
Just
Microsoft make its
offer
own
share.
graphics processor? Who was that make
The
that?
story you just read was
it? No,
financing.
no, no.
It's not. This is not like they're helping them with technology. It's not that they're implementing the AMD GPUs into ChatGPT. Which if that was the case, because I know that Nvidia was selling, what was it, $30,000 a month? I think it was for their supercomputer.
For the rental, yeah.
Yeah. So like AMD is a cheaper. I don't know. I'm going to assume AMD has.
Probably gonna be
they've always
cheaper,
been a lower cost, so I'm going to assume that that's great for them, and it is great to partner up with the company. So I say shout on that, man. Good job, AMD, and we may be bouncing off 86 again right now. I'm gonna be going back. Thanks again for everybody listening there. And I just want to say, what's up to Dustin and everybody there, Design Logics. Hey, he said good point, Sean. So hey, you're a friend of mine. I don't hear that often enough. No, I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about it.
I hear you.
To get into it, but I do know enough about Kenview.
What happened?
Why? Oh, where's Fahad at?
I don't know.
Oh,
He's
it
right
has
there.
Neil's Stream Deck. I know how to do it. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that it's going to work. All right. So that's okay. We don't need Stream Deck here. What time is it? 1:30 already?
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
How's the juice box, by the way?
It's fantastic. It's not giving me quite the energy of a Spro, but
The Spro don't give me any energy.
No.
No.
You're not sensitive to
is
caffeine,
This is au natural.
I got
My
it. Well,
energy has nothing to do
goes
with.
without saying.
I'd be the same person tomorrow. What's up? Oh, I didn't know that. Come on, man. I like it. I like it.
Oh,
I like it.
that
and
was
for that, I
clutch.
say that's a
I love
chicken
this
dinner
one.
winner.
It's awesome one. Where's your hot dog cannon? I gotta get that one.
Want the hot dog cannon?
Yeah.
You want the hot dog cannon? You get the hot dog cannon. Right there. Great, now we're a meme. Now we're going to be a meme. Why did we do that? We're such stupid people. Okay, so, oh man, we're the best. This is why, honestly, that...
Sean Wall is moving up, eh? We just touched, I think, 23.
I thought you said John Wall.
No,
You know
not John Wall. The baller, yes.
Shout out to John Wall. That guy gets paid a lot of money for doing a hell of a lot of nothing.
Where is he now?
Exactly. And he's still making $45 million a year.
Woo! That's my money.
Sick. I like that contract all day, every day. It might be the Houston Rockets that are still paying him.
I saw that guy you were talking about that you're never ever going to play here again. That was all over the memes on the internet. With Nashville. Was it Memphis?
Memphis.
Yeah,
He ain't playing there again.
People are saying there is already memes of him and Dwight Howard in China or something.
He'll be in the NBA. I mean,
Yeah.
You're a starter on an NBA team that was first, like Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 seed all year.
Yeah.
I think he'll be fine. Sometimes you just got to say, look, I let like my emotions get the best of me or whatever.
Sure.
And like he's playing against LeBron, and he's a character. Look, you're the Memphis Grizzlies, and you're playing LeBron and Anthony Davis and those guys.
Yeah.
You have to try to get under their skin a little bit.
Of course, yeah.
I don't think he's going to play that angle, but that's the angle I would play. Like I was acting like a fool.
I haven't even
for those
looked
reasons.
at the basketball playoff picture.
Oh, by the
at
way,
all.
Prad and everybody, we're up 400% on our Lakers win bet.
That's a lot.
So the $50 bet is now cashed out at $370. I mean, that's more than. I don't know. I checked it yesterday.
So the Lakers lead the series with the
1-0,
Warriors,
and it goes tonight.
1-0, yeah.
And
oh, baby.
Anthony Davis is playing like a man possessed.
Are we in
the what is Draymond Green going to do?
Are we in the conference
Kick that
championship
guy in
right
the
now?
stomach? Huh?
Are we in the conference championship?
One more.
One more, okay. So we're at
So
semis.
they're in the semis right now, same as the Leafs. So every team has won one round.
Yeah,
And,
basketball and hockey usually move together.
And then it's
yeah.
Phoenix, Denver, the other side.
Okay.
So they're going to face the winner, which I'm hoping is Denver. Shout out to
How
Jamal
about the East?
Murray.
Who's in the East?
Yeah, yesterday Boston tied it up with Philly.
And who was the other one?
Knicks Heat.
Knicks?
That's a fun
The
game.
Knicks are in the
Can you believe the Knicks are in the playoffs? I
The
think it's the
Knickerbockers?
first, yeah, maybe 12 years. I mean, there's so many amazing Knicks fans that are out there. They would know. It's kind of like the Leafs.
Yeah.
I can't say anything about the Knicks.
The last time they were, I remember
Man, I don't really
Latrell
drink
Sprewell.
Sprewell. You put like, this is loaded.
I put a tall for you, but I didn't change anything. It was a tall. Is it strong?
Nah, it's fine. It's just, maybe it is affecting me here. I don't know. Yeah, Davis could gas out, but the problem is that I don't think the Warriors have anybody to match up against.
We're at
Anthony
5
Davis.
days, Sean, on KVUE.
Oh,
baby. Here
trust.
we go again. 26.5. That half level coming in again. Some size not showing up there, but clearly.
Oh, like short hair there too. Yeah, so here's my Ken view. That's good. You can look at yours, the same chart.
Same
So
thing.
I just got a piece out.
Show his chart because he got a piece out.
Yeah, let's do mine, Mahad. He's gonna. Oh, there it is. Thanks. Yeah, so here's the long. So my chart doesn't look so good anymore because
AMD's flying.
Still again, okay.
AMD is absolutely flying, man.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
AMD is absolutely rocketing to the high side. I'm sorry, but someone in the chat, I'm not going to call their name
This
because
just
I don't want to
sucks.
make them
Like, I
feel
missed out some
bad.
opportunities
But
here.
someone
This
was
is
saying
tough.
this was a stupid trade and they were shorting 87. I'm not going to say your name, but you know who you are.
Who?
I'm not going to say their
someone
name.
in the chat. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there you go. That's why,
Don't put them on blast.
No, I'm not. But, that's why you can never really be too sure about this kind of stuff. But there is a 90 rejection, 89, 99 to the T. We just flushed $1 off that level as quickly as we got there, as quickly as we retraced.
Yeah.
This is turning into a meme stock with the volatility here, baby. We're talking 10 points. And, oh, baby, the volume coming in. It's fast. It's furious. It's dangerous. It's also at $90.
I'm going to try that key. Out of 100% if it goes back up. We shorted it. I just shorted it right a bit out there. So I'm just going short now against 90. I mean, without having, I'm not, again, we're doing the show. We're sitting here. We're at a new desk. Doesn't matter. It's not an excuse. I'm just going to go short against 90. I don't have all my charts here. I don't have these signal charts. I have our charts, which is fine. But right there, 90. You got
a fill already.
Look at the fill I got, and then it ripped right back up.
It's madness.
How the hell did
That's
I
what I'm
just
thinking.
get
It's
an
madness.
88.70 fill?
You
Did
had
see
resting
that?
orders, eh? You had
I
resting
just,
orders
but I
already?
just finished and said, if you don't have an order out, you can't get filled. I just took 70 cents there, and then it ripped up 70 cents. This is madness.
Yeah, it's madness.
I'm going to put a bid. See, here we go. Maybe if I do this again, I'm going to put a bid at 87.50, and then if we get that, then that would be nice. So we'll put a bid down there, 87.50. All right, so there it is. We got in and out. Like we just missed that 90 fill. Well, we weren't on it, but that's what we're going against right now. Is we've already taken a piece out here for AMD. And what I was going to say is news. Whatever the news is, well, we already know the news, but whatever news comes out, if you're just playing off your rules, and we talk about this all the time, and rules are made to be broken. Don't tell that to my kids, though. I'm going to go short against 89. It's that obvious of a level, and hey, if it busts it, and we get out. We'll just hope that our fill actually hits. That's all. So here we come. We're going to take one more short at the 80 mark, which probably won't matter. I feel like the next time it comes up here, it blasts it. I actually don't even really. My fill's in the 70s, first of all. I'm not even sure this is going to be good if we get it. It's almost better you don't get a fill near 90 now, because the next time it comes up here,
oh baby,
whatever algos are turned on are going to most likely try to run. Here it comes. There it is. I just said it. Wow, okay. So they're going to try to run 90. Now is when you want to go short, actually, on this name. So now is when you want to try to, I'm going to go short now. So there we go. We're short now. What? This is going to blow up in front of my face probably. But there we go. Now we're going to go short. Give this one a little bit of a lesser leash over there to 50s. And again, we're not messing around with big shares here because good thing. It looks like we're going to get stopped out in a minute. But right there, we're going to go short to get there. Okay. That was easy.
Yeah, it's
over. I was going to say, to me, that's how you break the stock down. We're not even, we got hit on that for sure, but that's not bad. So we're okay. Oh, no. Okay, I'm not going to do it. But now, see, every time it pulls back, I feel like we're going to pull back. I don't understand the deal, so I'm going to stay away now. We just lost a cup of coffee, maybe a tall Spro or something. But we're not going to get back 91. Right now, that seems to me, dude,
and the NASDAQ is
find
curling
that headline
up, too.
again.
Yeah,
Find that headline
let me look
again.
into it again.
I don't
it didn't
understand.
even come up on the AMD blotter. It came up on the... Hold on. Still not showing up.
That's right.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But that's not, so that's, Neil said the exact same thing that I was saying. If this is like a partnership deal where they're putting in the GPUs and all the processors into the Chat GPT already, which is going to help Bing, which is going to help, their Microsoft Suite products, Teams, things like that. Because sometimes when you're using ChatGPT, it'll be slow, it'll hang on you, right? So if they're going to do that instead of NVIDIA, it's a shot directly to the heart.
My goodness.
Wow, of NVIDIA, and a huge move up here for AMD. Wow, what a move, man. We're $1 in the money on Microsoft, $1 in the money on Kenvue.
Real, man. I'm not seeing
I guess that's
anything
why
come
my
up
net's
here.
not really fluctuating that
Yeah,
much.
nothing's coming up,
despite
guys.
screwing that up. So
unreal. I'm looking.
now I feel like, here's a 20-minute chart. Wow. Sean, are you going to do this again right now? That's 92. You're right into this level again. But it's so tough. Like when you're using technical analysis, and where's Brendan? Oh, he's gone.
Yeah,
I want to make an
interviewing.
announcement because we have a very special guest coming very soon. But I'm just going to wait for Brendan because he's confirming everything. So a very, very big guest as far as technical analysis.
Is it the BS?
There you go. Brendan, can we announce that? Our guest
BS?
on the 24th?
Yeah.
It's Brian Shannon's going to be
Okay,
here
good.
on Zoom.
I held my breath there because I had already talked about it earlier.
Oh, you already did? Okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
I know. I was like,
fine.
oh my God, this guy's telling me
No,
we
that's
couldn't
great.
announce it. Yeah.
You're allowed to announce.
Yeah,
we don't have
okay,
a problem
okay.
with announcing that. It's just the fact that I want to make sure it's complete, like it's
Yeah,
official.
Dan was pumped. Dan says he's a big fan of.
Yeah, so Brian Shannon was just on the compound last week. That's another great one, and he decided. Well, not he decided. It's from Michael Noss. Of course, he's a CMT, and he just wrote that Anchored VWAP book. So Brian Shannon, go find him. I'm excited because he's a day trader. So it's not, that's what he does, is make these plays. And he'll be able to talk to us about VWAP and how that's used in day trading. And it's a funny thing. I'm listening to that compound there, and you know what he's talking about?
Uh-huh.
Look at AMD at 91.50.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. Yeah, it is.
But he was talking about, keep it on here, Mahad. This is a good look for everybody. We can watch AMD. But he was talking about how, because Josh Brown was like, who the hell uses VWAP? Like, there's nobody, I've never even heard of VWAP. I'm not making this up.
Yeah,
you
heard
you saw the podcast or you heard it.
He got
and
into
I'm
it.
like, never heard of VWAP. Like, that was the number one. We have VWAP videos. I'm going to talk to Brian Shannon, who probably took his stuff from us. I don't know. He didn't. But I'm just playing around. But anyways, the idea behind all that is that we've been using VWAP for a hell of a long time, to the point where it's on all of our charts and everything. Of course, now that I move over here, I notice VWAP's not on my chart here for AMD, but I always have them on. You guys know that we use the 1 minute chart VWAP for that. So we've always had. And I don't know why it's not on here. And again, I don't even have it on. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So you just go to create right now, and then we've had this in. We have the price bands and the actual average volume weighted average price. It's such a joke that we did a VWAP video. Excuse me. Man, that's bro. We did that VWAP video probably about 3 years ago. Ooh. And what did I say? I was doing the sort of the intro to it or the extra, something like that. And I said volume weighted average. I don't remember what I said. Do you remember what it was, Neil? No, it wasn't value weighted. It was something else. But it was something that I screwed it up. And we almost had to reshoot it or we edited over it.
Yeah.
But anyways, there's volume weighted average price. You push apply. I like to make it this kind of bluish, purplish color. I don't know how it's going to show up on the show, but there it is right there. Ooh, I forgot to make it a little bit bigger. But anyways, it's on every single, and you guys know that, so I'm excited to have Brian Shannon on and talk about all that. So we do normally, I'm going to save my layout here. I'm supposed to have it on. But in moving computers, of course, I tried to replicate it exactly, and I had forgotten that. But what a pullback.
Yeah, man.
We knew that was going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
We knew that was going to happen. We were a little bit too early on that move right there. But, of course, if we just held it, then we'd be well in the money.
You
But
don't know.
Yeah. Ifs and nuts, right? And there's nothing you could do about it. But there it is right there. The one thing that I'm looking at, we did the zoom. I saw the 91.50 level.
Oh, you did.
There's absolutely no doubt about that one. And there's the hot dog dough for Kenvue. Let's give it up to Kenvue. Like, whoever, if your name's Ken out there, shout out to you as well, because today's your day, and
you can take the camera off,
That's okay. You're a handsome dude. Might as well keep it on there.
Yeah, but then I'm restricted in what I can and can't do. Like if the camera's always on me, right?
Yeah.
All right, 89. We're back into 89 here. You got to look at 87 as a possible support level too. You had a bit of a consolidation area there, but I think everything's really on the table because the algos are involved now and the volume is absolutely nuts. What's the volume on this one? We've done, where's it at? 61.7 million shares on AMD. I mean, like, look, it's done more, sure. But lately, definitely above average, especially if you start looking at the last 2 months or so. The volume on these NQ names, even though we've been moving up, has been lower. No question about that. Brendo and I were talking about that. We're like, where's the volume at? You know, there's probably so much money sitting on the sidelines for the last little while, even though we've been moving up. Again, so interesting look here. Looks like 89, about to break down. You're looking for maybe bounces, or you're looking to short this all the way back to the breakout area. On my chart, the breakout area is 83.5. That's where I see the majority of the volume coming in, and that's where the breakout point is. Otherwise, prior to that, we had been kind of range bound within 50 pennies or so, in and around there. But we're also at a critical level on the NQ because we broke that 13,100. In fact, we got up to 13,131. But look, we're retracing right back down into 13.1. So is this a bull trap where we, we have a few 5-minute candles print above 13.1, then we quadunk right back into 13?
Is it a quadunk situation?
Maybe. We have a 13,001.75 print today. For all intents and purposes, 13,000 low. So anybody buying off those lows, you printed at least 100 big points there on the NQ.
Oops.
What a day. What a day it's been. We've had all sorts of earnings, and we're not even done. We still have Apple after the bell.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I know, right?
Shout
out. They always take my money. They take my money every month for all sorts of services. And
I don't want to tell you about my money.
Never heard of it, says ML.
Yeah, never heard of that. Apple, Microsoft? Nah, never heard of those guys. Okay, I'm just getting my orders ready because we did flip over to a short now for Microsoft, and I don't. Between you and I, man, I don't know where it's going to go. We're short right now at 89. It's not like this is a big trade. I was just trying to hold this against that 307 and change. Very, very small trade here. Very, very well. The position's fine. It's not necessarily a small position. It's small risk. Let's just see. AMD's pulled back. So we were long. So we got a little piece out there for 40 cents. Then we averaged it in. Then it broke 307 and we got out. And then we're punching short now. So this, again, small risk here without understanding the story completely 100%. I don't know. We'll see what Microsoft wants to do. But this is more of a play off of what you mentioned, 13.1. But we are bouncing off 13.1. So maybe that's nothing. And we just go back up to the upside. It has that wick on the futures again. So like, if you're using that strategy, you get a little bit of exhaustion wick. The thing is, that happens all the time on the futures, right? Like right there. Sure, it comes back in, but then it takes it again. And there it actually works to the downside. These are the NQs. You can see here, this is the NASDAQ futures. So Microsoft's right back up. So we're, that sucks, man. It looks like we'll take it maybe, what are we short at, 89, so it'll be a 20-cent hit. That's fine. Again, not fine, but fine. We're waiting for a lot more. Like, I don't even... That fill was 75, so we took 15 cents right there, putting the trade virtually 1-to-1. But we're expecting this to come a lot further down, especially if we can't figure out what the story is. And I'm not sure it's a great story for Microsoft, anyways. They could have. I mean, they've already made their $300 billion off market cap alone since introducing AI, and they only paid $10 billion to invest into OpenAI, which is that Chat GPT. So
yeah, that was big.
That's a big purchase, man.
Have you subscribed to 4? ChatGPT 4?
No, I don't know how to use the thing.
Yeah. It's a lot of the guys back on the floor. They're paying for that.
For what? $31
bucks. Doing? It's actually quite good.
But what does it do?
It can do better. It can actually search like real live data, not 2021
data. But what are you using it for?
Oh yeah, I mean you can reuse it for anything. It's really good, Sean. In the
so you
way
still
that
haven't given an example.
Oh, I've used it for so much. Like I can't tell you where.
Still no example.
So for example, I'll tell you the watch list. I help it narrow me down into certain things, right? Because you get really broad, and then you want to narrow down into certain topics. If you want to actually have it interpret your medical reports. So what I did was my parents would get medical reports with the raw medical data, completely not intelligible.
Like med talk,
Not exactly.
So what you would do is
you put it in.
Right.
You put it in. You literally copy and paste it in. You say based on this medical report.
What is?
Yeah, and you ask it questions.
What is your
and it's a dialogue.
non-authorized opinion on?
No, you don't.
So you're gonna ask.
You don't
AI,
ask it. Right? You don't ask it that. It gives you a little stipulation at the end. You should always see a medical practitioner, this and that. Right? It gives you that whole thing.
It's like if you go to WebMD, even if you have a sore toe, you're going to think you're probably going to die within the next, like, 'cause if you read everything, it means like, oh, you have a blood
But
clot.
I want to say something that it actually offers you and suggests holistic and natural solutions. Doesn't always tell you that the drug, it lists all of them. And then if you want more deets on one,
then that's when
you keep going. Like, give me more details on this.
I think
I'm just giving you like one use
Oh, no,
case
I'm not.
scenario.
I'm just asking you because like that's what I was wondering. Is that something that eventually will be free? I guess it would be. I don't know if they're just trying to get some revenues now from all of that because anyway, no, that's cool, man. That's great. I wonder if it could code. I mean, I guess it could.
It can. I did. I actually told it, write me a script for an API for Trader Workstation, and it did. I just didn't connect it.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it does everything, bro. Like, it's nuts. And that's the free one.
All right,
That's
bro.
the free one.
All right, bro.
Trust me, bro.
I'll trust you, bro. I'll trust you. I got you.
Yeah, inside joke here, guys. AMD though, finding some legs. You know
what's going to go back up? It's going to be
holding 88.
NVIDIA already went.
Shout out CD Lamb.
Yeah, because you know what? I don't. First of all, Microsoft's probably going to take us out here. It's trying to go back up. So is AMD. But yeah, that's a BS report against NVIDIA. Because if NVIDIA, here's the move down, guys, on NVIDIA. So if you see that all the way from 278 down to 272.50, like that right there, unless there was competition, which there obviously was, right? Like who knows who was going to get that contract, and maybe underneath, a lot of the people covering NVIDIA and AMD were waiting for this announcement, which would make sense.
Yeah.
Why you get that initial flush for sure, because the minute that comes across the wire and you're like, who got it? Who got it? AMD got Microsoft's business, right? So then that's why that shoots up and that's why this goes down.
Sure.
But how much of a deal really would have that been if NVIDIA maybe's got lined up other partners? I mean, Microsoft is one, they're a huge fish, but they're just one right there. So look at this, NVIDIA basically just fell down to 272, which again, now that you expand this out, it's not like it was a huge level at 270 or anything like that. So I don't feel too bad about missing that bottom. But again, it double bottomed. That's the key. Like if you thought long, then it made the bottom there, then it gave you
another opportunity.
Right, because if you go long here at 273, your stop is going to be 272.50, whatever that bottom is. Welcome to 350. So that's 7-1 risk to reward alone on that trade. So it's a good idea. But unless you put said idea to work, then an idea is simply that. Okay, so I'm seeing it struggle here, and what I mean by it is Microsoft. So I'm going to put an offer there, get filled a little bit ahead of 307 again. Now this stop is like 15 cents. This is not, I'm just waiting for it to break above. And it could do that in a wick down. And if it does that, fine. But that's not how we've made, here it goes. That's not how we've made money on, there, okay, we're gonna get stopped out. What I'm trying to show you is, it's the same thing where we crushed this move. We were short there at 306.78 against 307, so that's 20 pennies or so. And then that gave us $1.80 or something against 20 pennies. So the ratio is still there. I just don't want, I don't want to give this too much. If we break above this level right here, then I do think that we could test a little bit higher. It's not like I'm shorting the high of the day. We're shorting kind of in the mids here. So let's be very careful with what we're doing. And there it is. It's 10 cents in the money. I want to put something out at 85. Oh, there it is. Nice move. Okay, we'll take that little bit of a flush down here for that. Give me that 76. Give me that 76. There it is. Okay, so good little fill there at 76. I'm going to punch a little bit more out at 80. Now, see?
There it is.
Yay. Brendan told me to do that trade. That's why I did that. See my earpiece in? You can see it's in.
There you go.
Not in. There. I just don't want to get in trouble. We're not allowed. Like, I can't tell you a trade to make.
Oh,
we're sitting this close to each other.
But the algos can front run all our orders, and that's cool.
Oh, talk about algos.
Cool.
Talk about algos. Yeah. What's that dude's name from Citadel again? Ken something? Anyways, Ken Griffin.
What's his name? Ken Griffin, yeah.
He made $4.1 billion last year. He made.
Not the fund.
His compensation.
Yes, his money.
His money.
But they did a lot of business last year because a lot of people were short Dude, he went in
Lot
front
of
of Congress
business.
and said he does 30% of the volume.
35.
35% of the volume. Just a drop in the bucket, Sean.
Get your numbers straight.
I know, right?
No, but yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
amazing, right? I mean, that's the whole point is that, and the reason why Citadel's a little bit of a touchy-feely situation there is because of what they did and their role, of course, in
With the
AMC
Robin Hood and stuff like that. Yep. Yeah,
you
they
know,
were
it's
involved.
like $4.1 billion. Like,
Yeah,
it's just so
well.
stupid.
Here we go, AMD again, man. It reclaimed 90, and it's looking to move up. Oh, baby, 10.5. Look, that short was in, but is it still in? I mean, do we reject 90? Is this just a momentary retracement, or are we going to test highs again? 91.5, essentially, for all intents and purposes, was the high. We're seeing some more big cappers here move up. I'm seeing Meta near day's highs as well. It's up half a
Everything's
percentage point
bouncing
a day.
off that 13.1.
Yeah, 13.1's holding for now. Let's see what this one does. Now it is good. I know that Dan was he was talking about that 13.1. We just broke 90 now on AMD as we come back into that 89.5.
We're out. Wow,
Mike-
that order actually worked there. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work.
Well, Microsoft now also curling again. You heard Sean talk about that. Where are we here with GFAI? We talked about this one earlier. This one's not doing much. GFAI, where is it?
You know what the best trade today is just Kenvue. There's nothing else. I'm not even going to sit here and deny what Kenvue did today.
It was fantastic.
I mean Kenvue's up $1. It never went against you. I mean, it went against me once. I punched out a 25-cent hit. But now you know what, man? I'm gonna try one more time. Oh no, Microsoft. Boo. I just tried to get short there. We're gonna have to wait a little bit higher than this. I'm gonna enact another short right now. Oh, I just tried 98s and it went. Okay, there we go. Got it. Okay. Yeah. So just zooming in here. So again, that's why you take these fills, right? This is a short 99 out in the 80s. That's 20 cents. Then that's out in 11, right? Or we got 13. So again, fine. Just a flat trade. You know, we always want to have a winning trade, but if your losers is going to be flat, then you're kind of fine on that. We did have a little more shares than we did, but we got 4 outs there. So we probably had 40%, 60%. So probably a negative play there. But we'll put a bid now down here into the 80s because we just got short 98. And I feel like this bottom could be true. Let's put another bid at, see there it goes ripping back up. Oh, darn it. I was going to give this one to that top wick there, 25. So let's offer again around here in case we do get more short. I just think 307 is such a big level. If it wants to take it out, it could take it out. But if these futures which just turned red, by the way, you know, continue to make a move down, then this is going to look ridiculous here on Microsoft. It's my #1 name today, and we have been wrong on it. Like we were wrong. We actually only wrong once there, and then right when this chat stuff happened, we were wrong again. I feel like we were going to be right, but ripped up to 307.50. We reversed into the long. We talked about that, and that's why we got out for 40 cents. Now we're back into the short, and we're ringing the register temporarily on this right now because Microsoft just came right back into 80s. So I'm going to put a bid there at 82. Of course, I do that and it goes up, so that means it'll just come right back down. So see, that's what happens. Thanks again, Ken Griffin there. You know, my order goes in at 82, fire, see, and then it comes right back. Like, I'm learning that more and more now. If you put a bid in and then it shoots up 5 cents, keep your bid there.
Yeah.
Because what they're looking for is, they're looking for a continued bid. So they know that you put real shares in there at 82. They're seeing, does it come to 83? Does it come to 84? Does it come to 85?
Are you going to chase it, in other words?
So if you don't do that, the move will stop 4 or 5 pennies higher because their algos chewed it up thinking that you're coming in to buy it.
I love it.
You see what I'm saying?
I see exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, so that's what I think anyways happens. So I just got that 82.
You're not the first person to say something like that to me.
It's not rocket science. I'm just saying that's sort of what I'm thinking right there.
But it was a bit more specific in the way that you put it. Guys, shop, curling. It really held 57. I turned back to Max. I'm like, are you in shop? And I think he is because it is pumping to the high side, guys. Really breaking through that 58 level. Ooh, baby. What? 58.63. We're pointing to 59.82. That was a high. We never got quite to 60 there, but you know, you want to see something specific like that it held, whether it was a 50 period or VWAP. Not really. It looks like it really held that $57 level. And why, I don't know. I mean, we haven't been up at these levels for a while, so it's not like 57 is some sort of support area. Let's go here to the chart. Yeah, I mean, there is a wick that goes back to February 15th that takes you to 57. So maybe there was support that I'm really grasping at straws here. To me, it's just a random level at which the market started buying up. But hey, we're closing in now, maybe at 58, 50, 59. This one hasn't given up the move. Still up 26.5%. If you're looking for a hold, you got more room because 59.82 is the high. I won't be participating in that, but what a great trade shop has been. I sat down here 7:30, Sean, this morning, and Neil and Brendo are already telling me, look at shop, and it was already making a move.
It's the number one name on the sticky note.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. This is an absolute banger of a trade today. Shout out to Canada. Brendo telling me we were seeing a lot more Shopify signs come around buildings downtown. They're taking over some of the commercial real estate we have down here. We saw a new big building with them.
They just fired 20% of their employees. So what's going in there? Chatbots?
AI computers?
AMD chips?
Maybe the computers are going to rent off NVIDIA or AMD, who knows?
I mean, they sold off that unit that they bought, that company they bought from the UK.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to say the opposite.
Well, I'm just telling you the observations. They're putting up.
I thought you were going to say that they're going the other way and putting up for sale.
Which is what I said this morning, or I'll recall. The only thing that was not, they were not just cutting employees, they were selling off companies.
Right, that's why I thought that you were going to say that there's a lot of for sale signs for Shopify.
Maybe they'll go up for sale soon.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, they've retraced a lot.
Sorry, Nabil Ghani. Why did AMD pump? Anyone know? In case you're just joining us, you're probably just joining us
again. We
got
to go to Brendan in
Here it is, guys. Advanced Micro Devices shares are trading higher following a Bloomberg report that Microsoft is helping finance AMD's expansion into AI processors. This is important because AMD reported the other day, and when we looked at their GPU sales and revenue, it was down year over year. That's not the look you want it to go, and especially with all the AI craze, and especially with NVIDIA really getting a huge move up with its GPUs. You want to see AMD, especially with slower PC sales, slower data center sales, get into what's hot, and that was AI. And also it has dual use with crypto. We all know that. So if crypto blows up again, GPUs are all the rave there.
I want to email that editorial@benzinga.com because I have questions about this report. I really do.
You do? Yes, and I think that's a fair statement because we want more deets.
Yeah.
And we still haven't got the deets yet.
I don't like that financing. I don't understand that part. You know, like there's no details about that. I think that's a good idea, Neil. Why don't you make that one of the Did you make that poll already? I thought that was a good idea. Will the NASDAQ be green? Well, we haven't had a poll in a while. People want to use up their points. So I think NASDAQ green or red by close, I think is a great poll for Streamlabs and to get that going because really, who knows?
Who knows that?
I was very, very, as you know, not very, very, but I was tweeting out pictures of bears and all that kind of stuff. And we were completely right at the beginning of the day. But the fact that we're back to positive, I'm just as shocked.
Baby.
I sold some stuff there at open. I was talking about that, and I'm happy doing it, man. I mean, we sold Meta. I sold some Goldman Sachs. I don't know where Goldman.
You did mock? Oh, I mean, market on open. Moo.
No.
You didn't do a moo?
No, not for those. I had some of them I did. I mean, some of them it's going to turn out that it was like a market on open. Like I had Goldman Sachs being sold at. Ooh, there it is. Yeah, we just took 15 cents on Microsoft. Hopefully that we only got out of 20%. Yeah, so here's Goldman Sachs. We talked about getting out of it, and we have to get out of our positions while we're not on the air because we're not talking about like what other people that have gotten dropped lawsuits on them and so on and so forth for talking one way but doing something else. So I'm just. I mean, it's just a fact. It's not
straight facts.
Yeah. So I had an offer at 325. That we put out there, and like I said, right off the open. So basically was a market on open order. But if we opened up below 325, then I was just going to wait for it. But anyways, that's what I mean. So the 325 got executed, and I'll have to check, but it wasn't 325. It was better than that. So anyways, we sold some Goldman Sachs off the open. We sold some Meta off the open as well. Meta.
Chop's pumping, Sean.
Yeah.
Here comes 59, man.
So remember the high of Shopify is 170, right? And so you're still way down. We've seen names like Lemonade. That was what, $120 name?
59.
What is it, $5? I don't know what that is right now.
That was the ugliest chart I looked at this morning.
Yeah, it's ugly.
Not this morning. It was earlier in the morning, like 11:30 or so.
The thing is, man, all these companies were just basically sacrificed because they came out when everybody was so hype out. Yeah. Everyone was getting that $1,000 a month, or I don't know what it was in Canada.
They may not
or
see
US,
those highs ever
with that
again.
free money, and they were just like, "Oh, IPO! I told you the story already. Buy, buy, buy." And then it just kept going and going.
The checks.
They're changing the game. Like I was in PaySafe. There's so many things that are changing the game that only took our money. Even a DraftKings was $80.
They're reporting tonight, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that. That's an interesting name for me. Tonight, DKNG.
Yeah, DraftKings
Donkey
there.
Kong. All right, I don't have the earpiece.
Their
in, but
cost of acquisition was big boy. They were trying to get
always
people right, and so that was the gripe on the betting game. But I don't know, is that changing now? My buddy, he listens to Pat McAfee a lot, and apparently Pat McAfee talks about this a lot on his podcast.
About what?
That they're actually getting more profitable.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
not like I'm following DKNG or Penn or all these names. We are at 2 o'clock, but I just want to let you know that I will be off tomorrow because the car acquisition looks like it's a go. So yeah, hopefully I'll have good news for you guys. Funding secured. Hopefully have good news for you guys on Monday. Wish me luck. I will be off tomorrow. It'll be Max and Obi on.
Ooh la
and you'll
la.
have the big kahunas as well. We'll be definitely taking you through that 11 and 1 o'clock hour. Sean, it's been real. And yes,
Always is.
we were going to send you to Brendo. He's at the big desk. He's going to take you into the close.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. 2 o'clock. That means we have a couple hours left in the afternoon here on what's turning into a bit of a negative day for stocks. Once again, coming off of what we saw yesterday, a bit of a nothing event as far as the Fed was concerned this time 24 hours ago. But